Recorded Books presents A Caller's Game by J.D. Barker, narrated by Mia Barron and Brian Hutchison. Chapter 1. Jordan. Oh, hell no. Jordan Briggs brought her palm down hard on the horn and held her middle finger up through the open sunroof of her Audi R8. She'd been forced to stomp the brakes, and when she shifted her foot back to the gas, her heel snapped. "These are my favorite Louboutins, you piece of shit!" A beefy arm reached out the window of the garbage truck and gave her the finger back with a little wave. "Who are you yelling at, Geordie?" She made a mental note of the phone number under the "How's My Driving" sticker on the back of the truck. Goddamn garbage man! Just lumbered out on 49th from Madison without stopping, didn't even slow down, damn near took out the front of the Audi. She took off her shoe, examined the busted heel, and tossed it in the passenger seat footwell. "You're driving? Why are you driving? Oh, shit! Wait, you're back in Madison? We're on the air in 6 minutes. I'm heading out to the Hamptons when we wrap today, and it seemed stupid to take the car service in from home, then have to go all the way back out to Connecticut to get my own car in a few hours. Frank gets you here on time." "Screw Frank." Traffic lurched forward several feet, then stopped again. The garbage man completed his invasion of her personal driving space, nearly sideswiping a Lincoln SUV in the next lane over. Probably texting. Everybody was texting. No reason to pay attention to what you're doing in New York traffic. Cars practically drive themselves. Asshole. Jordan looked down at the car stereo, an annoying habit she couldn't get herself to break whenever she had someone on speakerphone. "Billy, put this up on the board. Hashtag 02222022. "Okay, what is it?" "Write this down, too." She rattled off the phone number on the truck's sticker. "Got it. Hey, you didn't tell me your husband was coming in. They're painting your office today. I had to put him in the green room with Senator Moretti." "Ex-husband, and I didn't tell you because I didn't know. Did he say what he wants?" "Nobody tells me anything, you know that," Billy replied. "He's got Charlotte with him." "Charlotte? She should be getting ready for school." He should be getting her ready for school. Charlotte had missed too many days as is. She couldn't have her kid repeat the 6th grade. How would that look? The press would have a field day. "Please tell me you're close," Billy said over the car speakers. She'd gained at least 7 more feet in the past minute. Total progress. The clock read 4 minutes until 6. "I can see the building from here," she replied. And she could, nearly 2 blocks ahead. A digital billboard with Sirius XM light and bright at the top. Jordan held the horn down again. Seemed like the right thing to do. She gained another 3 feet. Yay, horn. Billy sighed. "The Today Show has Meghan Trainor this morning." "Seriously? That's why Rockefeller Center is all backed up. Last of their summer concert series." "All this traffic is for Meghan Trainor?" "Could be worse. At least they don't have Ed Sheeran." "Why don't we have Ed Sheeran? I don't want to talk to another senator. Not right before the weekend. Politicians kill my buzz." "The booking came direct from corporate. I think he's a friend of Greenstein, maybe Goldblatt." Jordan clucked her tongue and inched forward several more feet. "We're booking friends of corporate now? I pay you to keep shit like that from happening, Billy. I pay you to get me guests like Ed Sheeran. Do you want me to call the Today Show and have Meghan Trainor stop by when she's done there? I've got a number for her manager around here somewhere, too. I'm sure I could get her." "I don't do sloppy seconds, Billy." The traffic on her left was moving. Why wasn't her lane moving? She could cut over, but she'd have to merge back to the right in a block. Worth it? Maybe. Jordan gripped the wheel, slipped her foot to the gas, and a bus inched up on her left and stopped, blocked her. Damn it. Too late. Billy must have covered the phone. She could still hear him, but his voice was muffled. Sounded like he was shouting at someone. He came back a moment later. "Jordy, we need a backup plan. You're not going to make it." "I'll make it." The clock read 3 minutes until 6. She wasn't going to make it. The bus next to her had a billboard for her show on the side. "Overdrive with Jordan Briggs" in giant 2-foot letters, along with a publicity shot she'd taken about this same time last year. She hated that photo. She hated all publicity photos. She kept aging while they did not. Not only that, but someone always ran them through some magic Photoshop Malibu Barbie filter that made her look damn near perfect. She didn't look like that. It was like staring into a mirror only to have a better version of yourself glare back and mock you. Less than 2 minutes to 6, and more than a block and a half to go. Traffic was in complete gridlock now. Someone in the bus recognized her and was shouting her name. Jordan powered up her window, hid behind the dark tint. She closed the sunroof, too. Last thing she needed was someone tossing their spinach smoothie down into her car. Billy said, "If you were with Frank, he'd let you out right there and you could hoof it." "I'm not with Frank, am I, Billy?" Jordan said flatly. Then she had an idea. Oh, she couldn't. But she did anyway. Before she could change her mind, Jordan killed the motor, jerked up the emergency brake, flicked on the flashers, and got out of the car. "Have someone meet me in the lobby with a headset, Billy," she shouted as she yanked off her other heel and tossed it to the floor inside next to the broken one. Billy said something else, but she slammed the door on him and ran for the sidewalk, one hand behind her back, pressing the lock button on her remote. The Audi chirped.
Chapter 2. Cole. NYPD officer Cole Hundley stared in utter amazement at the woman from the car in front of him. He watched as she got out in the middle of 49th, locked her car, and ran off down the sidewalk, leaving the Audi in the street, in the middle of a traffic jam, blocking his patrol car and God knew how many others behind him. WTF. He'd really just seen that. That happened. He was fairly certain she took off her shoes, too, because why not? He reached over and tapped the button for his siren, gave it 3 loud chirps. When she turned toward him, he expected her to freeze, maybe give him some apologetic, embarrassed smile, and climb back into the car. The kind of thing people did when they got caught with their pants down by the police. But what did she do? She smiled. Then she waved and hightailed it down the road on bare feet. He supposed the car could be stolen. That might make sense. It was a nice car. But she didn't look like the joyride type. Not dressed like that. Even without shoes, her outfit screamed money. Plus, she locked the car. Most car thieves didn't have the keys on hand. They rarely locked the vehicle before abandoning it. They certainly didn't turn on the hazard lights. She abandoned her own car on 49th during rush hour traffic. She was quick, too, half a block away already, with the grace and form of a practiced sprinter. There were many times Cole had reconsidered his various life choices in the 12 years since he joined the force. Most of those times involved bullets flying at him, sometimes knives. He'd been bitten twice, only once by a dog. Both required shots. Some people like to spit. That was never a good way to start or end the day. The verbal abuse was never short in supply. He'd once been attacked by a woman wearing nothing but aluminum foil held together by a roll of duct tape who insisted Times Square was an elaborate landing pad constructed by aliens. A woman abandoning a $100,000 car in the middle of the street and running off should surprise him, but it didn't. In New York, that meant it was Tuesday. Cole shifted his patrol car into park, flicked on the red and blue strobes, and with a deep breath, got out of the car and went after her. He felt several cell phone cameras shift focus from her to him as he edged past the bus, crossed in front of the parked Audi, and made his way to the sidewalk with random horns blaring all around. Ironically, of all the cameras recording at that particular moment, the only one that didn't work reliably was the $2,000 body cam attached to his uniform.
Chapter 3. Jordan. Jordan ran across 6th against the light. Didn't matter much. Traffic wasn't moving in any direction. She wasn't the only one either. Probably a dozen other people wandered across the street as she did, their heads buried in their phones, oblivious to everything and everyone around them. At least she was paying attention. The lack of vehicular movement didn't keep the several cabbies nearby from nailing their horns. Cabbies seemed to live for that shit like they were filling some horn quota. She didn't want to live in New York without horns. They were the song of her people. She was half a block past 6th, nearly to the Sirius XM building, before she realized she'd left her cell phone plugged into the dash of her car. Not much she could do about that, not now. Not much she could do about the cop behind her either, other than keep him behind her. Plausible deniability was a wonderful thing, and she was fairly certain if she didn't make eye contact with him again, she could find a way out of this, whatever this turned out to be. She had bigger problems right now. Keeping her head down, Jordan pushed through the inevitable wall of tourists taking photos outside 1221 Avenue of the Americas and managed to get into the lobby before any of them had a chance to recognize her. While that was a miracle, she then found herself caught in the thicker crowd at the security desk, slowly moving through the metal detectors. One of those damn tour groups creating a bottleneck. Real New Yorkers didn't wear New York apparel or feel the need to snap 2,000 pictures of a lobby. The large clock above the elevators read 5:59:22. She had less than 40 seconds. Jordan cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Holy shit, some cop just punched Howard Stern out on the sidewalk." Yeah, that did it. Lobby forgotten, the group shifted and rushed the doors like suburban housewives outside a Walmart on Black Friday. Jordan rounded the crowd from the outside, shoved her way past several suits she didn't recognize, and got to the front without slowing down. "Coming in hot, Bobby." The security guard looked up, his eyes wide, as she ran through the metal detector, setting off the alarm. "Jordy, you need to—" She didn't hear the rest. She slid across the marble, reached the elevators, and pressed all 6 up buttons. No Billy. Where the hell was Billy? She went back down the line and pushed the buttons again. The clock above her read 6:00:02. Shit. 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 The third elevator from the left dinged and the doors opened. A girl with shoulder-length pink hair wearing an Overdrive with Jordan Briggs t-shirt stepped out, this deer-about-to-meet bumper look on her face. She cradled a wireless Bose headset in one hand and a cell phone in the other. Jordan didn't recognize her. "Hey!" The girl looked up, smiled, and started toward her all slow and nonchalant. No reason to hurry, wasn't her life on the line. Take your time, honey, wouldn't want to trip. Fucking interns. Seemed like there was a new crop of them every hour, and none of them worth a damn. Jordan ran over and snatched the headset, put it on. She heard the tail end of her theme song playing in the cans. The intern held up the phone. "Billy had me take a picture of the board in case you—" Jordan grabbed the phone and jumped in the elevator, hit the button for the 43rd floor so hard she thought she heard the plastic break. She threw her keys at Pink Hair. "Go get my car off 49th before someone steals it." As the elevator doors slid shut, she caught a glimpse of the cop. He was back at the security desk, staring directly at her. Over the music in her headphones, Jordan heard Billy's voice. "You there, Jordy?" "Ye of little faith, Mr. Gluck. When have I ever missed work? Get your breathing under control. You sound like you just got fucked by an MMA fighter. I just ran 2 blocks. How would you know what getting laid sounds like? Oh, I've been there, Billy said. Sounds a lot like my credit card getting maxed out, followed by some pointing and laughter. Then maybe a little cuddle time before the car door opens and one of us has to leave. Jordan looked up at the elevator display. 21st floor and climbing. How's the level? We're good, Billy replied. Goldblatt wants to talk to you about taking tomorrow off. Screw Jules, not his call. We're on in 5, 4, 3. Billy went silent. Jordan looked down at the photograph of the board on Pink Hair's cell phone screen. The music ended. She closed her eyes for a moment, drew in a deep breath through her nose, held it, then let the air back out through her mouth, a soft, controlled blow over her lips. There was a subtle shift in sound as her microphone went live and she began to speak. I want all of you to write down a number, she said, her voice calm, soothing. This will be the first of 2 numbers I give you today. I met a man earlier, not the kind of man who offers to carry your groceries when you're juggling several bags, or the kind of guy who might hold a door open for you. Definitely not the kind of guy who gives up his coat when he sees that you're a little chilly. This was the kind of guy who tells you to get out from in front of the television when the game is on. The type who will fart on a bus or enthusiastically scratch his nether region while in line at the checkout, in plain view of anyone unfortunate enough to glance over into his space. Manscaping is as foreign a concept to him as beachwear to an Eskimo. My new friend probably thinks chivalry is a borough out in Jersey. Yes, I met that guy. In true form, as a representative of the species, he was kind enough to give me his phone number. I didn't ask for it, he just put it out there. For all the aforementioned reasons, he assumed I would want to call him, maybe get to know him a little better. For the sake of convenience, let's go ahead and say his name was Stan. He gave off a definite Stan vibe. The elevator dinged and the doors opened on the 43rd floor. Jordan found herself looking at the same publicity shot from the bus earlier. Her own face smirking back at her from a poster large enough to cover half the wall behind the large oak receptionist desk. She stepped out into the hallway, turned left, and started for her studio. The people in the crowded hall shuffled out of her way. Several smiled and nodded, others looked away. They all knew better than to try and speak to her when she had the headset on. Not their first rodeo. Y'all know I'm a nice Southern girl at heart, Jordan said with a hint of sarcasm, playing up an accent she never really had since she was born outside of Cleveland. So, I took his number with a gleeful, "Aw, shucks, sir," and went about the rest of my morning counting the minutes before I could get to a phone and ring up my new beau, my Prince Charming, my lovely Stan. Being a Southern girl, I've got a bit of a shy streak. Those of you who listen to me on the regular may not think so, but I do. When a guy gives me his phone number, I become that awkward little 13-year-old I was back in middle school, with gleaming braces and acne that seemed to compete with my freckles for the most skin real estate. You know, with thoughts like, was it my thick glasses or my incredibly flat chest that drew him in? Maybe it was my ability to dangle a participle in English class, or the way I so gracefully missed the rim with 2 out of 3 shots in gym. Couldn't have been my personality. None of the guys really talked to me back then, so they didn't know me, not really. I was a shadow, a ghost, a fly on the wall just trying to buzz through life without getting swatted. I was never the girl the Stans wanted, not back then. Or maybe they did, and I just misread the signals. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like most guys, Stans don't always fire a shot clear across the bow when they want to say howdy do to a gal. Sometimes they skirt the issue, dance around a bit. My Stan, this hunk of a man I met this morning, he chose cutting me off on 49th as his little way into my life. Not the most subtle approach. Not by a long shot. He pulled right out in front of me and wiggled his big truck in my face. The rules of love clearly trump the laws of traffic in Stan's world. And aren't we all so lucky to be living in Stan's world? I get it. It's tough to meet new people. I suppose cutting me off in traffic might have been his way of pulling my pigtails, or bumping into me at the punch table at the big homecoming soiree. We're all shy in our unique little ways. I gotta give him kudos for at least trying to climb over his great wall of bashful to say hello. But I can't help but wonder, did he really need to be such a dick about it? Was that the strongest trick he had tucked away deep in the bowels of his magic hat? Jordan rounded the corner, stepped into the small break room, and made a beeline for the coffee maker. She poured herself a cup, black, sidestepped to the espresso machine, and added 2 shots. Closing her eyes, she took in the wonderful aroma, that heavenly scent of caffeine, the sweet sweat of gods. Oh, how she wanted to drink it, just a sip. But she knew she couldn't, not on the air. Broadcast 101. She carried the cup back out into the hall, gave it one more sniff, then turned right toward her studio at the far end of the corridor. I can forgive some Stans. I really can. Like I said, it's tough to meet people. In today's world, you gotta get creative. We're not allowed to date at work, not anymore. Just ask Bill and Monica. It's been 20 years, and people still talk about that little knob polish and the dress that shall not be cleaned, as if their little drama played out yesterday. Workplace relationships used to be the norm. And that makes sense, right? We spend a good portion of our day at the office with those particular people. You get close. You see them at their best and their worst. You see the crap they keep in their cubicle, for God's sake. If you can see beyond Star Wars figurines and My Little Pony statues and Garfield word-a-day calendars and still find the object of your love, shouldn't you be allowed to act on it? Is it really so wrong to spend 3 minutes in heaven atop the copy machine with that special someone from accounting to break up the monotony of a Wednesday? Yep. Yes, sir, it is. In today's world, it most certainly is. Hell, in my case, I'm sort of the boss. So, if I wanted to pursue one of my coworkers in a biblical sense, there'd be paperwork involved and several conference calls with the good folks up in legal before I could so much as offer up a smile. I'd be willing to bet there's a video we'd have to watch alone, then maybe together, probably under adult supervision. It ain't easy being sleazy, not no more. Not for the boys or the gals or those who fall somewhere in between. You want to date in today's world, you gotta get creative. You gotta cut someone off in traffic, right, Stan? That's how you do it. You steal their wallet in line at Starbucks, then offer to pay for their latte when they realize their credit card is MIA. You pretend to be their Uber driver and trip the child locks until they agree to a movie and a show. You follow them down a dark sidewalk in a baggy hoodie and say something funny like, "Got a 9-volt? My stun gun's dead." Of course, there's always the apps. Tinder, Grindr, Minder, Blender, or Sidewinder. You can satisfy just about any kink with a swipe these days. I don't know about you, but I've never found those particular relationships fulfilling. Maybe Stan hasn't either. Maybe that's why he cuts off the single ladies on the road. Maybe that's not so bad a way to vie for the attention of a lady in 2020. Jordan stepped into her office, Plastic painter's tarps lined the walls and covered most of the furniture. Her mail was piled on a chair near the door. She shuffled through the small stack, found the letter she'd been expecting, and shoved it in her pocket. Thankfully, her staff hadn't opened it. Crossing the hall, she eyed Billy through the window. The heavy soundproof door to her studio was designed to open freely when exiting, but locked from the outside automatically to prevent someone from walking in unannounced and disrupting the show. She heard the subtle click as the magnetic lock disengaged and pushed through into the room. Billy Gluck nodded at her from his glass producer's booth to her left and pointed at the large LCD monitor on the wall. 5,300,049 listeners at the moment. God, she loved satellite radio and their real-time stats. Jordan settled into her chair, a $6,000 Herman Miller. She placed the coffee on the desk in front of her, took another whiff of the steam, and smiled. So I'm on the fence. Do I call this guy or do I throw him back? As a nice Southern girl, do I forgive his awkwardness and give him a peek under my petticoat? I've been flip-flopping on this all morning, and frankly, I just can't decide. So I'm gonna ask you all to do me a favor. Get a pad of paper out and write this down. Jordan looked over at the large whiteboard next to her desk, all her talking points for today, and found the phone number she'd gotten off the back of the garbage truck. I want each of you to give Stan a call on my behalf at 212-555-6717, extension 304. Feel him out for me, I trust you. Help me determine if he's my Mr. Right and we just got off all wrong, or if my first impression was spot on and he's just some Neanderthal looking for love in all the wrong places. I can't wait to hear what you decide. I'm counting on you to help me make the right choice. We'll be right back. In the booth, Billy held up his index finger, paused a beat, then said, "And we're out." He looked up at her. "You wore braces when you were a kid?" "Nope, that was all bullshit." "You're one cold-hearted bitch, you know that?" Jordan wrapped her hands around the coffee, raised it to her lips, then froze, remembering her daughter. Shit, why did Nick bring her here? She set the coffee back down, watched it slosh over the side, and jumped up. "I'll be right back. You only have 2—" She didn't hear the rest. Already out the door.
Chapter 4. Cole. NYPD officer Cole Hundley remained in the elevator for a moment when the doors opened, even though he was fairly certain he had the right floor. After pushing his way through a mob at the front of the building, talking his way past several security guards who insisted he check his weapon with them before entering, then glimpsing the crazy woman, who abandoned her car out on 49th Street, disappear into this very elevator from the lobby, he'd watched the display tick away the floors above. Her elevator stopped on the 43rd, 45th, then the 52nd floor, before finally coming back down to the lobby. He'd hit all 3 buttons and fully expected to ride the elevator all the way to the top and back down again, without hide nor hair of her, when the doors opened and a ginormous image of crazy woman glared at him from the wall across the hall. The words, "Overdrive with Jordan Briggs," written beneath her, followed by "Weekdays 6 to 10. The entire monstrosity was blanketed in lights from LED floods in the ceiling. The elevator doors started to close, and Cole stuck his hand out, triggering the sensor to keep them open. "May I help you?" This came from a woman in her late 40s wearing red-rimmed glasses and a matching blazer over a white button-down blouse, sitting behind a large reception desk directly under Crazy Woman's oversized photo. People buzzed up and down throughout the hallway, and someone was blabbering a little too loud from speakers lining the walls. Something about a guy named Stan. "Can you hit the lobby for me?" a UPS delivery man said, as he wheeled a hand truck past Cole and settled into the back corner of the elevator. When Cole didn't hit the button, the man reached around him and hit the button himself, muttering, "Thanks, officer," under his breath, before settling back and clicking through something on his tablet. A second later, he looked back up. "Do you mind? You're blocking the door. I've got work to do." New Yorkers were like a ray of sunshine in the morning. Cole stepped out of the elevator and crossed over to the reception desk, the door sliding shut behind him. The woman in red offered him one of those nervous smiles people often used with cops, the one that said, "I'm here to help as long as you're not here for me." The same one they kept on their face a little too long as they sifted through all the wrongs they'd committed of late and wondered if any were serious enough to bring in the popo. Cole said, "I'm here to see Jordan Briggs." He couldn't help but look back up at the poster. The way she'd looked at the camera made it feel like she was looking directly at him, watching him standing there. She had one hand on her hip, the other at her side. Her head was tilted a little to the left, an inquisitive smirk on her lips. "Ms. Briggs is on the air. Do you have an appointment?" Cole shook his head. "Has there been an accident?" "Not that I know of. Not yet." This seemed to confuse her. Behind him, the second elevator dinged and opened. A wiry-looking man in a gray suit stepped out, gave the receptionist a curt nod, and hurried down the hallway to the left. Cole watched him for a moment, then leaned over the reception desk slightly. He wasn't a very large guy, but he knew when he did this, particularly in uniform, it tended to throw people off balance. "I need to talk to her. Now." "Well?" She let the word hang. Down at the far end of the hallway, Crazy Woman pushed out through a heavy oak door with a window down the center. She looked slightly flustered. "Jordan!" the man in gray shouted. His shuffle turned into a half-run toward her. "Not now, Jules. I'm in the middle of a show." She started further down the hall. "You can't give out phone numbers on the air," the man shouted from behind her. "How many times do we need to talk about this?" "None, Jules. We need to discuss it exactly none times," she shot back over her shoulder. Cole watched her pick up her pace. It looked like she was heading toward a room down at the end. He started after her at a sprint. "You can't go down there?" the receptionist called out from behind him. "Jordy, visitor?" The man in gray had closed the distance to less than 5 feet. "Maybe I should set up a little sit-down with you and the team in legal. That was fun the last time, wasn't it? All of us chatting about the many ways you fucked us on the air over the past fiscal year and the resulting financial implications of said fuckings. Let's do that again." "You're right, Jules. I was a naughty girl, and I should be punished. I need a spreadsheet to keep track of all the liabilities you create. How about a pie chart? I like pie charts. They're pretty." "Not funny, Jordy." "Not meant to be, Jules. You do your job, and I'll do mine." "My job is making sure you do your job without destroying all our jobs." "Miss Briggs," Cole called out. Crazy Woman turned and glanced back at him. If she was in the least bit surprised to see a police officer jogging down her hallway, she didn't show it. She held up her index finger at Cole, then glared at the man in gray again. "Why exactly are we taking bookings from corporate? I'm not here to push Greenstein's political agenda or help his buddies get elected." "The senator is a friend of the show." Crazy Woman smirked. "The senator is a tool. He's a brain-dead walking dildo and a bad hairpiece sticky from spray tan residue." The man in the suit looked nervously toward the room behind them. "Jesus, Jordy, keep your voice down." "You put him on the air with me, and I'll make him look like a fucking clown." "You'll interview him and play nice, or we'll end up in a meeting about that too." Cole cleared his throat. Crazy Woman looked at him, turned, and pushed through the door at her back. The sign on the door said, "Jordan Briggs, Green Room." The man in gray swore under his breath, and when he turned, he saw Cole for the first time. "Oh, Christ, what else did she do?" "The list is growing," Cole replied, following her into the room. He found her in the far corner, kneeling down and hugging a little girl. There was a man standing beside them, holding a pink strawberry shortcake backpack in one hand his other hand in his pocket. Another man was sitting on a black leather couch at the opposite end of the room, drinking coffee and talking on his cell phone. Senator Moretti. Cole recognized him from television. Cole stood between Crazy Woman and the door. She wasn't getting out. "Ms. Briggs, we need to talk about your car." She looked back at him, puzzled. "What about my car?" "You left it in the middle of the street?" "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." She reached around the little girl and pressed a button on the phone sitting on an end table next to a leather recliner. "Yes?" "Sarah, it's Jordy. Where's my car right now?" "Your car?" "Yes, the vehicle I drove to work today." "It's in the garage. Trixie left your keys with Billy." "Thanks, Sarah." Crazy Woman smiled up at Cole. Mystery solved. Cole really wasn't in the mood for this. "There's video, Ms. Briggs. I have a dashboard camera. You parked in the middle of 49th, exited your vehicle, locked your vehicle, then ran off." "Mommy, are you going to jail?" the little girl said. Crazy Woman pouted and pulled the girl closer. "Are you going to arrest me in front of my child, officer?" "That would traumatize me," the little girl said. "I'm at a very impressionable young age and highly susceptible to society's negative imagery." From a speaker on the wall, a voice said, "Jordy, you're on in 15 seconds. She kissed the girl in the head. "Wait for me here. Okay, Charlotte?" The girl nodded. She got back to her feet. "Don't leave," she told the man holding the backpack. "Put that in my office and wait here." On her way out the door, she patted Cole's chest. "You, though, you can go. Thanks for looking out." Thanks for looking out? Cole turned, but she was already out the door, sprinting back down the hall.
Chapter 5. Jordan. "Christ, Jordy, if you're going to cut it this close, take the wireless with you," Billy said as Jordan fell back into her chair. She quickly raised the cup of lukewarm coffee to her lips and chugged it down, then held the mug up over her head. An intern snatched the mug out of the air and disappeared out the door to fill it as Billy counted down in her headphones. The red on-the-air indicator lit up on her desk. "I think I made an uh-oh," Jordan said into her microphone. "I ran into my boss out in the hallway, and he was quick to point out Stan may not want to hear from 5 million people this morning. I get that, I suppose. I don't know what kind of data plan he's got on his phone or what his schedule looks like. We don't want to overwhelm the guy. So do me a favor. If you were planning on calling him, hold off for now. Call the main switchboard here at the station instead and ask for Jules Goldblatt, our VP of programming. He's graciously offered to take down your names and contact info and pass it on to Stan instead. We figured this way Stan can call back whomever he wants, no pressure. Jules is such a team player. Always willing to take one for the rest of us, that guy." Jordan had 3 monitors on her desk. The first belonged to a computer attached to the internet. The second listed callers currently on hold by name. And the third monitor contained a chat window that allowed her to communicate with Billy and other members of her staff while on the air. A single keyboard and mouse with a selector switch controlled all 3, so she didn't have to clutter up her space with hardware. She hated clutter. A message popped up on the third screen. "Billy, Jules will can you." Jordan quickly typed. He just bought a new Jaguar F-Type. He's not canning his golden goose. "Billy, all lines full. Go to Crystal on 2. "Crystal, you're on the air." "I am." Jordan frowned at Billy through the glass and snapped her finger 3 times in the air above her head. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled back at her apologetically. She needed energy, vitality. You can't wake up the world talking to people who keep one hand on the snooze button while the other flips through a coffin catalog. "Yes, Crystal. When you call a radio show, get placed on hold for 10 minutes listening to commercials. more than likely you will end up on the air when the host picks up. That's how this works. Exactly how Marconi envisioned it. I was curious if you watched the debate last night. Oh, hell no, I don't do debates. I'd rather listen to an instrumental version of the Backstreet Boys' greatest hits on repeat while someone sticks toothpicks under my fingernails than watch a debate. Please tell me you didn't sit through that drivel. There are so many choices. Which one is your favorite? I like Borton from Iowa. Is he the one that's kind of short with the beady little rat eyes who likes to wear bow ties? I think he's handsome. Jordan glanced over at the second monitor, the one listing callers on hold. Line 1, Stan, wants to apologize. Line 2, Crystal, on air. Line 3, Stan, this one says he dated you in high school. Line 4, Bernie, wants to play a game. Line 5, Stan, female, says the best Stans are women. She blew out a breath, not sure she liked the way this morning was shaping up. Mind if I ask you a personal question, Crystal? No, go ahead. How old are you? I'm 76. Wow, 76. And you haven't given up hope. God bless you. It's good to have hope. The intern returned with her coffee and set it softly on the desk. Jordan pulled the mug close and sniffed. The rich aroma of dark roast filled her nostrils. The steam washed over her face. She would make love to that mug if it weren't illegal in New York. When I was in the 7th grade, we held student elections, and Bobby Corbin was running for class president against Lisa Almond. Bobby had buttons and posters, and damn, was he a looker. Dark hair all slicked back, and a smile that made my little knees quake. Not just me, either. He had all the girls swooning. He was no Zac Efron or Jesse Metcalfe, but he could have held his own on the cover of Teen Beat. Not Tiger Beat, but I'll give him Teen Beat. He had that special something that just caused you to nod your head and agree with whatever topic he spouted off about. He ran circles around Lisa at the first 2 debates. I gotta give her credit, she hung in there. I would have bolted off and hid in a locker or under the bleachers or something, especially after the second debate. Kids started chanting, "Bobby, Bobby, Bobby," every time Lisa opened her mouth to speak. She had no shot of winning, at least we didn't think so. During the 3rd and final debate, she pulled an ace out of her pocket. Her parents owned a vending machine company. They had machines all around the city. And she said if elected, her father would put soda and candy machines in the school. Not just in the cafeteria, but all over the school. We'd never be more than a few steps away from a Snickers bar. That got my vote. I loved me some chocolate. Apparently, I wasn't alone, because when the election came around, Lisa cleaned up. I helped count up the ballots. She won nearly 5-1 over Bobby Corbin. Wasn't even a contest. Oh, and were we kids excited. She had this map of the school, and we could see where each machine would go, where the prime locker real estate was for next year. She had told us her dad would fix the price at 25 cents, way cheaper than the store. Good times. Then a month went by. Then another month. Then a 3rd month. And no machines. Month 4, nada, no vending machines. Turns out, she never cleared Project Sugar Rush with administration. Looking back, I'm not even sure her parents agreed. I do know it was a hot topic at one of the parent-teacher conference nights. And not a single adult was on board. In fact, some of them came in, fists all clenched, ready to fight. I knew little Lisa pretty good, and I'm certain she didn't purposely lie to us. She just didn't tell us all the truths. I'm sure there's a difference in there somewhere if you look really hard. But when you're 12 years old, you really don't care. You just want your effing candy. Tell you what, though. Lisa was the better politician. She had us figured out. No different than all those people on the debate stage last night. Jordan reached over to her keyboard and brought up a search window on her first monitor. You think he's handsome, huh, that Borton? Gets your granny panties all up in a bunch? What's his first name? Brett? Seth? Something like that? Rhett Borton. Of course he is. She keyed in the name, and the screen filled with various publicity photos. He was a troll, a bow-tie-wearing troll with teeth that were a little too white behind a smile a little too wide. Tell me, Crystal, in all 76 of your years, has a politician ever actually followed through on a campaign promise? Just once? Even something small? Before Crystal could answer, Jordan said, They dangle vending machines in front of us. They hold out candy. They tell us exactly what we want to hear, and there's zero follow-through, zero accountability. It's never their fault. They're always quick to point out who's in their way, but they never accept responsibility. I'd love to see every elected official sign a list of their campaign promises on the morning they enter office, and if they can't put a check mark next to each one on that final day as they're clearing out their desk and packing up their white banker box with their awards and knickknacks and photos of their trophy family, they should have to forfeit their salary. Create some accountability to keep their promises in check. That will never happen, though, because politicians are usually lawyers, and lawyers are scum, and all any of them really care about is lining their own pockets. Don't be fooled by a bow tie, Crystal. He's no better than the rest. Jordan disconnected the call and glanced at her second monitor again. Line 1, Stan, wants to apologize. Line 2, Crystal, on air. Line 3, Stan, this one says he dated you in high school. Line 4, Bernie, wants to play a game. Line 5, homeless Harry. Female Stan had dropped off. Harry was a regular caller, but she wasn't ready for him yet. Jordan clicked line 3. Hey, Bernie, what kind of game do you have for me?
Chapter 6. Cole. She always like that? Cole said to the man holding the strawberry shortcake backpack. He was a few years older than Cole, probably early 40s, with sandy brown hair and dark brown eyes. He looked tired, like he hadn't gotten much sleep. He ruffled the little girl's hair. What do you think, Shar? Your mom always like that? The little girl looked from him to Cole, then leaned against the man's leg. I don't think we should answer any of his questions without an attorney present. Cole couldn't help but smile. He knelt down. How old are you? I'm 11. You are clearly your mother's daughter. This seemed to puzzle her. Who else's daughter would I be? Don't you have school today? She looked up at the man beside her. Can he arrest me too, Daddy? For playing hoagie? I don't want to go to jail. Not even with Mommy. Her father said, I think you mean Hooky, Shar. He's more likely to arrest me for that. He offered to shake Cole's hand. I'm Nick Briggs, Geordie's ex-husband, as of last month. He smiled weakly. I'm still trying to get used to that. Cole shook and got back to his feet. Sorry. Nick placed his palms over the girl's ears. Don't be. It feels like a doctor cut out a big old tumor out of my ass and declared me cancer-free. That's gross, Daddy. He ruffled the girl's hair again. Your mommy is the world's best mommy, and I was lucky to have her, he said, while looking at Cole with wide eyes, shaking his head no, and drawing an imaginary knife across his throat with his free hand. Charlotte here was supposed to spend the weekend with me, but a work emergency came up, and we've had to make some last-minute changes to our plans. I'm going to the Hamptons, with homework for today and tomorrow, her father added, squeezing her shoulder. that you will do each day before you go to the beach. Maybe jail would be better, she pouted. The radio on Cole's shoulder chirped. He reached up and pressed the transmit button. This is 5839. Go ahead. We're getting reports of your cruiser abandoned in the middle of 49th. Are you on a stop? You didn't radio in. Shit. Minor fender bender, but we're all clear now. Gaff's not going to let you off traffic if you do things like abandon your cruiser in the street. Even if you're close, you gotta call it in. Understood. This wasn't worth the headache. Cole gave Nick Briggs and his daughter a quick goodbye and raced out the door back to the elevator. He'd already done 2 weeks on traffic, had one more to go, and he really didn't want to screw it up. The dispatcher was right. Gaff would easily tack on another month to his sentence if given the chance, and Cole wanted to get back to homicide. When he pushed out the doors of the building back onto the sidewalk, he found the traffic had barely moved. He knew it wouldn't, not until the Today Show wrapped, and they opened up the block again. They went through this a few times each week during the summer. He got into the squad car and pulled the door shut, turned off his red and blue strobes. Behind him, a taxi had attempted to inch around his bumper into the lane on his left and was now crossing both lanes with no place to go. Nobody was moving. A bus a few car lengths up and to the left had a giant advertisement for a crazy woman on the side. Same photo as upstairs in the Sirius XM building. Cole rolled his fingers on his steering wheel, left to right, right to left, back again. He could hit his siren and force his way out of this, but what was the point? Maybe get another block or two over and write a few parking tickets? Better off just to sit here. He took out his phone and downloaded the satellite radio app, clicked on free trial, and entered his email address. Research. On-the-job research. That's what this was. Just while he waited. He'd turn it off when the traffic cleared. He typed Jordan Briggs into the app's search box, and 3 channels came up under the heading of Overdrive with Jordan Briggs, Live, Replay Yesterday's Show, and Classic. He clicked on Live. A moment later, her voice came through on his phone speaker. Don't be fooled by a bow tie, Crystal. He's no better than the rest. It took a couple more clicks for Cole to connect to the patrol car's stereo via Bluetooth. Jordan Briggs's voice filled the vehicle. Hey, Bernie, what kind of game do you have for me?
Chapter 7. Jordan. Jordan rolled her eyes when he didn't answer. Are you there, Bernie, or did you nod off on me? Several odd noises came over the line as if the phone had been dropped. Then a man's voice, Midwest accent, probably in his 30s. After a decade on the air, Jordan had gotten pretty good at attaching voices to an age, demographic, and ethnicity. She could damn near guess their hair color. He said, I'm here. Sorry, I was looking for the coffee and I had you on mute. You lost the coffee? I'm visiting friends, and it's so early I beat them up. I'm rummaging through their kitchen, trying to keep quiet so I don't wake anyone. Walls are thin around here. Where are you calling from? Their kitchen, I said that. Don't be a smartass, Bernie. Sorry, I'm in Brooklyn, 7th Ave, near Prospect Park. And where do you call home? Oh, no place in particular. I've never been good at planting roots. What do you do for a living? I used to drive a truck, but ever since I got hurt, I've been on disability. Sorry to hear that. Jordan slumped down in her chair, got more comfortable. This guy was slowing things down a little, but sometimes that worked. Her gut told her to stick with him, and over the years she'd learned to trust her gut. Billy, on the other hand, was on her 3rd monitor, getting antsy. Billy. Captain Cornflakes tuned the mellow up to 11. Light a fire under him or move on. When did you get hurt? Bernie paused a moment. She imagined him ticking off the time on his fingers. 7 years ago to the day, actually. You've been on disability for 7 years? He laughed softly. Do you find that funny? I've been listening to you for a long time, Jordan. I know you. What you're really asking is, have I been sucking on the government tit for the better part of a decade, right? Here we go. Oh, we'll get to that, don't you worry. But first, I'm truly curious. I want to know, what exactly happened to you? Shit. What's the matter? I cut my finger. You cut your finger making coffee? My friend's kitchen is a dangerous place. Sounds like it. Bernie cleared his throat. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. I don't really sleep that well anymore, but last night in particular was tough for me. All these thoughts running around in my head, competing for my attention. You know what that's like, right? When you just can't shut your brain down? Jordan chuffed. All those voices talking to you at once, telling you what to do, yip-yapping and screaming. Is that what's going on, Bernie? I've heard if you make a hat out of tinfoil, you can block them out. Damn, you'll say anything just to hear the sound of your own voice, won't you? You must love the sound of your own voice. I do give sexy voice, Jordan purred. I'd be willing to bet you have a busy head, too, Bernie replied. I think if I were to riffle around in your medicine cabinet, I'd find a slew of meds to knock you out. Ambien, Xanax gummies, maybe a bottle of Jameson on the nightstand to keep you warm at night now that your husband's not there anymore. Jordan's split from Nick wasn't exactly a secret. The tabloids seemed to notice their marriage was in trouble before they noticed the signs themselves, plastering these unflattering pictures of the two of them walking through Central Park several feet apart, angry expressions on their faces. Even on a good day, the paparazzi managed to snap at least 1 or 2 unflattering pics. They never caught them smiling or holding hands, always a scowl or eyes turned away. She'd gotten used to their relentless attacks. Nick had not. He bought into it, let it burn him. That had been part of the problem, one of the problems, one of many. Page 6, in particular, covered her personal life every chance they got, running crazy headlines to try and get a rise out of her, knowing she'd go off on the air and they'd sell papers. They'd started running photos with Charlotte last fall. That's what finally pushed Nick over the edge. He could live with the press's personal attacks on her. He'd even tolerate the ones that included him. But when the press decided their daughter was fair game, he was done. He'd given Jordan a ridiculous ultimatum and filed for divorce a week later, when she made it clear she couldn't walk away from her career. None of this made it any less weird when some stranger brought up their split on the phone, on the air. Fuck you, Bernie. Don't poke the bear. How about you? Is there a Mrs. Bernie, Bernie? Have you managed to rope someone in from dusk till dawn? Or do you pay someone to spoon by the hour? Bernie went quiet. He didn't hang up, though. She could hear him breathing. Take the bait, little man. Bite the shiny hook. Talk to me. It's just me. I'm alone. Is that what you want to hear? Bingo. Of course not, Bernie. I want nothing but the best for you. Nobody should be alone. He let out a soft laugh. I've been listening for a long time, remember, Jordan? I know you don't give a shit about me. All you care about are your ratings. You want me to open up, tell you something personal, give you something you can exploit. Maybe I'm overweight. Maybe I drink too much. Maybe I shut out the rest of the world. I give you something and you'll pull on it like a loose thread on a sweater. You'll just keep tugging, unraveling, taking me apart piece by piece. You've created a career chipping away at people. I'm not going to let you chip away at me. You sound very bitter, Bernie. There was a soft ding. Sounded like a microwave completing some task. Sure. Let's go with that. I'm bitter. What made you that way? Was it the accident? Maybe I was always that way. Jordan said, I don't think so. In fact, I think at one point you were anything but. I get the feeling you were an eternal optimist until that accident you mentioned. Then you got hurt, lost your job, lost your self-worth, packed on a few extra pounds, took up drinking, and now you're you. That's the day you kicked cheerful Bernie out the door and became bitter Bernie. Does that sound about right? Bernie didn't reply. Jordan purposely let the silence linger, let it grow like thickening soup on a hot blue flame. A loud bang came from his end of the line, followed by a crash. Jordan glanced up at Billy in his booth, who just shrugged. What exactly are you making for breakfast, Bernie? Another loud bang. Then 3 quick thuds. Sounded like he dropped the phone. Then nothing. Silence. The sound of crickets came over her headphones. Jordan glared up at Billy and shook her head. On her third monitor, he typed, Billy, no sound effects, got it? Jordan typed back, let the quiet linger. Billy, not sure where you're going with this guy. Jordan wasn't either. Bernie must have retrieved the phone. The noises stopped. There was a short shuffle. Then he was back on the line. Sorry about that. What happened? One of my friends woke up, just startled me. I'm back now. How many people are there with you? This time Bernie didn't reply. Not at first. When he did, his voice dropped lower. He ignored her question and asked one of his own. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night and wondered if this is it? If today is the day you'll die? Well, that's morbid. It's not morbid. It's the natural way of things. From the moment we're born, the clock is ticking. We go through the motions of life. Childhood, we grow up, get a job, start a family. Some grow old, others don't. Through all of it, that clock keeps ticking. Sometimes you get a scare, something that reminds you about the clock, your personal clock. Cancer, maybe death of a friend, you know what I mean. That little wake-up call that reminds you you're mortal, and the rug could get pulled out at any moment. I don't think most people realize how fragile life really is. When we get up in the morning, make breakfast, head out to work, we fully expect to come back home later. Eat dinner, maybe watch a movie with someone we love before going to sleep and starting all over. That rinse and repeat of another day. Only a handful in history have started the day knowing full well they wouldn't be around to see the end of it. Suicide bombers, death row inmates. It's a short list. I can't help but wonder if those few people find it refreshing, like a relief, knowing this is it. Today is the day I die. They can wipe out their bank accounts, tell their asshole neighbor to fuck off, do whatever they want, knowing they won't be around tomorrow to deal with the consequences. That's got to be like the heaviest burden lifting off your shoulders, right? Jordan's eyebrows furrowed. Are you smoking pot, Bernie? This sounds a lot like the kind of thing you talk about after a hit of Augie's special blend out of Mexico. Or maybe that hydroponic medicinal stuff they sell in Colorado. No, I'm completely sober right now. I don't do drugs. Do we need to be worried about you hurting yourself? I'm just making conversation. Because you sound like you might hurt yourself. I don't plan to hurt myself. But you're wondering if you'll live to see the end of the day. That's not what I said. Jordan frowned. Sure it is. You love to talk, but you don't know how to listen, Bernie replied. You're too busy focusing on your next line. You don't take the time to process what you just heard, to listen. Billy. Wacko. I asked if you've ever woken up in the middle of the night and wondered if this is it. If today is the day you'll die. And if it was, if you could be absolutely certain of that, how would you live out the rest of the day? Are you threatening me, Bernie? I thought we were friends. No, of course not. Like I said, I'm just making conversation. Jordan sighed. Well, I'm getting bored, and I don't do bored. Her finger hovered over the disconnect button. She studied the list of callers on her second monitor. All this talk, and we nearly forgot the game, Bernie said softly. Don't you want to play with me? Billy, 20 seconds until commercial. Jordan said, Okay, I'll bite, Bernie. What's your game? Simple, really. I'm going to offer you a choice, and I want you to tell which of the two you like better. That doesn't sound like much of a game. I think you'll find it fascinating. We're coming up on a commercial, so make it quick. Okay, here we go, Bernie said. When it comes to public transportation here in New York, do you prefer Ubers or taxis? Jordan rolled her eyes. Seriously? As a tourist here in your city, I'm curious. Your opinion means a lot to me. Billy, 10 seconds. Jordan replied, You've heard me talk about this before. Uber undercuts the locals in order to steal business. Their rates are unsustainable, and they're hoping to keep it up long enough to force the cabbies out of work. I stand behind the NTWA, the National Taxi Workers Alliance, and I urge my listeners to as well. Any hardcore New Yorker wouldn't be caught dead in or under an Uber. They hurt the local economy. Only tourists call Ubers. There's my answer. I'd take a taxi over an Uber. Bernie said nothing. Did I win? There was a soft click as he hung up the receiver. Jordan realized he had called her from a landline. She didn't know anyone who still had one of those. Chapter 8. Jordan. Jordan's theme song broke in, and they rolled into a commercial. She pressed a button to mute the feed, leaned back in her chair, and looked up at Billy in his booth. Sorry, I thought that was going somewhere. You should have just run with all the Stan calls. He snapped his fingers 3 times. Rapid fire, just hit them one after the other. Nick dropped off Charlotte. This was supposed to be his weekend with her. Billy ruffled some papers. Rule number 1 while locked in a custody battle for your only child, don't start telling people you don't want to spend time with your only child. You're not people, you're Billy, Jordan replied. And it's not that I don't want to spend time with her. I love spending time with her. It's just I had plans. A sly smile edged his lips. Plans, huh? I guess you can't ask your daughter to wait out in the hall while you're banging some... Not those kind of plans, Jordan interrupted. She bit the inside of her cheek. I'm meeting my mother for dinner. And Charlotte can't be around Grandma? She's never met her grandmother. How is that possible? She's what, 12, 13? 11. Jordan took a sip of her coffee and picked at the bagel someone had left on her desk. I haven't seen my mother in 15 years. Her fault or yours? Billy asked. Yes. That's not a very insightful answer. Wasn't meant to be. Reading as he spoke to her, Billy checked off 2 items on a clipboard. Not a lot of Mother of the Year trophies in your family, huh? Jules Goldblatt knocked on the studio door, his angry face pressed against the glass. Billy buzzed him in. His scowl only grew as he saw Jordan. You realize the switchboards are completely overwhelmed right now, and IT will have to give me a new extension? But nobody's calling Stan directly anymore, Jordan smiled. How's that for problem-solving on the fly? Big attaboy for you helping out like that. Somehow his face managed to grow redder. "You're not taking tomorrow off." She cocked her head. "No, I'm pretty sure I am." She looked up at Billy. "What's on the calendar for tomorrow?" He set down one clipboard and picked up another, flipped to the next page. "According to the schedule, you're out for the day, and we're running a highlight package with some of your best musical performances. We've got Paul Simon, John Bon Jovi singing the Beatles, the guys from Imagine Dragons doing a cappella. I can't wait. I've been looking forward to this one for weeks." "Weeks," Jordan repeated, nodding at Goldblatt. Goldblatt shook his head. "We haven't run a single commercial promoting that." "Well, who dropped the ball? You really should have been running commercials, right? Sounds like you missed an opportunity." "You didn't communicate it properly. Does marketing even know?" "Nobody asked me." "It's your job to keep the team informed." "Nope," Jordan shook her head. "It's my job to talk on the air. The rest is all somebody else's job. You're probably in charge of that somebody, and that somebody is doing a piss-poor job, and that reflects badly on you. I hate seeing you get in trouble for the inactions of others. It burns my heart, makes me feel all cold inside, like when those hunters killed Lassie right in front of Timmy in that old cartoon." "That was Bambi," Goldblatt muttered. "Absolutely Bambi," Billy said. "She can do this all day, Mr. Goldblatt. It will make your head hurt. I learned long ago it's best to just back away slowly and be thankful nobody is watching." Goldblatt was shaking his head. His gaze found Jordan again. "I want the senator on next." "Soon." "Next." "Right, soon. Got it. I need to talk to my daughter." She pushed by him and out the door. Jordan found Charlotte in the green room, nibbling on a donut from one of the snack trays. "Oh, don't eat that, honey. That stuff's been sitting out for nearly a month." From the couch in the corner, the senator looked up from his plate. He'd made a crude sandwich out of 2 bagel halves, cheese, and some kind of meat, maybe salami. She looked over at him and winked. He frowned down at the sandwich and set the plate on the corner table. Charlotte said, "Why did the policeman want to arrest you?" Jordan hugged her. "Oh, I think he heard a little girl was walking around up here with an illegal amount of cuteness dripping off her, and he came to put a stop to it." Charlotte narrowed her eyes and fell back on her left foot. "You're deflecting, Mother." "Mother, huh?" "Yep." "Did your daddy leave?" "He had to tinkle." "I'm done tinkling," Nick said from the doorway. Jordan glanced over at him, then smiled back at Charlotte. "Can you go hang out with Sarah up front for a few minutes so I can talk to your dad?" "Are you gonna hurt him?" "I might." Charlotte seemed to consider this for a moment. "Okay, but not the face. I like Daddy's face." On her way out the door, she reached up and patted him on the back. "Good luck, Mr. Briggs." When she was gone, Nick let out a sigh. "I know this is short notice, Geordie, but I don't have a choice. I've got to be in Boston by this afternoon. I'll be back as soon as I can. Tomorrow night at the latest." "You know what I'm doing tomorrow night." "Take Charlotte with you. She deserves to meet her grandmother." "Her grandmother doesn't deserve to meet her," Jordan fired back. "It's been 15 years. Not a chance." "How about a sitter?" Nick suggested. "On a Friday night in the Hamptons? Right. I've got a better shot at negotiating a truce between Palestine and Israel." Nick shoved his hands in his pockets. "Well, I don't know what to tell you." "Tell me you'll cancel your bullshit trip and handle your responsibilities like a big boy." "I can't do that." "What's so important in Boston?" He didn't answer. Jordan felt her face flush. "This is you being a shitty father. That's not fair. Life's not fair." Billy's voice came over the intercom. "Geordie, on in 30 seconds." Jordan glared at him for at least 10 of her remaining seconds. then pulled the envelope she'd taken from her desk earlier out of her pocket, shoved it into his chest, and stormed out.
Chapter 9. Cole. "Please get back in your car, ma'am." Cole was doing his best to stay calm. He really was, but this woman wasn't making things any easier. He was standing on 49th about 5 vehicles up from his patrol car. Some guy in a Prius had let his foot slip off the brake, and he rolled into her Lexus from behind. He couldn't have been doing more than 1 or 2 miles per hour. He'd only drifted a couple of feet. "He rear-ended my car," she shouted back at him. "There's no damage," Cole said for the 4th time. "Most bumpers are designed to take a hit up to 5 miles an hour before they dent. He wasn't going fast enough. You need to get back in your vehicle." Her hair was dyed this awful shade of orange, with at least half an inch of gray roots showing. Cole tried not to stare, but he kept catching himself looking down at the top of her head. Somewhere up ahead, Meghan Trainor's band was warming up. Cole could hear someone beating on an amplified bass drum. Each hit fed the headache growing behind his eyes. The man who bumped into the woman's car was standing next to him, not sure what to do. He'd already offered her his insurance information. She'd refused it, insisting Cole write a ticket instead. If NYPD wrote up everyone who rolled into the car ahead of them during stalled traffic, they'd all be driving new cruisers and ticket books would be empty. Christ. Now he was starting to think like a traffic cop. He really needed to get back to homicide. Dead people didn't complain, and they certainly didn't tell him what to do. Cole forced a smile. "How about this? I'll write him up with a warning, and if he ever does it again, the judge will send them straight to Rikers. They throw the book at repeat offenders." Somewhere back near his patrol car, someone hit their horn and held it down for nearly 10 seconds, paused a beat, then did it again. Why the hell do people do that? Traffic wasn't going anywhere. "I want him to get a ticket," the woman insisted again. "A sizable ticket." The man who hit her threw his hands up and started walking away. "Decide what you want to do. I'll be in my car." Cole's cell phone rang. He held up a finger, turned his back on both of them, and took it from his pocket. It was his partner, Garrett Tressler. He tapped answer. "Hey, what's going on?" "I just caught a double homicide out in Brooklyn. Woman, mid-30s, stabbed. Husband beaten to death according to the uniform on scene. I'm heading out there now. Can you break away, or are you stuck playing meter maid?" Behind him, the man and woman were still arguing. Horns blared all around. Someone was tuning an electric guitar. He walked about 10 more feet, put a few more cars between him and them, and pressed the phone to his ear. "No way Gaff will let me off the hook early. I've got another week." "You're an idiot. Should have kept your mouth shut. I figured he'd be a little more understanding. About his daughter? You can play dumb all you want. We know better than to screw with the Gaff family." Up ahead, a tow truck eased onto 49th from 5th and stopped alongside an NYPD cruiser parked at the curb. A heavy-set cop was directing other vehicles around it. Looked like they were trying to get to a late-model Chevy that had overheated and stalled. When he spotted Cole, he shouted, "Hey, newbie, how about you go grab me a cup of coffee?" Cole turned away from him and started back in the opposite direction. His patrol car was still parked in traffic, strobes flashing. He had turned them back on when he got out. He'd wandered further away from the car than he thought. The taxi was still attempting to work around his bumper. He'd managed about 3 more feet in the past 10 minutes. He gave it about another minute before the passenger finally gave up on the ride and got out and walked. Cole said, "Maybe you should call Gaff. Tell him you need my help on this one? And risk him giving it to someone else? No way," Tressler fired back. "Just skip out on traffic. He won't know." Oh, he'd know. He had eyes everywhere. "I'd get busted doing that. And he's liable to give me another month out here." A loud boom erupted from somewhere near Rockefeller Center. Cole felt the blacktop rattle. "What the hell was that?" Tressler asked. "I think the Today Show is using pyro. They're prepping for Meghan Trainor." Tressler laughed. Oh man, traffic duty, and you have to listen to that shit? I really hope she was worth it. Another boom. This one seemed closer, definitely louder. Cole noticed a thin line of black smoke in the air about 3 blocks east. He thought he heard a scream. I gotta call you back. He disconnected and dropped his phone back into his pocket. A third explosion. Not pyro. An explosion. Very close. The world went suddenly and completely quiet. People on the sidewalk stopped moving, mouths hung open as everyone looked around, trying to pinpoint the sound. Several people crouched down low, others ducked into storefronts and alcoves in the surrounding buildings. Cole reached for the radio on his shoulder. Dispatch, this is 5839. I've got a possible 1080 near Rockefeller Center. Over. Copy. Stand by. The heavy-set cop off in the distance had his hand on his radio, too. His eyes were fixed on the growing plume of smoke. Cole spotted another one rising behind him, about 5 blocks away. The first one? He pressed the transmit button again. Dispatch, this is 5839. I think we've got multiple 1080s. A moment later. Copy. He turned and started back toward his patrol car at a run. He was about 20 feet away when the taxicab caught behind his cruiser exploded in a giant ball of fire. The chassis bounced up off the pavement, hovered in the air for an impossible second, then fell back down to earth, crushing the trunk of his car. Cole watched this for a split second before the pressure wave hit him and threw him backward. He cracked into the fender of a white plumber's van, hard enough to send an electric pain up his back and down his right arm, then fell awkwardly to the ground a moment before another taxi exploded less than 100 feet away.
Chapter 10. Jordan. Jordan studied the board for a moment, then leaned into her microphone. I mentioned earlier I had 2 numbers for you all today. The first was Stan's phone number, which none of us are allowed to call anymore, so don't call it ever. The second one is this. I want you to write it down. I'll give you a second to find a pen. She paused and clucked her tongue several times. Ready? It's hashtag 02222022. Write it down somewhere. Write it down everywhere. I really need you to commit it to memory and share it with everyone in your life, because it just may be the most important number in the history of all numbers. She looked up at Billy in his booth. Hey, Billy. Billy hated to go on the air with her. He preferred to be the wizard behind the curtain, pushing buttons, pulling levers, creating the magic that kept her little shit show of a program running for 4 straight hours. He hated speaking in public, and the idea of an audience the size of hers terrified him. So whenever Jordan put him on the spot and made him speak live on the air, his face turned a pale green unique only to him, and he glared at her with the rage of 1,000 suns. He reached to his left and pressed the button that activated his microphone. Yes, Jordan? On her third monitor, text appeared. Billy. Bitch. Jordan said, You went to college, right? Yep, I went to the wonderful Dayton School of Broadcasting in the lovely state of Ohio. And you graduated? Eventually, yeah. And you currently work in your chosen field? His eyes narrowed, not sure where she was going. I'm beginning to think I should have listened to my mother and become a dentist. But, yeah, I work in broadcasting, my field of study. On your very first day, did you have student orientation? Yep. I'm pretty sure I know how that looked, she said. A bunch of doughy-eyed former high school students, lost and afraid, most away from home for the very first time, all of you walking up the steps of some big hall or auditorium on campus, herded and prodded toward the doors like unsuspecting calves to the slaughter. 18 years old, adults by the legal definition, but really still a bunch of kids looking to the adults for some kind of guidance, right? Billy nodded. Jordan frowned and pointed at her microphone. Billy rolled his eyes, leaned into his own mic. Yep, exactly like that. I bet there were tables lining all the walls leading into the auditorium, just like every other first day of college all around the country. You had the sororities and fraternities, all the various student groups, all there to try and recruit new members. That's a given. But who else was there? Who took up most of those tables? The credit card companies, Billy stated flatly. All of them. Visa, MasterCard, Discover, gas cards, department stores, online retailers. How many did you sign up for? Billy chuffed. All of them. Jordan tilted her head. Was that before or after the lecture on debt and predatory lending the school gave you? Huh? He looked confused. You know, where they explained interest and compound rates and annual fees and credit scores, and how one impacted the other, and how both of those things will follow you around the rest of your life like herpes. You know, where they taught you all the basics before you signed on the dotted lines. Did your college do that? Nope, Jordan replied. Mine neither. I signed up and maxed out almost all of them by the end of the first semester. They told me I could pull money from my student loans to cover them if I needed to, because the interest rate would be better. I remember someone pointing that out. I wasn't able to pull enough, though. Couple of weeks later, they were maxed out again. That sucked. Ended up working part-time at a place called the Steak Shack. What a shithole that was. Did you use your student loans to help pay for housing? Billy shrugged. What I could. Jordan ruffled a couple of the sheets of paper on her desk. She always liked the way that sounded. To be clear, nobody at the school taught you the pitfalls of running up credit card debt. I suppose that's not really the school's responsibility, though, even if they did let those lenders on campus. Maybe even charged them to set up shop that day. I suppose it's too much to ask for them to protect our children from that sort of thing, warn them in any way. After all, you were there to learn broadcasting, not finance. You were there to learn a particular skill for a cost that they charged. At the very least, I'm sure they explained how their fees would be applied to your student loan debt and how that would carry forward and build. The interest involved there, that sort of thing, right? No. They didn't tell you that regardless of your future circumstances, whether or not you got a job in your chosen field, or, hell, whether you got a job at all, that you would have to pay back not only every cent you borrowed for school, but the interest on that debt. And no matter what happened in your life, even if you fell into the most dire of financial woes, you couldn't get out of it, not even with bankruptcy? No. How much debt did you run up for school? Billy thought about this for a second. Credit cards, student loans, everything? Yeah. A little over $120,000. By what age? I graduated at 21. Jordan paused a beat. I'm sure the school helped you find a job after graduation to pay all that back? Billy laughed at this. Nope. They got paid. They didn't care what happened to me after that. But they accepted you into their program. They charged you all that money. Surely they wouldn't have done that if they didn't think you could get a job in your chosen field and pay everyone back. My loans were all on deferment until graduation day. I got the first bill about 2 weeks later. So they left you standing outside on the doorstep with a degree in one hand and a stack of bills in the other, and sent you off into the world. Did you have a car, a place to live? I had a mountain of debt and no job. No way I could get those things. I moved back in with Mom. Do you think your story is unique? Jordan asked him. Billy shook his head. Same thing happened with everyone I know. Jordan glanced over at the second monitor, the one listing callers on hold. Line 1, Robin, $200K in debt. Line 2, Tobin, can't buy a house or car. Line 3, Stan. This one says he dated you in high school, holding on. Line 4, Lance, skipped college, didn't want to run up debt. Line 5, Amanda, worked at a strip club to avoid taking out loans. Jordan let the silence hang for a moment longer, then said, I've got a communications degree from Stanford. Cost me a damn fortune in loans, grants, and tips from waiting tables. And you know what? It's fucking useless. I was talking shit long before I went to college, and I talk shit now. The only thing that's changed is the bank has its hand out every month to collect their vig. I tried to pay off the balance a few years back, and they wouldn't let me. I called to complain, and after 30 minutes of auto attendance, I finally got a live person, incapable of forming a thought of their own. They could only read scripted replies from their computer. I finally got a supervisor, and she said I couldn't pay more than 3 months in advance. Each of my payments is like 80% interest, 20% principal. They're making a small fortune off me. The last thing they want is me to pay everything off. That would be bad business. They returned my check and said I couldn't pay more than 2 months at a time. I guess 3 was wrong. It all seemed like bullshit. I gave up trying to get a live person on the phone to explain that one to me. Instead, I just went back to cutting their check month after month. I wrote one out again last night, and I was about to mail it, and I had a thought. Uh-oh, Billy said. I decided, screw 'em. I'm done bleeding for them. We don't have a choice. We have numbers, Billy, and the only way this problem gets solved is with numbers. The government isn't going to solve it for us. We need to do it, Jordan said. As of this year, more than 45 million people own a total of $1.5 trillion in student loan debt. Nearly every household in America has credit card debt, an average of $8,284, a total of $13.51 trillion. Some of that is the result of stupidity, but a good chunk is debt created by students just like you who didn't know any better when the schools and lenders dangled their candy on campus. That takes us back to my original number, the most important number in the history of all numbers. Hashtag 02222022. It means freedom. Jordan cleared her throat. We, the people of the United States of America, declare February 22nd, 2022, National Student Loan and Predatory Lending Forgiveness Day. On that date and for every day that follows, we will no longer make payments on existing student loans, nor will we take out new ones. If you're a lender, feel free to keep the trillions we've already paid you in interest and use it to pay off the balances of the loans. Should you attempt to file collection activity, we, the American people, will boycott your institution. If you're a bank, this means we will close all accounts and other loans with your institution and will never do business with you again. If you are the federal government and you attempt to file collection activity, we, the American people, will no longer pay taxes. Billy's eyes had gone wide. There's no way anyone will let that happen. If all of us stop on 02/22/2022, if we all agree to do that, they won't have a choice. They'll either need to let it happen and deal with the fallout, which could be catastrophic for our financial institutions, or they can try to come up with a solution before that date. As far as I'm concerned, the clock is ticking. #02/22/2022 is National Student Loan and Predatory Lending Forgiveness Day. It must be true. It's on my calendar. Jordan heard a loud boom. The first thought that went through her head was, that's impossible. I'm in a soundproof room. Then she heard another one, closer than the first. Her mug jumped on her desk, and the coffee rippled.
Chapter 11. Cole. Ringing. There was nothing in Cole's head but this shrill ring. When his eyes opened, he caught a glimpse of fire and thick black smoke before they filled with scratchy dust and dry heat, and he had to pinch them shut again. He was on the pavement, with no real recollection of how he'd gotten there. He forced his legs to work. Wobbly and shaky, he got to his feet, nearly fell over again, and braced himself against the van at his back. The ringing faded, replaced with screams, shouts, and the blares of dozens of horns, some steady, others in the random patterns created by drivers beating on their steering wheels. He remembered the explosions, then, the smoke, distant, and right here. Explosions everywhere. Cole wrapped his arm around his face, breathed into the crook of his elbow so his shirt could filter the air. He forced his eyes open again, just slits, just enough. People were running everywhere, in all directions. He wasn't sure where they were going. There was fire all around. Aside from the taxi that had exploded behind his patrol car, there were two others on this block. He remembered the two he'd seen before that, near Rockefeller Center. 5839, respond! 5839! Cole wasn't sure how long they'd been calling. The voice from dispatch just faded in, came from nowhere, and became part of all the other chaotic sounds. He reached for the microphone on his shoulder and pressed the transmit button. 5839, copy. His own voice sounded a million miles away. Do you have visual on the 1080s? He was standing in the middle of the fucking 1080s. Yeah, I've got visual. We've got 3 on 49th between 5th and 6th, 2 more on 47th, 1 at 6th and 48th, all in the general vicinity of Rockefeller Center. Do you have any others to report? Cole tried to add those up, but his brain wasn't cooperating. It felt like someone tied a band of leather around his head and was tightening it. Dispatch, was that 6 total? His finger slipped off the transmit button. He gripped his microphone again. 6 taxis? Affirmative. Do you have any others to report? He peered through the smoke and soot hovering in the air. It seemed to be all around him. People were leaving their cars, just running. He wasn't sure where they were going, away from here. The air seemed hot. 5839? Cole forced his mind to focus, sucked in a breath, even though it made him cough. I can confirm the 3 on 49th. I have line of sight. I have visual on smoke for the others, but I'm not close enough to assess damage. My patrol car is totaled. I'm not mobile. He turned back toward 5th, spotted the tow truck, but there was no sign of the heavy-set officer from earlier. I need help here. I think I'm alone. Copy. We've got ambulances and support inbound. Just down the block, at Rockefeller Center, 1,000 people were screaming. And when he looked in that direction, he realized many of them were running toward him. With a concert starting less than an hour away at the Today Show, the entire square had been packed, and at least 2 of the explosions came from that direction. People from this block were running in that direction because 3 taxis had blown up right here. With the other explosions to the east and west, he was boxed in. There was no place to go. They were in complete gridlock before the explosions. Nothing would move now. Cole started toward his own car, toward the taxi that had been behind him, but he could get no closer than 20 feet. It was too hot. There was no way the driver survived. If he'd lived through the initial blast, the fire and smoke had gotten him by now. He inched closer anyway, his head turned to the side against the heat, eyes narrow slits. Dozens of people were still in their cars, most likely in shock or unsure what to do. Vehicles were 3 lanes deep. His patrol car was on fire, under the remains of the taxi, and could explode at any time. Any of these cars could. Cole began opening random car doors, telling the occupants to take cover in the buildings, dragging people out when they refused to move, forcing them to the sidewalks. He spotted the remains of the 2 other taxis, one up the block, the other down. They'd fared no better than the first. Both blanketed in flames, occupants and drivers had to be dead. Reaching for the side door of a minivan, he yanked it open. A golden retriever barked and leaped out at him, scrambled on the pavement, then turned back toward the open door and barked again at the occupants, a woman and her teenage daughter. Both were staring at Cole. "You both need to get out of here. Until those fires are out, it's not safe." Both were wearing Meghan Trainor t-shirts. Both continued to stare at him. The dog barked. Somehow, that snapped them out of it. The mother shifted into park, started to get out, then reached back to shut down the motor and grab her keys. They scrambled out of the van, and with the dog on their heels, ran toward a crowd of people huddled under a Starbucks awning. Cole continued through the standing cars. He could hear distant sirens, but there was no way for emergency vehicles to actually get through. Even the sidewalks were blocked by stray cars and trucks, people who had tried to drive away and gotten stuck, then abandoned whatever they were driving to take off on foot. Even a UPS truck, the side door hanging open, flashers ticking on and off. He'd cleared another dozen cars when he spotted another taxi, this one in the far left lane, 4 cars up. The driver still behind the wheel. Cole approached from behind and banged on the truck. "You need to get out." The driver's head shot up, found Cole in the rearview mirror. Was he on the phone? He was, a cell phone pressed tight against his ear. Cole quickly rounded the back of the car and made his way to the driver's side door. When he reached for the door handle, the driver tripped the electronic locks. "What the hell?" Cole cracked the back of his fist against the window. "Get out of the car." The man glanced at Cole, shook his head, then went back to his call. Cole hit the window again. "Hey!" The driver looked Middle Eastern, probably in his 50s. There were pictures of his family clipped to the sun visor next to his license. He said something else into his phone, paused a beat, then glanced at Cole. His forehead and the front of his shirt were covered in sweat, his eyes wide. He reached to a button under the dash to the left of the steering wheel and pressed it. The trunk of the cab popped up. The taxi driver looked at Cole again, then jerked his head back, motioning toward the trunk. The phone didn't leave his ear. Cole went to the back of the car and looked down inside. The bomb was packed into the center of the spare tire, a mound of plastic explosives beneath a jumble of electronics and wires, all of them white. Chapter 12. Cole. Cole wasn't sure exactly what he was looking at. There were no flashing lights or a running digital countdown like in the movies, no moving parts, no antenna. He didn't know if the electronics were a timer or a receiver, but there was no mistaking the C4 under the tightly packed mix of electronics. Cole's breath had caught in his throat, and he reminded himself to take another, then coughed as hot air and smoke filled his lungs. "He want to talk to you." The driver had rolled down his window and was holding his arm straight out with the phone clenched in his fingers, his hand shaking. Cole reached for the transmit button on his microphone and hesitated. What the hell was the code for an unexploded bomb? "This is 5839. I've got a 996A on 49th, near the others. Over." No response. "He want to talk to you, now." the driver shouted, shaking the phone. Cole sent the message again, still nothing. He didn't want to leave the bomb, as if deserting it might be a trigger. With people running all around, he couldn't risk someone reaching down inside and tampering with it, possibly setting it off. "Officer!" Cole gently lowered the trunk lid enough to close it, but not far enough to engage the lock. For all he knew, that could trigger the bomb. He rounded the car and took the phone from the driver. "What?" That's not a nice way to answer the phone. The voice was male, no real hint of an accent. "Who am I speaking with? What's your name?" "Cole. Who's this?" "You mean Officer Cole. Officer Cole what?" "Hundley. I'm with NYPD Homicide." "Homicide? In a uniform? That's interesting. You are fast, I'll give you that. I only killed those people a few minutes ago." Cole knew this voice. "Bernie? Ah, you're a Jordan Briggs fan. That's fantastic. What a time saver. For the sake of our friend Omar, every second is so important, so I'm sure he'll be grateful I don't have to spend precious minutes explaining." "Explaining what?" "The game, Detective. It is detective, right?" "I can only assume the uniform is some kind of a misnomer. Most likely temporary. You said with homicide, not formerly of or recently with. But what does that mean, exactly? Are you being punished for something? Officer Cole Hundley of NYPD Homicide? Busted down to traffic for some indiscretion? I find the inner workings of the NYPD to be an absolute mess. More drama and politics than most daytime soap operas. Maybe when we have a little more time to talk, you can tell me what exactly you did to find yourself on traffic duty for the day." With all the noise, Cole found it hard to hear. He pressed the phone tighter against his ear and slowly looked around at the windows of the surrounding buildings. "Are you watching me right now? How do you know I'm in uniform?" "You have far greater things to worry about right now, Officer Hundley. I suggest you focus on the problem at hand. I imagined Omar would prefer you focus. All those people running about so close to you, I'm sure they'd like you to direct all your attention like a laser. Do you think you can do that?" "Tell me how to deactivate the bomb." "You don't have the proper tools or the skills. Maybe you should call someone who does. I believe I interrupted you while you were phoning in your findings, didn't I? 996A? According to the internet, that means unexploded ordnance or bomb threat. Correct? Go ahead and make your call." He paused for a second, then sighed. "Oh, wait. They can't get to you. Traffic in your little part of the Apple is horrible this morning, worse than most days. That leaves you as the only person standing between that bomb and our friend Omar. As a homicide detective currently working traffic, you're obviously a well-diversified employee. Any chance you spent time on the bomb squad, too? If not, things aren't looking good for Omar." The driver was staring up at him, his face damp with sweat. Cole reached for the taxi's door handle, then remembered Omar had locked it. He mouthed the words, "Get out of the car. Run." Omar shook his head. Cole jerked up on the door handle, rattled it several times. Omar's eyes somehow managed to grow wider. He shook his head vigorously. "I think what the nice man is trying to tell you is that he can't get up. Before you joined the conversation, I took a moment to explain to him exactly why he can't get up. Since several of his friends and coworkers met their end while I was explaining his particular predicament to him, he was inclined to believe me. See how he has a foot on the brake pedal. Cole looked down at the footwell on the driver's side of the cab. Omar actually had both his feet on the brake pedal. Yeah. The bomb in his trunk is attached to his brake lights with a particular type of switch. Once the bomb went active, which I did remotely, it waited for Omar to use his brakes. Pressing the pedal opened a circuit. Should he remove his foot from that pedal, the circuit will close and, well, something bad will happen to Omar. And all those in his immediate vicinity, including you. I know what you're thinking, so I'm just going to go there before you do. Inside the driver's seat is a pressure switch attached to the vehicle's airbag deployment system. It's designed to determine whether or not someone is in the seat. I went ahead and wired the bomb to that switch, too. I tend to be an overachiever like that. If Omar attempts to leave the car, the bomb will go off. As long as he remains in his seat with his foot on the pedal, things will be just fine. I know enough about Omar to tell you he's an incredibly hard-working individual. He spent as long as 30 straight hours in that seat before. He's accustomed to spending a lot of time there. I don't think you need to worry about him getting up, although in his current state, he may not be so vigilant. People react so differently to stress. I guess we'll just need to wait and see. Now, here's where things get interesting. See the UPS truck over on the sidewalk? The one so carelessly parked. Cole had noticed it already, 2 wheels up on the sidewalk, flashers on. I see it. The driver of that truck is currently inside the SiriusXM building delivering a package to the 43rd floor, Ms. Jordan Briggs's floor. Inside that package is another bomb, similar in size to the one in Omar's trunk, but different in scope and design. That bomb is designed to explode the moment the box is opened. Simple enough. Aside from generous amounts of C4, I also packed the box with hundreds of steel ball bearings. If it goes off, I seriously doubt anyone on the floor will survive. He paused for a moment. Sounded like he dropped something heavy. When he came back, he was slightly out of breath. You have a choice before you, Officer Cole Hundley. A very simple choice. You can either stay right where you are and hold Omar's hand until his foot eventually slips from that pedal, or you can try to reach the other bomb before someone opens that box. I suppose you could try to call somebody, but I think you'll find it difficult to get a working phone line, at least for a little while. Everyone calling everyone else right now and all that. Radios are problematic too, but I think you already know that. For the next few minutes, I think you can be sure of only one certainty in life. One of those 2 bombs will go off shortly. Which one is entirely up to you. I've already explained the rules to Omar. He's such a sport. Welcome to the game, officer. Bernie hung up. Before Cole could say anything, Omar said, "Go! Get help!"
Chapter 13. Jordan. Billy's face had gone pasty. "Do we stay on the air?" "Damn right we stay on the air," Jordan huffed. Both of them were standing at the window in Jordan's office on one of the plastic tarps laid out by the painters. Charlotte had her arms wrapped around her mother's leg, her forehead pressed to the glass. Down below, 49th was a war zone. Jordan couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Between the explosions, the smoldering ruined vehicles, pedestrians running everywhere, it was complete chaos. They couldn't see Rockefeller Center from their building, but she could imagine what was happening there. She'd been clear across the country when the World Trade Center was attacked, just starting her sophomore year at Stanford. But, oh man, How she had wanted to be a reporter. That attack had sealed the deal for her. When she watched the coverage, that was when she knew she belonged in media, on the front line with a microphone, camera, breaking news from the thick of it. Nothing beat that rush. Nothing. Jules Goldblatt burst into the room all flustered, like he'd vaulted down the stairs from his office on the floor above rather than taken the elevator. "When we get the channels back from emergency broadcast, you need to be on the air." Jordan pulled Charlotte closer and gave Billy a smirk. "Told you." Goldblatt said, "With the senator." "What?" Jordan felt like he had just gut-punched her. "No way. I'm going to take the remote headset and get down to the street, interview people. I'm not staying up here." "Legal won't sign off on that," he replied, shaking his head. "Our insurance would never cover it. You're too high profile. You, Stern, hell, even Dr. Laura, you're all staying put. We don't even know if this is over yet." Jordan ignored him and looked to Billy. "What's my range on the headset? Can you pick me up away from the building? I'll need some kind of handheld to pick up whoever I talk to. We should probably have one or more of the cameras follow me around, too." Billy said, "The headset runs off Bluetooth or the building's Wi-Fi. It might work right at the doors, but I can't guarantee we wouldn't lose you if you stepped out into the street. I've got another model that can go cellular, but I imagine all the towers are jammed up right now. Maybe I could rig a—" "Your daughter's here," Goldblatt interrupted. He glanced down at Charlotte, then back to her. "You wouldn't want her to worry about her mommy, would you?" "Oh, that's low, Jules. Even for a shithead like you, that's low." Charlotte's eyes narrowed. "I expect better from my elders, Mr. Goldblatt." Goldblatt looked like he was about to say something else to Charlotte, then thought better of it. Face burning, he told Jordan, "We've got a sitting U.S. senator at our disposal with a probable terrorist threat unfolding right outside our door. How is that not entertaining radio?" "Send him upstairs to one of the news channels. I'm sure they're all clamoring for talking heads right now. That's not my thing, and you know it." "Today it is." Goldblatt reached for the phone on Jordan's desk and picked up the receiver. "Do I need to call Greenstein and have him tell you to do it? Or maybe the guy's in legal again to explain how contracts work. We can waste the next 10 minutes doing all that again, but you already know how it will end, so just play nice and do your job." "You don't want to put him in that room with me." "That's exactly what I'm going to do." His cell phone buzzed, and he looked down at the screen. "We're back on in 3 minutes. Before she could reply, he turned to Billy and stuck a finger in his chest. "You said you could control her. Control her. You, I can replace." The remaining color drained from Billy's face. He held both his hands up defensively. Goldblatt stomped out of the room. Jordan's head swiveled. "You're going to control me, Billy?" "I never said that." Jordan crouched down next to her daughter. "Who controls your mother, Charlotte?" "Nobody." "Why not?" "Because you're a strong, independent woman who takes no shit." "That's right." She ruffled her daughter's hair. "How about you stay with me for a little while, kiddo?" Chapter 14. Jordan. Guests of Overdrive with Jordan Briggs sat on a plush black leather couch on the opposite side of her desk behind something that resembled a chrome spider. This contraption was designed to hold multiple microphones and spare headsets. She liked that particular couch for several reasons. It was comfortable as all get out, could hold a large group if necessary. She'd had as many as 8 on there when Maroon 5 came in last month. And because it was soft and sat lower than her own chair, occupants sunk down and found themselves looking up at her. She'd had entertainers, actors, celebrities, and her share of politicians, some of the most influential and powerful people in the world, craning their necks and looking up at her from that couch. While she wasn't exactly on a power trip, okay, Maybe she was on some kind of power trip. She learned early on in her career when she created this particular dynamic. She became the adult in the room, and her guests were reduced to 7-year-olds in the principal's office, compliant, submissive, fearful, and respectful. They found themselves talking about things they probably swore to their handlers they'd never speak aloud. They revealed some of their darkest secrets. She got the good stuff, and their agendas were left out in the hallway. As Billy counted down on his fingers from behind the glass of his booth on the wall opposite her, the senator shifted awkwardly on the couch. The leather let out a soft fart noise, and his face went apple red. Jordan loved it when that happened. Charlotte sat in a chair beside her, a pair of headphones looking far too large on her little head. Senator Moretti said, "I appreciate you having me on with such short notice. I think we should start by going into my general policy on terrorism and some of the things I'm doing to get weapons off the street. I know what we have here isn't gun-related, but we can segue into that for sure. I've got a bill with Ted Mercer, the Moretti-Mercer bill. We've been trying to get through to the Senate. The bill would allow federal law enforcement to conduct searches of homes and vehicles for those under suspicion of terrorist involvement without the need for a warrant. Perfect time to talk about it." "I can't imagine anyone abusing that," Jordan said, making no attempt to mask her sarcasm. He didn't seem to hear her. "This is a tragedy, that's for sure, but we can use it to make some real change. I don't normally get the chance to talk about these things on shows like this. This is great for your ratings and good for my profile. It's a win-win. If you tee up the questions, I'll volley them right back to you." He ticked off the points on his fingers. General terrorism policy, gun control, Moretti-Mercer bill. Feel free to go out of order. I can handle it if you need to change things up. Jordan couldn't look at him. My God, did anyone actually believe that spray tan looked real? She turned to her second monitor. Line 1, Sheila, Kansas City, watching the news. Line 2, Artis, NYC, Midtown, can see the smoke. Line 3, Tara, Chicago, wants to know who attacked. Line 4, Deb, just woke up and heard, wants to make sure you're okay. Line 5, Frank, he heard it was gas lines. She wasn't sure how any of these people were even able to get a working phone line. She hadn't tried to dial out herself, but whenever a terrorist in Iraq sneezed, New York phone lines went down. She had no idea how many lines there were in the city or if current technology even used lines in the traditional sense. As Charlotte smiled up at her, she tried not to think of the fact that they were currently 43 stories up in a high-profile New York building with no real viable way out. For that matter, she also tried not to think about the fact that Manhattan was an island, with limited means of egress and 8.7 million other people probably having similar thoughts right now. Trapped was a word she'd rather not think about. In her headphones, Billy told her they were on the air. She had missed the light on her desk switching to on. Charlotte straightened her back and looked over at him, heard his voice too. She gave him a thumbs up. The senator perked up as well. Damn, did he look excited. Jordan said, "I have got a very special guest today, someone I admire more than anyone else on this planet, intelligent, witty, the kind of person we should all strive to be. Maybe one of the best huggers in the tri-state area as well." The senator's brow scrunched together into a series of jagged lines. "Say hello, Charlotte." Charlotte leaned forward, got right up on her microphone. "Hi." "Scary day, huh?" "I'm not scared." "No?" "Nope." "Shouldn't you be, though? Several cars blew up right outside our window. There were other explosions a few blocks down. We're under attack. It's okay to be scared. Are you sure you're not? Not even a little? Nope. Why not? 'Cause I'm a New Yorker and the bad guys can kiss my ass. When she said this last part, her head bopped in a defiant nod. She reached over and squeezed Charlotte's hand. That's my girl. Yep. Jordan leaned into her own microphone. I can't think of a single thing I'd like to add to that or a reason to say another word on the subject. From the corner of her eye, she caught Jules Goldblatt up in Billy's booth. She hadn't seen him enter, so he couldn't have been there long. He didn't look very happy. Fuck him. A message popped up on her third monitor, but it wasn't from Billy. It was from her receptionist. Sarah, hey, UPS just delivered a box for Charlotte to the front desk. Charlotte must have read the message, too. She slipped off her headphones and was halfway to the door before Jordan could stop her. She'd deal with that at the next commercial break. Glancing up at the LCD monitor on the wall, she went on. We've got a little over 5.2 million of you out there listening right now, and the last thing I want to do is give the half-wits behind these attacks a single iota of our airtime. They haven't earned it, and they certainly don't deserve it. Talking about it only gives them a forum. Those who do are no better, in my eyes. If that's what you're looking for, I suggest you change the channel. I'm sure there's no shortage on the airwaves right now. All the news networks are tripping over each other, dusting off their favorite mouthpieces, probably salivating over the potential ratings. She went silent for a moment. She wanted this next bit to sink in. People lost loved ones today. Hopefully not many were killed, but even one is too many. I'm going to respect those impacted by today's events by not talking about today's events. I'll leave that to the lesser broadcasters out there. The couch appeared to eat the senator as he sunk down into the cushions, his face a mix of anger and confusion. He turned and glared up at Jules in Billy's booth, not sure what to do. Jordan smiled at him. Joining us from Buffalo today, we've got our esteemed Senator Alonzo Moretti. Why don't you kick things off? Tell us why you're here.
Chapter 15. Cole. Jordan Briggs' voice came from every speaker in the building, even those in the elevator. As long as Cole could hear her talking, he knew the bomb hadn't gone off. The package was either still in transit to the 43rd floor or sitting on a desk somewhere. He tried his radio several more times, but couldn't get through to dispatch. When he tried calling from his cell phone, he got the same "all circuits are busy now" message he'd received the first dozen times. He still had Omar's cell phone. Shit. He'd run off so fast, he didn't realize it was still in his hand. He didn't have an evidence bag. Cole dropped the phone in his pocket. That was the least of his problems right now. The floor numbers ticked up slowly, 21, 22. Jordan asked the senator something, and he didn't reply. There was nothing but silence, and all Cole could think about was that bomb. Then Jordan said, "You're not very talkative for a politician." When the senator spoke up, he sounded nervous, unsure. "I'm just what?" Stunned. Could Bernie have known the senator would be there today? Was the senator the real target? 31, 32, 33. "Why don't we talk about your health care plan?" The senator cleared his throat. "Under the circumstances, I'm not sure that's appropriate. Didn't I read somewhere you were proposing some kind of weight-based health care? How would that work? People who are overweight would have to pay more?" Now he sounded very uncomfortable. "Well, that's an oversimplification. It's clear that as people move beyond their ideal weight, the risk for health complications tend to increase. In turn, the costs to treat those individuals increase as well. Studies have found that if we pass those added costs back to the insured as a premium, they're more likely to exercise and maintain an ideal body weight to keep their premiums low. This would put the cost of health care into each individual's own hands. So, it's a fat tax. It's a motivator. You don't have a problem with fat people? Of course not. There were several clicks, and then a recording of the senator played, his voice muffled and distant. Christ, Johnny. Don't yoga pants have a weight limit? The recording clicked off. Jordan said, "Isn't that you?" The senator didn't reply. "It sounds a lot like you. 40, 41. That was a long time ago. I didn't know the mic was live. It wasn't a serious conversation, just a..." With a ding, the elevator reached the 43rd floor and jolted to a stop. At first, the doors didn't open. The car just seemed to stall there. Cole's thumb hovered over the open button, about to press, when they slid aside. There was nobody at the reception desk. Jordan's voice echoed through the halls beneath many others. As he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a number of people huddled at the windows in the outer offices, looking down at the chaos below. "My God, are you okay?" A scrawny guy of maybe 20 stood frozen in the hallway staring at him. His skin was pasty, his left cheek covered in acne. His dark hair was combed back, in need of a cut, and there was some kind of stain on the shoulder of his Metallica t-shirt. Cole glanced down at his own uniform and realized his sleeve was torn and he was covered in dark soot. His left palm was cut and crusted with dried blood. None of that mattered. "Where are your UPS deliveries?" The kid didn't move, not at first, just stared at him. "Your UPS deliveries," Cole repeated, enunciating each word. The skinny kid nodded toward the reception desk. "Sarah signs for them and passes them out. I can try to find her for you." Cole spotted several boxes sticking out from behind the desk down on the floor. He rushed around and looked at them, 6 boxes in various sizes, all from UPS. He had no idea what he was looking for. Bernie hadn't given him any kind of description. "I'm gonna get Sarah," the kid said. "I need everyone to evacuate this floor," Cole replied. But when he looked up, the kid was already gone. He tried his radio again and got nothing. When he tried to dial dispatch from his cell phone, he got the all circuits bullshit again. He grabbed the cord of the phone on the reception desk and pulled it down to the floor with him, fumbled with the receiver, and punched in 911. Got nothing. Realized he probably had to dial a 9 to get out and hit 911. This time, the line rang twice before going to a recording. "You have reached New York Emergency Services. Due to higher than normal call volume, your estimated wait time is 13 minutes and..." Cole hung up and dialed the direct line for his lieutenant and got the "all circuits are busy" message again. He had no idea how to reach the bomb squad without going through dispatch. And he had no idea how to disarm a bomb. Without moving any of the boxes, he got down as low on the floor as he could and studied the labels. 3 were from Amazon. 1 was from someone named Tawny Mulvey. Those 4 were all addressed to Jordan Briggs. He couldn't read the other 2. One was upside down, the other might have flipped around backward. Either way, he'd have to move it to get to the label. "Can I help you?" Cole looked up to see the receptionist from earlier standing over him, the skinny kid in the Metallica t-shirt behind her. She was holding another box under her arm. "Did that just come in with UPS?" When he reached up for the box, she took a quick step back and jerked away from him, the box jingling. Cole's eyes pinched shut, and he felt his heart beat against his ribcage. She glared at him, no doubt recognizing him from earlier. "I need you to carefully set down that box and help me get everyone off this floor." For a moment, she looked like she might argue with him. Then something clicked. Whether it was the knowledge of what was happening outside, his current appearance, his uniform, something in his voice, all of the above, he didn't know. But her face went white, and she carefully lowered the box to the floor. It was addressed to someone named Billy Gluck and came from some company in Jersey called At Home Apparel. Her nervous eyes met his. When she spoke, her voice cracked. "There's one other box?" They found Charlotte on the floor of her mother's office, the box open in front of her. Chapter 16. Cole. Cole stopped at the door and motioned for the others to stay back. The receptionist had one hand on the wall and was peering inside. The kid remained behind her. Several others must have figured something was going on. A small crowd had built up behind them. He'd told all of them to take the stairs and leave the floor, but if anyone had listened, he couldn't tell. More people kept coming. He had no idea how many worked on this floor, and they all seemed to follow instructions about as well as their boss. Charlotte didn't see him at first. She was frowning, staring down into the box. "Charlotte?" When she looked up, she appeared angry, frustrated. "It's broken," she said, before reaching down inside. Cole dove into the room and slid across the plastic painter's tarp strewn over the floor to the little girl. He grabbed both her arms, pulled her away, and somehow managed to roll so when they bounced off the side of a large oak desk, his back and right shoulder took the brunt of it, reigniting the pain felt earlier from crashing into the side of the van down on the street. Charlotte scrambled away from him, and when her own back found the far wall, she glared, wide-eyed and frightened at Cole, then the box, back to him again. Cole didn't want her to panic. He forced his best disarming smile and held out one of his hands to her. "Charlotte, I need you to get up slowly and leave the room, okay?" She shook her head. "Please, honey." "No, that's mine. I'm not going anywhere without it." She folded both her arms over her chest and glared at him. Was there something in the water up here? Omar's cell phone was on the floor in the middle of the room. It must have come out of his pocket when he rolled Charlotte out of the way. "Okay, then just stay there. Don't move. Promise me?" Charlotte made no such promise. "You're all messy," she said instead. "I don't think you're a very good policeman." Cole kept one eye on her as he edged slowly back across the floor to the open box. He could see the label on the open flap. It was addressed to Charlotte Briggs here at the station. The return listed the name Bernie Briggs, also with the station's address. Not much help, but definitely the right box. The glimmer of thousands of small metal ball bearings caught the sun streaming in from the window. The box was packed full of them. While Cole expected to find an electronic receiver or other detonation device atop plastic explosives similar in design to the bomb in Omar's car, that's not what he found. Instead, half buried in the ball bearings, was a doll. A very old doll, with a ceramic head and yellow satin dress. One of the doll's fragile hands was crushed. The doll's head had a crack starting at the hairline all the way to its neck. One eye was missing. Specks of what could only be dried blood riddled the remains of the face and stained the dress. A note in the bottom corner of the box read, "Mama's been a bad girl. B." Not a bomb at all, but creepy as all get out. "Can I have my doll now?" Cole shook his head and remembered to breathe, slowly reached into the box. A thunderous boom shook the building. Cole's heart slapped against his ribs, and he yanked his head back, expecting a fireball to erupt from the box and engulf him, the room, and all those around. That didn't happen, though. Instead, the windows rattled. The fluorescent lights in the ceiling flickered. Several people in the hallway screamed. From somewhere else on the floor, others did too. Outside the window, another black cloud lofted up from the street, and Cole knew that blast had been Omar's cab. Against the wall, Charlotte hunched down, frightened. Omar's phone, still on the floor between them, began to ring. Cole felt anger, hatred, and resentment churn in the pit of his stomach. He scooped up the phone and hit the answer button. "You fucking bastard." At first, there was no reply. and Cole thought he'd been disconnected. Considering the circumstances, it was a miracle the call had even come through in the first place. Then a hesitant voice said, "Who is this?" "Who the hell is this?" Cole fired back. "Detective Garrett Tressler with NYPD." "Cole? Is that you?" Cole looked down at the phone in his hand. For a brief second, he thought maybe it was his own cell, and not Omar's. But no, this was an Android, and his was an iPhone. He patted his pants pocket and felt his phone there. "Tressler, where did you get this number?" Tressler's voice went muffled. Sounded like he covered the phone to speak to someone else. He came back on the line a moment later. "I'm at that double homicide I mentioned, the one in Brooklyn. I hit redial on the landline to see who these people called. What number are you on?" "When did you get there?" "Just a few minutes ago. With everything going on," Cole thought back to Bernie's conversation with Jordan on the air. Where'd he say? "Brooklyn? On 7th Avenue near Prospect Park?" "Yeah. How do you know that?" "Christ, he called from the crime scene." "Who?" He told him. On the air, Jordan was still berating the senator. She'd brought up his stance on disability, the subject of a number of unfavorable stories in the press lately. He started to defend himself when she said, "Rather than spout off more rhetoric, why don't you talk to someone who is actually on disability? We lost him earlier, but looks like he's back on the line. Maybe he'll weigh in. Bernie, are you there?"
Chapter 17. Jordan. The senator was fuming, his face mottled. He kept squirming on the couch, looking at the door, looking back at his buddy Jules up in the booth with Billy. The fucker had every bit of it coming. She thought he'd leave the room, just get up and go, but he must have figured out that by doing that he'd open another floodgate. Somehow the squirming prick managed to hang in there. Line 1. Shannon, St. Louis, thinks this was Iran. Line 2. Artis, NYC, Midtown, can see the smoke. Line 3. Tara, Chicago, wants to know who attacked. Line 4. Bernie, wants to finish previous conversation. Line 5. Frank, he heard it was gas lines. Jordan hit the button for line 4. "Bernie, are you there?" His voice was clearer this time. He must have changed phones. "Did your daughter get my present?" "What present, Bernie?" "A little something from me to you, a blast from the past to ring in the start of today's festivities." "Festivities?" "What most of your cohorts are calling a terrorist act." "Haven't you been paying attention? We're not talking about that, Bernie." "No, I think we should. After all, you caused it." "I did, huh?" "I offered you a choice, and you picked taxis." "You mean your game?" "It's our game, Jordan. Just the two of us." Billy. "He's probably full of shit, but reports coming in say the explosions outside were all taxis. 7 of them." Jordan looked up at him in the booth and typed, "WTF does he mean about a present for Shar?" Billy. "Don't know." Jordan. "Where is she?" Billy. "Not sure. Sarah's desk, maybe." "How long till next commercial?" 2 minutes. Jordan leaned into her microphone. "So you're going to take credit for blowing up 7 cabs? Is that it?" "Credit deserved, credit due. 7 little cabbies, all gone boom." "Wow, and you rap, too. You're a talented guy, Bernie." "Why don't you ask Officer Cole just how talented I am? I bet he's standing right outside your door, trying to figure out how to work that lock of yours." Jordan glanced up. Through the narrow glass window in her studio door, she saw the cop from earlier. He was covered in soot, peering in. He started to beat on the glass with the back of his fist. She heard nothing but muffled thumps. "Billy, want me to buzz him in?" Jordan nodded. Billy reached across his console and pressed a button. An LED light above the door switched from red to green, and with a near silent click, the door swung in on the room. The cop had a box in his hands, and as he stepped into the studio, Jordan held a finger up to her lips before going back to her microphone. "No cops here, Bernie." "I think we both know that's a lie. That's unfortunate. I thought we were friends." "We are, Bernie, practically besties, you and me." "Then tell the truth. You're sitting at your desk. Your trusty do-boy Billy Gluck is up in his booth with your producer Jules Goldblatt, who doesn't look very happy with you. You've got Senator Moretti on your couch across from your broadcast desk. He looks even angrier than Goldblatt. Then there's Detective Cole Hundley standing in your doorway holding Charlotte's gift. Please tell him it's extremely rude to take a present from a child. He really should return that to her. She's certainly earned the right to keep it, having to deal with a mother like you." In the booth across from her, Billy's mouth fell open. He looked up at the robotic cameras mounted in the ceiling of the studio. 5 in all. 2 others were on tripods and shoved back in the far corner. They'd been installed several years ago when the entertainment network offered her a boatload of cash to film her daily show for their streaming service. They only filmed Monday through Wednesday, never on Thursday or Friday. She hadn't seen any of their staff today. The red, blinky lights were off. "Billy, I've got monitors in here for all the live feeds. They're all dark right now. No signal. Maybe he's guessing." Jordan said, "How many fingers am I holding up, Bernie?" He didn't miss a beat. "None, Miss Briggs. You've got both hands down on your desk." The cop was still standing there, staring at her, confused. She realized he couldn't hear what was happening. She pointed at a pair of headphones on the spider mic rack in front of the senator. He reached for them and put them on. Bernie said, "I'm sorry about Omar, Detective. He seemed like a nice man. I had a point to make, and unfortunately he caught the sharp end of that particular stick. Attention spans in today's world are so short. Everyone running at 11 from the moment they open their eyes in the morning until the second they rest their heads back down on their memory foam pillow. People don't do subtle anymore. You've got to smack them in the head with something heavy or they don't take notice at all. Look out the window on any given day in a city like New York, and everyone has their head down, buried in their phones. They walk down the sidewalk like that, cross streets like that, step out into traffic, oblivious. They barely realize there's a world outside their bubble. Today, we take a step toward changing that. For the first time in a long time, we're all living in the same bubble." "Billy, 30 seconds until hard break." Jordan said, "Bernie, we're coming up on a pre-programmed commercial break. I can't stop it. We're going to get cut off." "You don't like the senator much, do you?" Jordan looked at the man on her couch. "I think I've made it very clear. I think he's a despicable human being." "Is Officer Cole wearing a sidearm?" She didn't have to look at him to know he was. "Yeah, why?" "I want you to take the officer's sidearm and put a bullet in the senator's head." "I'm not going to do that, Bernie." The correct response is, "I'm not going to do that now, Bernie. Because in a few hours, when I ask you to pick up a gun again, you're not going to hesitate. The line went dead. Billy's voice came over all their headphones. "Holy shit, that's break." The cop yanked off his headphones and glared up into the booth. "You hung up on him?" Jordan shook her head. "We have hard breaks at the top and bottom of every hour. The computer cuts all broadcasts for station identification. It's an FCC thing. We can't stop it. In order to keep things fresh on the air, all our phone lines dump to give new people a chance to dial in." She took a moment to catch her breath. What the fuck was that? The senator got up and threw his headphones on the floor. He jabbed at her with a finger. "You're a goddamn bitch." Before she could reply, he stormed out the door. Jordan threw her own headphones aside. "Where's Charlotte?" When she tried to step past him, the cop blocked the door. "Out of my way." "Charlotte's safe. She's in your office. You and I need to talk." "I need to see my daughter." Jules Goldblatt stormed in, his face bright red. "You are so done here." Jordan turned on him. "My contract clearly gives me final approval on all guests. Not you, not corporate, me. I told you I didn't want to interview him. I made that abundantly clear, and you forced him down my throat. You want to try and get me fired over that? Go ahead, I'll sue the shit out of you. I'll live stream the whole fucking thing. I'll collect the $50 million this company owes me, and I'll retire to the Bahamas with a margarita in my hand. No more getting up at 3 a.m. No more fighting traffic. No more dealing with a pussy-footed shit like you every day. Push me, Jules. See how you come out on the other side. Where do you think the person who lost Jordan Briggs ends up working when the dust clears? I hope you like paper hats, you arrogant prick, because you've seriously overestimated your worth to the world." This time, when she tried to push her way out of the studio, the cop didn't stop her. Neither did Jules Goldblatt. To Billy, who had heard all of this from the hallway, she shouted, "I want those goddamn cameras covered up."
Chapter 18. Cole. Cole found her standing at the window in her office, hugging her daughter. Without turning, she said, "Crazies call into me all the time. This isn't anything new. Stern told me when the World Trade Center came down, he must have received a couple dozen calls from whack jobs claiming they were behind it. What's scary to me is some of them actually believed it. This guy's no different. Had I known what he was up to, I wouldn't have let him on the air. You give these people airtime and it's like throwing gasoline on a fire. You've got to suffocate them, choke them out, like that asshole senator. He's not lying." "How do you know that?" Cole gave Charlotte a quick glance. Jordan understood. She squeezed her daughter again, then knelt and got face to face with her, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. "Can you give us a minute?" "Will you tell him I want my present?" "Yep." Charlotte shuffled out the door, eyeing first the box in his hand, then Cole. "You, sir, are not to be trusted," she told him, before disappearing around the corner. When she was gone, Jordan got back to her feet and returned to the window, looking down on the street. "I can deal with the crazies. Most of them are harmless, but when they mention my daughter's name, it spooks me. When one of them sends her something..." She let the word linger for a moment. "It's happened before, and Sarah knows better than to give a package to her before someone's checked it. I don't know what she was thinking. Over the years, I've received everything in the mail from soiled underwear to dead rats. Even when I get something that looks good, like cookies or candy, it always goes right in the trash. No way anyone is going to eat that. Thanks to that anthrax scare years back, even cards and letters are suspect. I like to think most people have good intentions, but in today's world, you can't bank on that. When I first got pregnant, Nick, my ex-husband, tried to convince me to hide the pregnancy from the public. Swore that would be the only way to keep her safe in this crazy world. I don't see how he thought we could hide something like that. If I walked down the street, the paparazzi circle, always have. They pounced before we had a chance to test Nick's theory. There were photos of my baby bump online before I told half my friends I was pregnant. Just got worse from there. Page 6 ran a full-page story when I gave birth. Paid some nurse $100,000 for a photo of me holding Char in the hospital. Couldn't have been taken more than an hour after she was born. Ran it with the headline, "Rosemary's Baby The spawn of Jordan Briggs. A couple years ago, one of her classmates actually found an old copy and brought it to school. The little shit. Taped it to her locker. His parents probably put him up to it. I asked for this life. I've gotten used to it. Nick never did. To his credit, he tried. Charlotte was never given the choice, though. I'm to blame for that. Officer. Detective. She turned to him. What do I call you? Cole. Cole's good. She studied him, looked him over from top to bottom. You're a fucking mess, Cole. Cole looked down at his torn uniform, stained with soot and dirt. Some blood had dried on his thigh, probably from the scrape in his palm. He could see his reflection in the window glass. He was filthy. She gave him that same inquisitive smirk from her publicity photo and gestured toward the box in his hand. What exactly did he send? Let me see. Cole set the box on her desk and opened the flaps as carefully as he could without gloves. He told me it was another bomb. Jordan looked down at the doll on its bed of ball bearings and frowned. Huh. Do you recognize it? Should I? For a second there, you looked like you recognized it. Nope. Ugly little thing, though. What about the note? Does that mean anything? Mama's been a bad girl? He nodded. No. Her eyes narrowed as she sat on the corner of the desk. This is why you believe him? He mailed a creepy doll. There's more. Cole told her what happened outside, then about the phone call from Tressler. All of it while she was on the air. Jordan went pale. Bernie killed 2 people? Cole nodded. And set off the bombs. He nodded again. Holy shit. She fell silent, and Cole got the impression that didn't happen very often. The air grew thick with the quiet. When his cell rang, they both started. Cole glanced at the caller ID and swiped the answer button. Hey, Tressler, you need to get down here. I can't. I've got to wait for the bomb squad, and you need to get down here now. What about Gav? He's not going to let me... Tressler cut him off again. Forget about Gav. I talked to him. Radios are jammed up, phone lines are fucked. I'll get a uniform to keep dialing dispatch until they get a hold of someone with bomb squad. When they have an actual person on the phone, I'll tell them what's going on and give them your contact information. This can't wait. I need you here. Cole let out a breath and ran his hand through his ruffled hair. How am I supposed to get there? My car's totaled. Nothing's moving in Midtown. I'm stuck here. Brooklyn? Near Prospect Park? Jordan said softly. Cole nodded. I can get you there. How? Chapter 19. Cole. At first, Cole thought she was kidding. When she made a quick phone call and set it up, he realized she wasn't. The starting salary of an NYPD officer was $41,975. As a detective, Cole brought home $64,750. Peanuts, by New York standards. Most law enforcement officers for the city couldn't afford to live in the city. Even the boroughs were out of reach. Financially, Jordan Briggs was clearly doing a little better than him. While she was on the phone, she covered the receiver and told him he had about 15 minutes, then pointed toward the bathroom door in the corner of her office. There's a shower in there if you want to use it. I think Nick left some clothes in the closet. You're welcome to those too. Cole had taken her up on that. The bathroom was twice the size of the one in his apartment, and after peeling off his uniform, he took a moment to inventory all the cuts, scrapes, and bruises he'd picked up in the past hour. Even before he got his shirt off, he felt the large bruise on his back where he'd hit the van. An ugly shade of black and purple, it stretched from his shoulder blade down to the small of his back. He found a bottle of ibuprofen in the medicine cabinet and took 3 before easing under the steaming water. 10 minutes later, when Cole stepped back out into her office, Wearing a white button-down shirt, tan chinos, and his own shoes, the scrawny guy in the Metallica t-shirt was waiting for him. "Mrs. Briggs asked me to take you up. She's back on the air." "Why can't we hear her?" Cole had found a duffel in the closet with Nick's clothes. He crammed his uniform inside, along with his gun belt and other equipment. His shoulder rig was back at his apartment, so he put his service weapon in the bag, too. He still had his backup weapon, a Kel-Tec 380, in a concealed holster on his ankle. The guy shrugged. "She turned off the office feed. She does that sometimes. We need to hurry." Without further explanation, he turned and was out the door. Cole followed him to a service elevator at the end of the hallway. He produced a key, slipped it into the control panel, and twisted it to the right, then pressed the topmost button. The doors opened on the roof, where Cole was pelted by a burst of swirling wind, dust, and the roar of a powerful engine. The guy held the elevator door with one hand and tried to keep his hair from flying around with the other. It wasn't working. "Follow the green painted line on the roof," he shouted. "Go round those air conditioners toward the west end. Keep your head down." "Thanks." The green line was about 4 inches wide and looked like it had been painted at least a decade ago, all chipped and faded. That didn't matter much. Cole's destination was difficult to miss. The helicopter was painted dark blue with yellow accents and Hampton Aviation in large block letters above the tail number. The rotors were turning with a steady whop, whop, whop. The pilot was standing beside the helicopter, both the front and rear doors open. As Cole approached, he gestured toward the back. He helped Cole inside, then handed him a pair of headphones before closing the rear door and climbing back into the front and putting on his own headphones. "Can you hear me okay?" Cole nodded. "Are you sure you can do this?" The pilot reached up and flicked several switches. The engines grew louder. "The FAA hasn't restricted air travel, not yet anyway. With 9/11, they ordered everyone out of the sky right after the second plane hit, and it still took about 4 hours to ground everyone. There's no aircraft involved in this morning's attack. But that doesn't mean they won't ground flights as a precaution. Until they do, we're good. That could happen at any time, so we're going to make this fast. Hang on." He tugged up on something that looked like an emergency brake to the side of his seat, and they rose into the air with a soft lurch. The roof of Jordan's building shrunk below them, as did the streets and the mess at ground level. Thick ribbons of black smoke drifted up from the destroyed vehicles, twisting on the air, and as they grew higher, Cole realized the extent of the damage. None of the vehicles were moving. The streets of the city looked like a giant parking lot. The sidewalks were filled with people, and from the air it was clear they were heading toward the subways. After 9/11, there'd been a mass exodus out of Manhattan as residents and those working in the city, unsure of what might happen next, all attempted to leave at once. The subways were overrun in minutes, and people clogged the bridges and tunnels on foot. A sophomore at Clemson, Cole had watched this play out in the common at his dorms. He and all his friends glued to the television in stunned silence. It had looked like something out of a movie. People covered in soot, shoulder to shoulder, hurrying down Wall Street carrying their children, food, and hastily packed bags of clothing. He was seeing that all over again, this time from above. "This is insane," the pilot said. "I feel like I'm back in Afghanistan. You were down there in that?" Cole only nodded. He couldn't find the words to speak. "Jesus." The pilot hovered there for another moment before finally shaking his head and circling to the southeast toward Brooklyn.
Chapter 20. Jordan. Jordan kept finding herself looking up at the ceiling, at the cameras. Someone had taken black trash bags and secured them over all the studio cameras with masking tape. That was good. That was real good. But it still felt like Bernie was watching her. During the last commercial, Billy had swept the room with some kind of handheld gizmo designed to uncover open circuits and radio signals known to cause background hum during broadcasts. He swore if Bernie had somehow managed to get a hidden camera or listening device into the studio, his little $30 Radio Shack contraption would find it. But he hadn't turned up anything. While she was thrilled he'd clearly taken notes while watching the last James Bond flick, he hadn't exactly inspired confidence. So she'd instructed one of her interns to try and track down a pro. The intern, a 20-something with purple hair and a nose ring, rattled off some nonsense about wanting to leave early. Another went off about the phone lines, while a third couldn't be bothered long enough to step away from the window. Jordan left the intern bullpen then, remembering exactly why she rarely set foot in that room to begin with. She flicked Cole's business card and sent it spinning on her desk. He'd told her, if Bernie calls back, to keep him on the line. He said he'd get someone to try and trace it. She'd taken the card and was halfway back to the studio before she considered the legalities of that. Could they trace a call without a warrant? Had she inadvertently given him permission? She didn't own these particular phone lines. Was she legally allowed to give him permission if she had? She'd asked Billy these things, and he told her the answers in no particular order were no, no, and no. He was a fantastic engineer and an even better producer, but probably not qualified to dole out legal advice. Billy went on to tell her that even if they tried to trace the call, it would never work because of IP this and transfer that. She'd tuned him out when the technobabble started, but she got the gist of it. Their phone system was a highly complex mix of internet-based hardware, old-school analog, and direct calls via their app. This wasn't like in the movies where some techie sets up a desk full of hardware and pulls in the phone number one digit at a time. There were 100 different ways to spoof a phone number or trick caller ID. They wouldn't find Bernie that way unless he wanted them to. Charlotte was back in the green room with strict instructions not to leave. She left Sarah with strict instructions to message her if and when Charlotte did decide to leave, because Charlotte was not one to sit still any more than she was. Over her headphones, Billy said, "Back on in 1 minute." He was alone again in the booth. That was good. She had no idea where Goldblatt had gone off to, but she couldn't be happier he was gone. "You need to talk about what's happening outside," Billy said. "I told you, I don't look at the monitor. I don't want to look at the monitor. 3,212,000. We've lost nearly half our audience in the past hour to other networks. People who are talking about what's happening outside. We're better than they are. No, we're not. We're losing. We're losing right now. That's what we are. Losing. Losing losers. Do you want to be a losing loser, Geordie? You've got 3 Peabody Awards on a shelf in your office, and you know what they're not for? Hard-hitting journalism. They're for entertaining people. You're an entertainer, not a journalist." "They're not on a shelf in my office. I gave them to Charlotte, and she buried them in our backyard to ward off evil spirits after watching The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix. I don't give a shit about awards. You know that." "Then do it for me." "I give even less a shit about you," she chided. "Pick up one of the callers, Geordie. Talk to someone. It will get your head back in the game. When we're off the air later and Greenstein wanders down to chat with you about what you did to his friend, the senator, you'll want to be able to point up at that board and tell him it was the right thing to do. And if he doesn't personally see it as the right thing, at least strong numbers will show him it was the right thing." "How are these people even getting through? I thought phones were down." "It's sporadic, but if you keep hitting redial, you can get a line. I vote for line 3. Jordan looked over at monitor. Line 1. "Lex. Says he can see you right now, too." Line 2. "Cecilia. Trying to get on subway." Line 3. "Nora. Says she knows who Bernie is, recognized his voice." Line 4. "Russell. Watching firemen moving a mailbox so they can drive on sidewalk." Line 5. "Jeremy. It's that damn ISIS." "No way," Jordan told him. "I'm not going there." She looked over at the board. Not a single topic worth a shit compared to this. Crazy sells. Crazy makes for solid radio. Billy pressed. We need those 2 million listeners back. I know you're a ratings whore. If you won't do it for me, do it for the ratings. You have no clue how to sweet-talk a girl. No wonder you're still single. Line 3, Jordy, 10 seconds. I do this. I'm going all in. You know that, right? I expect nothing less. Jordan picked up a pen and tapped it on the edge of her desk. The on-the-air indicator lit up in red. Jordan leaned into her microphone. Billy? She stretched his name out. Billy. And looked up at him in his booth. If she had to go there, she certainly wasn't going to go there on her own. Yes, Jordy? Will you hold me? I'm scared. You're scared? Yep. You, the great and wonderful Jordan Briggs, is scared? Little bit. Why, Bernie? He's a special kind of kooky. Which part is freaking you out? Him saying he can see you, or him saying he blew up those cars? Exactly, she replied emphatically. That's not really an answer. It was more of a one or the other or both thing. Right, that's what I meant. The guy on line 1 says he can see you right now. Maybe Bernie's not the only one. Jordan reached over and pressed the first line. Okay, Lex, prove it. Red, the voice replied. Jordan frowned. Red what? You're wearing red panties. So not only can you see me, but you can see my panties? Through my jeans? Yep. Jordan pressed a button on the left side of the control board. A loud buzz filled the air. That would be negative, Lex. I meant blue. Jordan hung up on him and pressed another button. Jeremy, unless you know something the rest of us don't, it can't be ISIS. The president told us ISIS is gone, and he'd never lie to us. Am I on the air? Yes, Jeremy. I'm trying to reach the Jordan Briggs show. This is Jordan Briggs, Jeremy. Seriously? Holy shit. Language, Jeremy. Holy crap. Much better. My neighbor got back from his second tour in the Middle East last week, and he said it's a complete shithole over there. Jeremy? I mean dump, complete dump. He said they live like animals, no running water or power, the food is terrible, the women are forced to cover up every inch of their bodies, even though it's like 200 degrees all the time, and the men do nothing but sit around and smoke opium and dream up ways to punish the West. They hate everything about us. Can't drink. Women aren't allowed to drive. They tell their kids to hate Americans. They grow up thinking we're all monsters. Meanwhile, we're blowing billions of dollars, and people like my neighbor are over there risking their lives trying to keep the peace. So what's your plan, Jeremy? How would you fix it? Put up a McDonald's, pump in some porn, and tell them all to calm the F down? Can't fix it, that's my point. We've been there for 2 decades and nothing's changed. We might as well just cut our losses and get out. We're not changing anything. They see us every day and just get angrier. Then they come over here and do this stuff. Better to cut and run, out of sight and out of mind. Then this kind of thing will stop. It wasn't ISIS, though. It was Bernie. He said so. He's full of Jordan cut him off and pressed the button for line 3. Nora, you know who Bernie is? You told my screener you recognized his voice. He works at my bank at the drive-thru. And you recognize his voice? I'm sure of it. Been there for as long as I can remember. Where's your bank? Next to the Walmart out on 51. Jordan rolled her eyes. I mean, what city? Oh, Pittsburgh. Been going there for nearly 10 years. I'm there a couple times each week. He's always working. Got these shifty eyes. Always knew he was a bad one. His name is Ralph. Jordan pressed another button, muted the woman for a second. Sorry, Nora, I had to block the last name. We don't want the wrong people showing up at his house. He's not home. He's at work. I just drove by and checked. Jordan looked up at the clock. Your bank's open at 7:30 in the morning? No, they don't open until 9, but he's always there earlier. He stops for a breakfast sandwich and gets in around 6. You seem to know an awful lot about Ralph's schedule, Nora. He drives a red Ford Focus and lives on... Jordan muted her again. See how this works, Nora? No personal information. They need to arrest him. Billy. X, maybe? Jordan nodded. What did Ralph do to you, Nora? Why are you trying to get him in trouble? He didn't do anything to me. Maybe that's the problem? You want him to ask you out and he won't? Nora hung up. Okay, Jordan said. Cecilia, line 2. You called the cops, right, on Bernie and told them what he said? I didn't have to. The cops were already here. NYPD is just that good. Then what are they doing? I don't know, cop stuff. Are you worried about him coming down there or something? Are they protecting you? I don't need protection. I've got Billy. What's Billy gonna do? Yeah, Billy said. What's Billy gonna do? Human shield, obviously. You think so, huh? You worship me, Billy, always have. I'm absolutely certain you would gladly trade your own life in order to save mine. If I died for you, do you think they'd put up a statue of me in the lobby? Doubt that. They might put your picture up on the fridge in the break room with a thoughtful note, though. That would be nice, Billy replied. Every time you get a yogurt, you'd have to think of me. Ugh, sounds creepy. I'd probably put one of those mini fridges in my office and just stay out of there altogether. Cecilia said, Some psychopath is gunning for you and you're making jokes. He's just another crazy guy in a long list of crazy guys who have called this show over the years. I bet he lives in his mother's basement. He's probably scribbling out his manifesto right now in red crayon on a little desk between the washer and dryer. Billy, line 5. Jordan looked at her second monitor. Line 1, Nisha, cutting through Central Park to avoid traffic. Line 2, Cecilia, trying to get on subway. Line 3, John, the cops closed down his street. Line 4, Russell, watching firemen moving a mailbox so they can drive on sidewalk. Line 5, Bernie. Will only talk to Jordan.
Chapter 21. Cole. The helicopter set down in Prospect Park in a small open field next to the basketball courts. Cole wasn't exactly sure what the protocol was for something like this. Should he thank the pilot? Tip him? Tell him to keep the meter running and wait? The pilot answered that question for him when he got out and opened Cole's door. I'm on Ms. Briggs' account, and she told me to stay with you, take you wherever you needed to go. I checked with my dispatcher on the way here, and they said the feds haven't stopped air travel yet. He's not sure that they will. He tried to get permission to land here and couldn't get through to anyone. He handed Cole a business card. That's got my cell number and our business office on it. If I'm asked to move, call one of those numbers and we'll figure something out. A group of 6 men were standing on the basketball court, staring. They looked like they'd been playing an early pickup game. A woman was pushing a baby stroller. Several people were out jogging. Brooklyn. Cole took the pilot's card, gave him one of his own, grabbed the duffel, and jumped out onto the dewy grass. He could see the flashing lights on 7th Avenue down near the end of 10th Street. Ducking down low, he ran toward them. NYPD had half the block roped off in yellow tape. 2 ambulances, 6 patrol cars, and 3 more unmarked, all parked haphazardly on 7th in front of a 3-story brownstone. The front door was open, and Cole could see shadows milling about inside. When he stepped up to the yellow tape, an officer blocked his path. Sir, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to stay behind the tape. Cole reached for his ID in his back pocket and realized he didn't have his ID. Gaff had his ID, no doubt locked in his desk. I'm Detective Hunley with Homicide. Where's Detective Tressler? The officer took in Cole's clothes, particularly the tan chinos. He looked more like he was heading off to the country club than a crime scene. Give me a second. He turned his back and spoke softly into the radio on his shoulder. Apparently, they worked just fine out here. A moment later, Tressler appeared at the front door, glanced around, and spotted him. "Cole!" The officer lifted the yellow tape and let Cole into the yard. On the steps, Tressler worked a toothpick absent-mindedly in the corner of his mouth, a habit he picked up when he quit smoking 2 months ago. "She got you a fucking helicopter? I thought you were joking." "It's waiting for me back in the park." "What's she like in person? Is she hot? Or is all that airbrushing?" "She's attractive." "Does she have good breath?" "Nothing turns me off faster than a woman with bad breath." "She has—" "Hurry up, get in here." Tressler was like that. He loved to talk, but had never been very good at the listening part. He led Cole down a narrow hallway. They skirted by a small end table lying on its side, a framed photo on the floor, and the remains of a shattered ceramic bowl with some car keys. Evidence tags had been placed near each item, and a CSI tech was on his knees photographing everything. They had to turn sideways to let another CSI get by them, walking in the opposite direction. When they reached the kitchen, Tressler pulled an extra pair of latex gloves from his pocket and handed them to Cole. As Cole tugged them on, Tressler gestured into the kitchen. "Meet Mr. and Mrs. Bonfiglio." Both were sitting at a small, square formica-covered table with collapsible metal legs in the center of the room. Both in matching metal chairs, padded in torn yellow pleather with orange piping along the edges. Both dead. Zip ties around their ankles held their legs in place. 2 on each arm, one at the wrist, the other at the elbow, bound them to the chairs. The white tile floor beneath them was stained with blood, their clothing too. Their heads lolled to the side, gags crammed into their mouths. "Are they wearing pajamas?" Tressler smirked. "You come upon a scene like this and it's their choice of attire you notice first? It's morning. A lot of people are still in their jams." "Yeah, but they're wearing shoes and socks." Tressler would never admit to not noticing that, but to Cole, it was clear he hadn't. He studied the pair for a moment before he spoke again. "We think this started sometime last night. Someone cooked breakfast. We've got eggs and pancakes on the table, but everything's cold, room temp. CSI tells me the food's been out at least 6 hours. Coffee's fresh, though. 3 cups on the table, 1 half gone. We think that's our perp. No prints. Only 2 place settings for the food. He put that out there for show. Not sure what it means. I think the table is staged too. This is a $2 million brownstone. That rusty-ass table looks like someone pulled it out of somebody's take-me-I'm-free pile on trash day. We found a pricey mahogany table in the next room, with 4 chairs neatly stacked on top. There's scuff marks on the floor. Looks like our bad guy moved it out of here, set this up, and had a little tea party." "Why would someone change out the table?" Tressler ignored the question. "Ronald there's been stabbed 28 times at first count, maybe more. Tara's got 26. Like the food, the knife work started late last night and went on through the morning. His throat was cut about an hour and a half ago, same with the missus. The stab wounds aren't deep. He wasn't trying to kill them with those. This was some kind of torture. There's a half-used box of smelling salt on the table, there next to the syrup. He wanted them awake." "Trying to get information?" "Or he's just a sadistic fuck," Tressler replied. "Upstairs, we got a struggle in the master bedroom. Nightstand drawers open on Ronald's side. Looks like he went for a .22, but never got it. Best I can figure, he pulled these 2 out of bed, got them down here, rearranged the furniture, tied them to the chairs, and did what he did for as long as he needed to do it. Maybe he made them move the table, who knows. Then he cooked them breakfast between jabs. No sign of the knife. Neighbors on either side didn't hear anything, but that doesn't mean much. The walls are solid, 2 layers of brick. Nobody saw anything. They've got an alarm, but the monitoring company said it wasn't armed last night. Seems they only used it during the day when they were at work." "What did they do?" "Ronald worked in the back office at Waste Management. Tara was a law clerk downtown." Tressler nodded toward a phone hanging on the kitchen wall with a cord long enough to reach nearly every room on the first floor. "That's the phone I called you on. I just dialed *69, like I said. And That rang the cabbie? Cole nodded. Yeah, and I bet when you run the lugs, you'll find he called the Jordan Briggs show from that phone too. When he was on the air, he said he was visiting, staying with friends. He was rummaging around in their kitchen while he talked to her. One or both of these two were still alive. You could hear them in the background. Bernie, huh? That's what he said. I don't suppose he gave a last name, maybe a current address, said where he's heading next. Cole only half heard him. He was busy studying the room. CSI had placed several risers on the floor so they could walk around without disturbing the blood. Fingerprint powder covered about half the surfaces. Several techs were busy working on the rest. Cole asked, "Have you found anything that might indicate he worked on the bombs here?" Tressler shook his head. "No, nothing. I doubt we will. Even if he detonated them by remote, he would have had to get the bombs in place before he got here. The feds think if he's part of this, he's not operating alone. No easy task wiring up 7 cabs like that." "Where are the feds?" "Busy. They've got me copying them on everything while they piece together what happened in Midtown. Probably keeping their distance, so they've got someone to blame if this goes sideways." Cole saw several other detectives he recognized, but not the one he was looking for. "Where's Gaff?" Tressler replaced his toothpick with a fresh one from his pocket. "Wondering why he let me pull you off traffic purgatory?" "Yeah. The answer to that's in there," he said, heading toward what looked like the living room. Chapter 22. Cole. The Bonfiglio living room wasn't exactly what Cole would call a warm place. Aside from a photo near the television of the pair taken at the Grand Canyon a long, long time ago, there was nothing that really screamed home. No photographs of children, young or old. The few pieces of artwork on the walls were bland and uninspired, as if someone had picked them all out on the same day at a department store 20 years ago, hung them, and forgotten about them. The couch, coffee table, and 2 overstuffed chairs had seen better days, but looked comfortable enough. Probably expensive at one point, probably the same year those paintings went up. Tressler pointed at a small desk against the far wall, a computer and printer on top. Several small cubby holes were stuffed with envelopes. They looked like bills. A digital butterfly fluttered across the computer monitor. Some screensaver. Cole didn't see anything strange. "Okay, I give up. What am I looking at?" Tressler crossed the room and nudged the mouse. The butterfly vanished, and the screen filled with an image of Cole's face. Cole stepped closer. "That's my driver's license photo." "Yep." As he took in the surrounding text, he grew even more confused. "That's my driver's license photo in the DMV database, not a website or something public." Tressler minimized the window. Another photo of Cole looked back at them. "Is that your file with NYPD?" Another window held Cole's current credit report down to his latest student loan payment. Another was Cole's personal cell phone account, a call log dating back 90 days. Cole just stared, not sure what to say. The keyboard, printer, and desktop were covered in fingerprint dust. "The techies tell me he printed all this stuff out and took it with him. There's some kind of log." "How did he get into all these things?" "You tell me. He used your login info." "What?" "He used your usernames and passwords. Department issued for DMV, and your personal accounts on the others." "I don't even know my passwords for half of these. I couldn't tell you the last time I logged into my cell account." "Do you use the same username and passwords for all your accounts?" Cole shook his head. "No. I use a password app called SecureNet. I log into the app, and it logs me into whatever system or site I visit with these crazy long encrypted passwords. Impossible to remember." "How hard to remember is your username and password for the app?" "Not very." "Where would he get that?" Cole asked. How would he even know I use it? He had no idea who I even was until an hour and a half ago. Yeah? Yeah, Cole repeated flatly. For the first time, Cole noticed the two uniformed officers following close behind him, standing in the hallway. Cole's eyes flashed angrily back on Tressler. You don't think I'm involved in this, do you? Tressler reached up and twisted the toothpick in his mouth. I think when all this works its way up the food chain, a lot of people are going to ask me if you're involved somehow, and I sure as shit better have an answer ready. We're partners. You know me. Tressler shrugged. That's not going to matter much when the feds put a bright light in our faces. You tell me why 7 cabs blew up around you this morning, and our only suspect appears to be one of your best buds. Cole didn't answer. Tressler gestured around the room. When I get back to the office and dig around, am I going to find the connection between you and these people? Of course not. Then what? The two officers stepped closer. The one on the right reached for his cuffs. Cole held a hand up. Give me a minute. Nothing personal. I'm just following orders, Tressler replied. Gaff didn't give me much of a choice. Told me to get you here and bring you into the precinct to figure this out. Keep things quiet so the press doesn't get wind. Until this morning, I never heard of this guy. There's no way he knew who I was either. The first time I talked to him was on that cabbie's phone. You still have it? Let me see. Cole fished the Android phone from his pocket and handed it to Tressler. Tressler tapped through several screens. This is a cheap burner. How do I know you got it from the cabbie? Maybe you had this phone on you the entire time so you could talk to this Bernie guy, and you made up the part about the cabbie when I called you on it, when you realized I was on the line instead of him, and you needed a fast cover story. There's no cabbie to corroborate. That's crazy. Sounds no less plausible. Tressler's own cell rang, and he pulled it from his pocket. It's Gaff. He picked up and pressed the phone to his ear. I've got him here. Gaff spoke on the other side of the call, but Cole couldn't make out the words. The two officers managed to ease closer, standing between him and the hallway, the only door out of the house. Tressler's eyes remained fixed on Cole as he listened to their supervisor. Cole's heart thudded. He'd made a fist, didn't remember doing that. Tressler frowned and looked down at Omar's phone in his other hand. What the fuck? He raised Omar's phone to get a better look. What the actual fuck? Cole stepped closer, feeling both officers narrow the gap by another step. Tressler said, Sir, I've got to call you back. He hung up before Gaff could object. What is it? Cole asked. Tressler turned the screen of Omar's phone toward him so he could see what was happening. Texts and progress bars were racing across the screen. The data was moving fast, but Cole was still able to pick out several of the words, the names, the phone numbers. Omar's phone is cloning your phone, Cole realized. I think it's transmitting the data somewhere. Pull the battery, one of the officers suggested. Quick. He did. Didn't matter, though. It finished.
Chapter 23. Jordan. Billy. Jordy, pick up. Line 5. Jordan's finger hovered over the button. Silence on a talk show meant death. Silence was like a great white circling a swimmer with a tiny cut on the bottom of their foot, death growing closer each time the water went quiet, held back only by words, by an unpredictable movement in the water. Jordan feared silence more than all else, and even just a moment's hesitation brought a prickle to her skin, an anxiety. She felt the shark edge closer as the seconds ticked, yet she couldn't bring herself to press the button. Billy, God damn it, Jordy! She looked up at him. He was standing in the booth, both his hands up, fingers pointing emphatically at the phone. He leaned back down over his keyboard and typed, "You let him spook you and he wins." Fucking Billy. She pressed the button. Part of me thinks I shouldn't talk to you, Bernie. Well, that would make me sad. You called into a national radio show and confessed to multiple murders, to terrorist acts live on the air. I'm not sure if that makes you stupid or crazy or both, but I do know what it means for me. It means at some point I'll have to waste a significant portion of my life either testifying or giving a deposition, probably both. A lot of people will make me justify my reasoning for speaking with you. They're going to say I did it for attention, for ratings. Aren't you? No. Isn't that why you hesitated to pick up my call just now? Not out of some moral obligation to keep me off the air, but because that little brain of yours had to quickly weigh whether the ratings this would bring would be worth the attached trouble on the other side. Nobody will fault you for that. Jordan looked up at the cameras in the ceiling, still covered with plastic. I'm talking to you right now because if you are behind everything that happened this morning, I want to know why you did it. So this is just scratching an itch, satisfying your curiosity, nothing more? Yep, I want to hear you explain yourself before some lawyer gets your ear and tells you not to. I'm not worried about getting caught. I'm not worried about getting arrested, and I'm certainly not concerned with what some future attorney might say. Right now, all that matters to me is you. That's sweet, Bernie, but you're not the kind of guy I bring home to Mom. You haven't brought any of your guys home to Mom, not for a very long time. I imagine that's one of many awkward talking points on deck for your dinner with Mommy tomorrow night. How the fuck does he know about that? People like you, the ones who are too busy to be bothered with the day-to-day of life, put so much off. You're like a hoarder filling your garage with things you'll do tomorrow. You never considered that there might not be a tomorrow. You're sounding suicidal again, Bernie. Maybe crazy wasn't the right word for you. That might have been insensitive of me. Maybe I should have said you're sick or ill. I'm not crazy or stupid or sick or ill. Too complicated for a label? Something like that. Then just tell me why you did it. Bernie didn't answer her. Instead, he said, "Are the feds tracing this call, or are they still trying to find your building?" "They're probably on it. I was told they could do that remotely." "At least you're honest." "I'd never lie to you, Bernie." "We'll see." "Why 7 taxis?" "You know why." "Because I said I'd take a taxi over an Uber?" "You choose." "Billy, how would he know what you'd pick? Did he wire both?" Jordan read Billy's message twice, weighing the implications before she spoke again. "That's ridiculous. Does that mean there's an Uber out there somewhere with a bomb in the back?" "Not one." 7? Bernie didn't answer. Jordan let the quiet hang for a moment. "How do I know you won't blow those up, too?" "Do you want me to?" "Of course not." "Then I won't. You've already made your decision. I have no reason to detonate them anymore. I've moved on with my life. You should, too." "Just like that?" "Just like that," Bernie repeated. "You sound awfully calm for someone who just killed 7 people. 12, Bernie replied flatly. "The 7 drivers, 3 passengers, and 2 bystanders. 12. So far." "So far?" "We've got all day, Ms. Briggs. You're in this for the long haul." To Billy, Jordan typed, "I'm hanging up on this crazy fuck." Billy, "No way. Look at the ratings board." Jordan wasn't about to give Billy the satisfaction of looking up at the ratings board, and she was done with this guy. "I'm hanging up, Bernie. I don't want any part of this." Bernie clucked his tongue. "You hang up, and I might have to rethink my position on those Ubers." "You do what you gotta do, Bernie. You're not in charge here." "You really don't want to test me." Jordan reached for the disconnect button. Her index finger fell on it, rolled over the edges, but she didn't push it, not yet. Nobody tells me what to do, Bernie. Nobody. Not until today. You're not in charge here, she repeated. You can tell yourself that, but that doesn't make it true. Jordan hung up on him. On the air, Billy said, "You didn't." Jordan smiled up at him. "I absolutely did." "You just hung up on that guy?" "You know how I feel about pushy men. What if he was telling the truth?" "Do you think he was?" "I think I need to change my underwear, so yeah, I kind of believed him." Jordan glanced at her second monitor. Line 1, Nisha, cutting through Central Park to avoid traffic. Line 2, Maggie, works at Bellevue ER, wounded coming in. Line 3, John, the cops closed down his street. Line 4, Russell, watching firemen moving a mailbox so they can drive on sidewalk. Line 5, no caller. Jordan pressed line 2. "Maggie, you're at Bellevue?" The line was quiet. "Maybe she put you on hold?" Billy offered. "Maybe she's changing her underwear too." "Let's try John on line 3. He's got cops on his street." She hit line 3. "John, where exactly are you?" Silence. Jordan looked up at Billy. "Are our phone lines down?" He shrugged. "Maybe, possibly, probably, I don't know. It's been that kind of day." "You're a lot of help. Russell, line 5. You're on overdrive with Jordan Briggs." Nothing. Her second monitor now read, Line 1, Nisha, cutting through Central Park to avoid traffic. Line 2, no caller. Line 3, no caller. Line 4, no caller. Line 5, no caller. Goddamn phone lines. Had to be. She pressed line 1. "Nisha, talk to me." As her finger left the button, the screen changed to line 1, no caller. Line 2, no caller. Line 3, no caller. Line 4, no caller. Line 5, no caller. Ugh, phones are definitely down. Jordan always switched her cell to silent at the start of each show, but kept it within reach. Because of her headphones, she didn't hear it vibrate, but she saw it shuffle several inches across her desk with an incoming text message. She turned the phone over and looked at the display. Unknown caller. 1st Avenue and East 28th. Jordan looked up at Billy. He wasn't watching her. He was doing something on his board. She typed the address in on her computer, added NYC, and hit search. She got a list of business and local rental properties, nothing else. Her second monitor refreshed. Line 1, no caller. Line 2, no caller. Line 3, Bernie. Line 4, no caller. Line 5, no caller. She felt a lump grow in her throat. Billy had seen the callboard update and was looking at her again, typing something. Jordan refreshed her search and got the same results. Her second monitor updated too. Line 1, no caller. Line 2, Bernie. Line 3, Bernie. Line 4, Bernie. Line 5, no caller. Billy, click this. He'd sent a link via chat. When she clicked on it, an NYPD blotter came up, some kind of real-time dispatch log. 1080, 484 1st Ave and East 28, all area units respond. She didn't need anyone to tell her what a 1080 was. On her second monitor, the screen updated again. Line 1, Bernie. Line 2, Bernie. Line 3, Bernie. Line 4, Bernie. Line 5, Bernie. She needed to say something. They were still on the air, but when she opened her mouth, nothing came out.
Chapter 24. Cole. Tresler threw Omar's phone at the hardwood floor and stomped on it. "That's evidence," Cole said quietly, as more of an afterthought, knowing it was too late to stop him. Tresler often led with impulse and followed up 20 minutes later with logic. Tresler stomped on the phone again, this time grinding his heel into what was left of the display. How the fuck is that even possible? He stomped again. Plastic, glass, and bits of metal crunched under his foot. Who is this guy? I have no idea. Cole's cell buzzed in his pocket with an incoming text, and he fished it out. 484 First Avenue. Tresler finished his death dance on Omar's phone and was reading Cole's. What's that? I'm not sure. I don't know the number. Cole clicked on the phone number and hit dial. A moment later, he got voicemail. You've reached Jordan Briggs. Leave a message and I might call you back. Cole hung up at the beep. Tresler's phone began ringing. Gaff again. His eyes narrowed at Cole. Stay right there. We need to figure all this shit out. He pulled the toothpick from his mouth, tossed it out the open door, and turned his back on Cole so he couldn't hear what they were saying. Cole highlighted the address in the text message, pasted it into his web browser, and clicked search. The first headline read, Nissan Sentra explodes outside Bellevue Hospital, 2 minutes ago. There were half a dozen similar stories, all posted within the past few minutes. Cole felt a tightening in his gut. Still on the phone, Tresler slowly turned back around and faced him again, his face white. Does it seem like the same kind of bomb? Gaff said something else, then Tresler replied, No, I think Cole's too stupid to be part of this. This Bernie guy's playing him. Thanks, Cole muttered. Another message came in from Jordan. I've got him on hold. Should I pick up? Shit, Cole blurted out. He showed the phone to Tresler. Tresler took a fresh toothpick from his pocket and slipped it into the corner of his mouth. Lieutenant, that Briggs woman has our guy on hold. Does Homeland have their trace in place? As he listened, a grin slowly spread across his face. He nodded over at Cole. Oh, well, we'll get this fucker quick. Tell the 6 o'clock to keep a segment open for his perp walk. Call me back when you got an address. When he hung up, he shouted over his shoulder, Somebody give me a radio. We don't need a radio, Cole told him. There's an app. Tresler's eyes rolled. Of course there is. Cole quickly typed a message back to Jordan. They're tracing. Take Bernie's call and keep him on as long as you can. Then he loaded the SiriusXM app and clicked on her channel. It took a moment to connect, then her voice came through the speakers. The two of them leaned in closer. You didn't have to do that, Bernie. I didn't do it. You did. All of this is on you. Are the police tracing my call? Of course they are. What do you think? Bernie went silent for a second. You covered the cameras. Yep. Make you feel better? Yep. Funny how the little things in life make us feel safe. The package I sent you earlier easily could have been another bomb. For all you know, I've been in and out of your offices, your studio, maybe even your home 12 times. You don't know what I look like. I might be 1 floor below you right now with a gun pointing up at your... You're not scaring me, Bernie. You can spout that bullshit all you want, but you won't rattle me. I'm stronger than you. I'm smarter. You're some piece of shit coward hiding behind a phone. If you're in the building, come on up. Sit across from me. Let's see how tough you are face to face. You used a naughty word, Ms. Briggs. The FCC frowns on that sort of thing. The FCC has no jurisdiction over satellite radio. I tossed my gloves in the corner the moment you threatened my little girl, a child. That's when you showed your true colors. When someone writes this up, you'll always be the namby-pamby who hid in a hole somewhere and pressed a few buttons because he didn't have the balls to step up and face his problem head on. Shit is too good a word for you. Those people you killed had families, children of their own. When the cops get you, we'll all draw numbers to see who gets to put the needle in your arm. The Bonfiglios said to tell you hello. Cole and Tresler exchanged a look. Jordan didn't respond. "Did you hear me?" "I heard you. I'm visiting someone else now." Again, Jordan said nothing in return. "Would you like to know where I am?" "Sure, Bernie. What's the address?" "I caught the husband out in the garage. Would you believe he was hitting a bottle of hooch before heading off to work? Who drinks that crap this early in the morning? He said it helps to take the edge off the day. I can't imagine hating my job so much that I have to drink each day before going in just to deal with it. He was able to climb behind the wheel. I doubt his little nip was enough to get him drunk, but you gotta wonder about a guy like that. If he starts the day with a drink back at the house, he's probably got another bottle in his desk at the office. Maybe one in the glove box of his car. Probably a little silver flask with his initials engraved on the front. Probably takes that one to the bathroom and has a little party in one of the stalls." Bernie let out a soft chuckle. "Well, the good news is he won't be drinking any more today. Won't be driving, either. I left him in his car with a Cuban necktie." "A Cuban necktie?" "I slit his throat right below his jawline, where his chin met his neck, and pulled his tongue out through the hole. That's lovely, Bernie. That was a first for me, and it didn't go exactly the way I'd hoped. I thought I'd clip his jugular with a cut like that, but turns out, once you get down in there, the jugular is off to the side. Not really in the way unless you're gunning for it. The carotid is closer, but I didn't even nick it. I reached his tongue long before all that, managed to get it out. Messy business, but what's done is done. That left me with a problem, though. He was still alive. I wasn't sure if I should slice open one of those veins and bleed him out, or just put a bullet in him. Being all tied up, and with his tongue where I left it, he wasn't much help in deciding. So I just left him in the car to think things over, while I went inside to have a little talk with the missus. Tresler's phone beeped, and he checked the screen. "We've got an address. He's calling from a hardwired line in North Bergen. Another house phone, like here." He looked back up, frowning. "How the hell did he get from here to Jersey so fast? Manhattan's gridlocked right now. He'd have to cut through." "I'm not sure how he did it, but I've got a helicopter waiting for me in Prospect Park," Cole reminded him. "We can be there in 10 minutes. Tresler nodded quickly and barked orders at the officer in charge as they raced out the door. He dialed the lieutenant while in a flat-out run toward the park with Cole behind him.
Chapter 25. Jordan. Jordan realized she was shaking. Well, shaking wasn't really the correct term, more like quivering. Her entire body, quivering like a high school sophomore with her boyfriend's hand halfway up her skirt, and that wasn't good. She realized her left hand was gripping the edge of her desk tight enough to turn her fingers white, and she let go. She massaged the feeling back into her fingertips and eyed her coffee. The last thing she needed was more caffeine, but her throat felt like sandpaper, and none of her crack team of interns bothered to put a water bottle out for her. "Billy, I'm on with the cops. Keep him talking. They've got an address." "Are you inside the house right now, Bernie?" "Just went in, yeah." His voice was low, barely above a whisper. "I hope you don't mind, but I'm using one of those Bluetooth headphone thingies. I need both my hands. Honestly, with the blood gumming them, it's hard to hold on to the phone. I'd hate to drop it and lose you. I should have brought gloves." Jordan leaned closer to her microphone and lowered her own voice. "Just so I'm clear, you just killed a man in his garage, left his body in his car, and now you're inside their home looking for his wife?" He's probably still alive. I'm not sure how long, though. I'm not a doctor. But yeah, now I'm inside. I wish you could feel my heart right now. Damn thing's beating so loud, I'm surprised you can't hear it. Don't hurt anybody else, Bernie. Just go outside and sit on the front stoop. Wait for the police to get there. You know they're tracing your call. They'll be there soon. Why get yourself into more trouble than you already are? I'm not sure if they have kids. If they do, they must be older. Somebody here collects those Hummel statues, those creepy little porcelain figurines that look like they stepped out of a Dickens novel. They're all over this place, on the mantel, on bookshelves. The kitchen counter was covered in them, at least 50. I don't get how someone can cook around those things. Cleanup must be a bitch, all that clutter. Maybe they don't clean up. There might be grease and dust and who knows what between them. Fucking gross. No FCC, right? It's okay to say fuck. Keep him talking, Jordan told herself. That's all she needed to do. Give the police enough time to get there. Tell you what, Bernie, I'll let you say fuck on the radio as many times as you want, as long as you do like I said and go wait outside. Fuck, 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 Bernie muttered in a soft sing-song voice. That's okay, Jordan. I think I got it out of my system. That was the last of it. The Bonfiglios sure said fuck a lot. Fuck that. Fuck you. And fuck no. Over and over again, those two. Crap. I said it again. I'll stop now, I promise. Jordan looked over at the board with her notes for today's show. All of it seemed so silly right now. She reached over, picked up the eraser, and cleared everything, then wrote Bernie, ? Up at the top. Bonfiglio/Brooklyn under that. Why the Bonfiglios, Bernie? Why did you kill them? You know why. Jordan looked up at Billy. Behind the glass, he was back on the phone, probably talking to the police. I don't know anyone by that name. Bernie said, She's not downstairs, the missus. I checked the kitchen, living room, bathroom, laundry. There's nobody. I hear running water up above. Sounds like maybe a shower. I guess it could be a sink. Maybe someone brushing their teeth. But it's been running an awfully long time, if that's the case. Kind of wasteful, if you ask me. Even for a shower, it's on the long end. People have no respect for resources. Ron and Tara, the Bonfiglios, they had nearly every light on in their house. All of them blazing away, even in the rooms they weren't using. Wasteful. Definitely nobody downstairs. I'm heading up. On the board, Jordan quickly scribbled, Ronald, Tara, next to the last name. Then to Billy, she quickly typed, How long until they get there? Billy, sounds like they're about 6 minutes out. 6 minutes? Christ, were they walking? Keep him talking, Geordie. Bernie, if you won't tell me why you picked the Bonfiglios, tell me about these people. Why them? They've got creaky steps. Parts of the floor squeak, too. You can fix that, you know. All you have to do is pour some baby powder on top and spread it down into the crevices and around the nails. It's an older house, but the hardwood is nice. Looks like maple. It's in good shape, for the most part. He paused for a second. We've got a light on in the hall bathroom. The running water is definitely coming from the shower. Found the missus, I think. I've got 2 closed doors up here. I'm going to see if anyone else is home before I go say hi to her. Bernie, if they have kids, you better not touch them. Is that where you draw the line, Jordan? It's okay if I kill the adults, but children are off limits. That's not what I meant. I don't want you to hurt anyone. How do you feel about dogs? Are you one of those people who'd rather see a person die than an animal? I don't want you to kill anyone or anything, Jordan repeated. I want you to go downstairs and wait outside for the police. There's no dog. I would have found a dog by now. I did see a litter box in the laundry room, but cats are pretty good at hiding. Don't kill anything. I need to be quiet for a second. I'm at the first door. Hold on. Jordan wanted to reach through the phone and grab this guy by the neck, choke the life out of him. I can't let you hurt someone live on the air. I'll hang up if you do. You hang up, you know what happens. I've got 6 more Ubers in play. Maybe I'll do 2 this time. Jordan quickly said, the police evacuated all the Ubers. They've been working on that since the bomb went off. My Ubers are moving, Jordan. Please don't lie to me. You're not very good at it. You stay with me or I blow someone else up. Those are the rules. Now give me a second. I'm opening the first door. Billy, the police said stay with him. When they get to the house, this will help them determine where he is. Please don't hurt. Shh. Jordan sucked in a breath and tried to calm her nerves. She was letting him control the conversation. She never let a guest control the conversation. Why let him? Her show, her rules, not his. You made me play a game. How about if I give you one? The words were out before she even realized what she said, her subconscious getting the jump on her. Bernie said nothing at first. Then, in a whisper, what do you have in mind? Jordan licked her lips. She really needed some water. You said there were 2 closed doors in the hallway. How about you're only allowed to open one? You get to pick, but whatever happens, whatever you find, you're not allowed to touch the other door. Whatever is behind the second door stays behind the second door. Again, Bernie fell silent, and Jordan felt the seconds tick away. Finally, he said, Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. It was Jordan's turn to go quiet. She forced herself to calm down, forced her thumping heart to settle. Her show, her rules. Slow things down. Buy time. You can't hurt a child, though, Bernie. That needs to be one of the rules. Nope. Whoever or whatever I find dies. That's how we play this. If you won't agree to that, we do it my way, and I go in both rooms and clean house. I need a decision. If that shower stops first, they're all dead. Bam, bam, bam. Where the hell were the police? Where were the goddamn police? Okay. She knew the moment she said it, that word would haunt her for the rest of her life. That single word. Billy was watching her through the glass, his mouth hanging open. She had just killed someone. Bernie said, 2 closed doors with a bathroom in the middle. Lights on, but that bathroom's empty. The master bedroom is at the opposite end of the hallway. That door is open and the shower is coming from that direction. Mom's in the shower. Who's behind door number 1 and door number 2? I have a knife and a gun. The gun is a Sig Sauer P238, a small .380. Not very powerful, but it will get the job done. I'm going to open door number 1, the closest one to me. It's time for you to make another choice, Ms. Briggs. If I find someone or something inside, should I use the knife or the gun? Jordan's stomach tightened. Bernie, don't ask me to be part of this. You either decide or the game is off, and I go in both rooms. I can't. She's got to be close to the end of that shower, don't you think? Who showers this long? Billy, gun will make noise. Warn anyone else in the house. Give them a chance to get away. Jordan looked up at him and he shrugged. Tick-tock, Ms. Briggs. She shook her head. Gun, I guess. Bernie huffed. Gun it is. We'll do this on 3, okay? First door in 3, 2, 1. The silence that filled the studio was suffocating. Jordan felt it catch in her throat like cotton, and she found herself unable to move. Billy appeared no better, looking out at her from over the control board in his booth, his mouth hanging slightly open. The gunshot was quick and harsh. It might as well have struck Jordan in the gut. She jerked back in her chair so hard.
Chapter 26. Cole. Even before the helicopter touched down in the grass of North Hudson County Park on the south end of a lake, Cole had the door open. He yanked his phone from the cable attached to the chopper's audio system and dropped the last few feet to the ground at a full run in the direction of 77th Street. The address they'd been given was only a few blocks away. Behind him, Tresler shouted into his phone, his words choppy as he ran to keep up. "We have shots fired. Repeat, shots fired." Cole crossed Riverview Drive and bound over a low stone wall on the opposite side, coming out on 79th. He barely saw the white Honda barreling down at him. He only turned toward it when he heard the screech of brakes. The car skidded to a halt, missed him by only a handful of inches, and Cole shot past, the muscles in his legs and calves burning. At 77th Street, half a dozen black and white North Bergen PD cruisers flew by, followed by an armored SWAT van. They had their lights on but no sirens. All of them stopped in front of a tan, 3-story single-family home with a brick porch and gray roof. By the time Cole and Tresler ran the last few hundred feet, they had both sides of the block cordoned off with cars, and several officers were busy putting up tape and blockades, while others ushered back the neighbors and spectators gathering along the street. The back of the SWAT van opened up, and a team in full tactical gear jumped out while their commander barked orders. "You two, find high ground, get a beat on the windows. I want one of you in front, the other in back. You three, circle around to the back, prepare to breach at all ingress points. You go in first, PD behind you. Understand?" All 5 nodded and hustled off. The man looked up at Cole and Tresler as they approached. "Who the hell are you?" He looked to be in his mid-40s, short-cropped hair a mix of black and gray, his face hard with an old scar behind his left eye. He wore a bulletproof vest over his dark uniform. His name said Ryland. "I'm Detective Cole Hundley. This is my partner, Garrett Tresler. We're with NYPD. You're in Jersey, fellas. This isn't your show?" Pointing at the local officers, he directed them to line up behind SWAT at the doors, weapons ready. Cole tried to catch his breath. "We've been on this guy all morning. He's responsible for the explosions in Midtown and a double homicide in Brooklyn. He's broadcasting from inside that house. He just fired a shot. If these people aren't already dead, they will be in a few seconds. We need to go in now." The commander seemed confused. "Broadcasting how?" He dialed into Jordan Briggs's radio show. Cole set his phone down on the hood of a police cruiser and increased the volume. Jordan Briggs's familiar voice filled the air. "Oh, God, Bernie. Please tell me you didn't." He's not answering. "Christ, Bernie, are you there?" When Bernie finally spoke again, his voice was still low and far too calm. "Sorry, I'm a little jumpy. I had my finger on the trigger. It just went off. I'll have to be more careful." "What's in the room, Bernie?" "Looks like a sewing room or some kind of craft room, I think." "But no people?" "No people." "Then you need to leave." "That was the deal," Jordan replied, a confidence growing in her voice. "Go wait outside for the police." "I think the police are already here. There's some kind of hubbub happening outside. I don't want to get too close to the windows. They probably have sharpshooters out there. Just leave the gun in the room, the knife too, and go back downstairs. Go out the front door slowly with your hands up so they can see you. I'm sure they're listening right now. They'll know you're not armed. They won't hurt you. Not with all these people listening. They'll put a bullet in me the first chance they get. You know that, Jordan. That's how this works. Besides, that wasn't our deal." "Sure it was. Our deal was for the 2 doors. I won't touch the second one. That's what I agreed to. But I still need to have a talk with the wife. If you don't go outside, they'll storm the house. Then they will shoot you. Why give them a reason? How are we doing on time? Bernie asked. Time? You said you have hard breaks, programmed in at the top and bottom of the hour. It's 2 minutes to 8. Are we going to get cut off? Jordan let out a frustrated huff. Billy, any way to shut those down? Billy clicked into the broadcast. Sorry, Jordy. Like you explained earlier, the computer will cut us off and all phone calls will dump. I've got no way to override it. Bernie said, Well, that's that then. If we're going to get cut off, it's time I leave you with another choice. Then we'll... He went quiet. Cole, Tresler, and Commander Ryland stared down at the phone. Jordan said, Bernie, are you there? Billy, did he get cut off? He's still on the line, Jordy. We've got 40 seconds until hard break. Bernie returned a second later and spoke so very soft, barely a whisper. The shower turned off. I can hear her humming in there. Don't hurt her, Bernie. I think I'll use the knife. I don't like the gun much. Bernie, there must be something Here's your choice, Jordan. I need an answer before we get disconnected, so don't dilly-dally. Here we go. Holland Tunnel or the Lincoln Tunnel. I'm not going to pick one before we get disconnected, or I blow them both. 5 seconds, Jordan. You can't ask me. Pick a tunnel. 3, 2... Christ, I don't know. Holland or... Holland it is. Wait, that's not what I... Music and a pre-recorded voice broke in with, You're listening to Overdrive with Jordan Briggs on Sirius XM. Commander Ryland's eyes narrowed. What the fuck was that? Cole pointed up at the house. You need the breach. He'll kill that woman. He turned on Tresler. Holland Tunnel. Call Gaff and... Tresler already had his phone out and pressed to his ear. I'm on it. Ryland said, We can't just go in. There's protocol. We need to establish contact and attempt to negotiate. Cole felt his face flush. Another 20 seconds, and whoever is in that house is dead. He's got a trail of bodies behind him just this morning. This guy's not surrendering, and he's definitely not going to negotiate. You need to go in. Shaking his head, Ryland picked up his radio. Are my shooters in position? Do either of you have a visual? Affirmative on position. No visual. Over. Same. No visual. Blinds closed on all windows. Over. Ryland looked up at Cole again and must have seen something convincing in his face, because he let out a heavy breath and turned back to the house, the radio at his mouth. Team leaders, we breach on my go. Take out the doors and deploy flashbangs. Suspect is armed with a gun and a blade. He's on the upper level, most likely closing on a potential victim in the master bedroom. Get inside and ascend as quickly as possible. Possible friendlies inside, so watch your fire. All in position? His team quickly sounded off. At the front door, Cole saw one of the SWAT officers heft up a black battering ram, while the others raised their weapons and lined up behind him. On the side of the house, others squatted down under the windows. Ryland took quick stock of all of them, then pressed the transmit button again. Go in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! The SWAT officer swung the battering ram in a high backward arch and brought it forward. It cracked into the wooden door between the knob and the deadbolt. The wood splintered into a gaping hole, and the door swung inward. One man threw a concussion grenade into the opening, and it went off with a deep boom and blast of white smoke. The officer with the battering ram cleared out of the way with a practiced turn, and the others rushed by him through the open doorway. The second one was in the mouth of the door when a heavy explosion shook the house and ground, knocking Cole and the others to the pavement. A fireball erupted from the interior of the home, burst through all the windows, and shot nearly 20 feet across the front lawn, enveloping those in its path. The second explosion, this one from upstairs. was worse.
Chapter 27. Jordan. Jordan tried to speak and found that she couldn't. When she opened her mouth, nothing came out. Her eyes found this speck of dust on her desk, and she just stared at it, as if her mind were no longer capable of advanced thought, and staring at that speck of dust gave her purpose, but took every ounce of brain power she could muster. The blood rushed through her ears with a deep whoosh, pushed by a heart ready to explode, fueled by air she couldn't keep in her lungs. She stared at the dust because it was all she could do to keep herself in the present, keep herself grounded, keep herself from passing out, because that's what her body really wanted. Shut down and wake sometime on the other side of this thing in the comfort of her bed, knowing it had all been a bad dream. In her headphones, Billy said, "Jordy, I've got the police on the line. They're blocking off both ends of the Holland Tunnel and the Lincoln Tunnel as a precaution. Nothing has exploded. They said they have safeguards in place to prevent that sort of thing. Bomb sniffers and counterintelligence James Bond spy shit. They said there's no way he could get explosives into any of the tunnels without a dozen alarms going off and a ton of NYPD hell raining down on him. They think he was bluffing." He wasn't bluffing. He's not a bluffer. When Jordan exhaled, the dust vanished from her desk, and she forced herself to look up. Billy said, "None of this is your fault, Jordy. There's nothing you—" She didn't hear the rest. She pulled off her headphones and dropped them on the desk. Standing on wobbly legs, she crossed the studio and pushed out into the hallway, where about 1.5 million people were standing and staring at her and the studio door. Some scattered at the sight of her, others stood still and watched her like they were viewing a YouTube video and she was the star. Jules Goldblatt got directly in her path. Before he could speak, she asked, "Where's Charlotte?" "Sarah is watching her in the green room. Listen, Jordy, Jordan didn't hear the rest of what he said either. She elbowed her way by him, through the crowd, down the hall, and into the green room. Charlotte looked up at her with large brown eyes. "Can you tell Sarah it's okay for me to eat a Pop-Tart?" Jordan crossed the room, dropped down to her knees, and threw her arms around her daughter. She squeezed her so tight she heard the girl deflate with an audible gasp. Her face smothered in Jordan's chest. Charlotte muttered, "Mommy, you're squashing my personal space." That just made her squeeze harder. She didn't want to let go. Ever. She felt everyone watching her, didn't care. After nearly a minute, she loosened her grasp and pressed her hands against the sides of Charlotte's face. "I love you more than anything on this planet. You know that, right? I would never let anyone harm you or talk down to you or treat you like anything other than the incredible human being that you are." Charlotte looked up at her, clearly taken aback, then said, "So, I can have the Pop-Tart?" Jordan fought the urge to cry. "You can have an entire box of Pop-Tarts and wash them down with chocolate milk if that's what you want." She hugged her again. Sarah was watching her with pursed lips. "I turned off the feed in here, the televisions too. Figured it better not to." Her voice trailed off, but Jordan understood. She nodded and mouthed, "Thank you." Behind her, Goldblatt cleared his throat. "Jordan?" "Not now, Jules. I'm having a moment with my daughter, and I'd prefer you don't muck it up." "Jordan, people from the FBI are here to see you." Jordan didn't budge, but Charlotte did. She pulled away slightly and looked up over Jordan's shoulder. "You're a G-man?" "Yes, ma'am." "You should talk to them, Mommy. They've got a bunch of guns." Jordan's head spun around, thinking someone had a gun out, but instead she found 6 people in suits standing in the doorway. 4 men, 2 women. One of the women stepped forward and offered her hand. "Ms. Briggs? I'm Special Agent in Charge Allison Varney. Is there someplace private we can speak?" Jordan fought the urge to answer that with "really?" Because Allison Varney didn't look like an Allison Varney. She was clearly Asian, and a tall one at least 5'9", and she had green eyes. She was wearing a navy FBI windbreaker over a gray pantsuit, white blouse, and a gun that looked far too large strapped to her hip. "I've got 6 minutes before I'll have to get back on the air. I'm not leaving my daughter." "Okay." Jordan ruffled Charlotte's hair. "We can go to my office." "Someplace other than your office." "Why?" "We're searching your office." Jordan felt her face go red. "Your what? Who gave you permission to go through my office?" The look on Jules Goldblatt's face gave her the answer. He raised his hands defensively. "Corporate said to cooperate, so we're cooperating. Nobody here has anything to hide, right, Geordie?" "What about a warrant? Due process? We don't live in a police state." "We do today," Allison Varney said flatly. "We could stay here, we just need a little privacy." Her head bobbed back toward the door and the dozen or so people standing beyond it. Jordan rose to her feet. "Jules, get out. The rest of you, too. Everyone out." Goldblatt knew better than to argue. He started toward the door, ushering everyone else out first. 1 foot in the hallway, he paused. "Jordan, there's one other thing. The senator is still here. In light of everything that's happened this morning, his staff felt it would be safer for him to stay here at the studio than attempt to get back to his office. If you see him, I expect you to act cordial. You berated him enough on the air. There's no need to add to the problems you created by acting hostile." From the table next to the couch, Jordan picked up an empty can of Coke and threw it at him, striking the wall about a foot to the right of his shoulder. "I'm not hostile." Goldblatt shook his head and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Agent Varney tilted her head. "Which senator is here?" "Moretti." Last year, Moretti had proposed a bill to fold the FBI into Homeland Security, close nearly a dozen offices, and cut more than 1,000 jobs. The bill stood no shot at passing, and many thought he'd just floated it to get his name in the papers. "Totally justified, then." Agent Varney offered a terse nod and smiled down at Charlotte. "I understand why you want to keep your daughter close today, but it may be better if she doesn't hear this." "I'm not a fragile little snowflake," Charlotte stated. "I can take it." "I'm sure you are the toughest little girl on the planet, but I need to talk to your mommy alone." She glanced back over her shoulder. "How about if you wait out in the hallway with a couple of my other G-men?" Jordan was prepared to argue, but a quick look at the clock told her she only had 5 minutes. She squeezed Charlotte's arm instead. "It's okay, sweetie, I'll be right out. Stay with Sarah. Don't let the feds touch anything they're not supposed to." Her daughter hesitated, then found Sarah in the hall. 3 of the agents followed her out, the other woman and 2 of the men. The other 2 men remained in the green room, standing silently at the door. Jordan wasn't sure if they were there to participate in whatever this was or to keep her from running if she decided to bolt for the door. Their silence was unnerving. Agent Varney nodded at the couch. "Why don't you take a seat?" "No," Jordan replied. "Why are you searching my office?" "Because I don't like surprises." Agent Varney's eyes narrowed. "What is your connection to this man?" "There isn't one." "Sure there is. There's a reason he chose you this morning." "I've got a large audience." She shrugged. "Stern's got a larger one. The Today Show is right down the street. I can spit and hit Jimmy Kimmel's studio from your office window. Dozens of other broadcasts with bigger audiences than you right here. So why you?" "I have no idea who he is." "I don't believe you." "I don't care." Jordan nodded up at the clock on the wall. "I've got 4 minutes." Varney's gaze didn't leave Jordan's face. "I'm well aware of the time, and in light of the current circumstances, I'm going to allow you to get back on the air. Before you do, though, I want you to consider something very carefully. Right now, I'm asking you why this man has fixated on you. I'm giving you the opportunity to explain whatever it is that ties the two of you together. I'm giving you that courtesy. In 4 minutes, when you walk out that door to get back on the air, if you haven't given me that answer and I figure it out on my own, and I will figure it out, you will be charged with obstruction. If I'm able to tie you to his crimes as some kind of accomplice, things will get far worse. New York is still a death penalty state, and even though they haven't used the electric chair up at Sing Sing in nearly 60 years, your buddy Bernie has given them plenty of reasons to dust off the cobwebs and inspect the wiring. You're either going to be standing right behind him in an orange jumpsuit holding up a ticket that says next, or you can work with me and come out of this a hero. Why exactly would I be helping this guy? Agent Varney didn't blink. Ratings. Ratings, Jordan repeated. I don't need ratings. My audience is huge. But it's not the biggest. At least it wasn't up until this morning. Now everyone is listening to you. I stopped up in your corporate office before I came down here. Do you have any idea how many people have signed up to listen to your program in just the past hour? Had Jordan taken a moment to check the board in the studio, she would have known. But she hadn't looked. The thought hadn't crossed her mind, because it was fucking crazy. You can't possibly be serious with this. Only 2 people are benefiting from what has happened. Bernie has fast-tracked himself on the fame train, and you, your show. You've gone from relatively known to the most listened-to talk show host in the world in a matter of hours. So you tell me, who else should I be looking at? Jordan took a step closer and fought the urge to hit her. 3 minutes. Is this related to your husband's financial troubles, maybe some attempt to bail him out? What? Agent Varney shifted her weight from her left foot to her right. Are you seriously going to tell me that you're unaware of the hole he's put the two of you in? Because it looks a lot like you planned to do that. Lying to a federal officer comes with a boatload of charges all on its own. It wouldn't be unwise to consult a... I have no idea what you're talking about. And there she goes. Varney scratched her forehead in frustration and looked back at the 2 agents near the door. Why do they always deny rather than fess up? One of the agents shrugged. Not that it's any of your business, but my husband and I are divorced, and have been for a while now. We've always kept separate finances because he liked to spend money on stupid shit, and it frustrated me to see it. When we were married, our incomes went into a trust maintained by our accountant, and an allowance got dropped into our respective checking accounts weekly. I didn't know if he spent his cash on saving whales or Russian whores, and I honestly didn't care. Our money is completely separated now. You sound a little bitter. He's an ass, and my opinion of you is not much higher. 2 minutes. Agent Varney raised her left hand and snapped her fingers. One of the agents behind her, a pudgy man with bad teeth, produced several folded sheets of paper from his jacket pocket and dropped them into her palm. Without looking at them, Agent Varney held them out to Jordan. Are you familiar with the Patriot Act? Of course. It's a nifty little tool. If there's a potential link to terrorism, the Act allows those of us in law enforcement speedy access to financial data without a warrant. Prior, it would have taken me days, maybe weeks, to access your records. Thanks to George W., I was able to pull up everything I needed on the ride over. And what I found was not pretty. You're broke, Ms. Briggs. Looks like you have been for about 2 weeks now. Your husband's been playing a little shell game, but it caught up to him. I'll let the good people in financial crimes pick all that apart to determine if a crime has been committed. My only interest is the motive it gives you. The phone clipped to Agent Varney's belt chirped. She unsnapped it and looked at the screen. She frowned. What now? We've got another bomb detonation. Jordan felt her stomach tighten. The Holland Tunnel? No, not a tunnel at all. Her voice trailed off as she read the message. Jordan waited for her to go on. When the agent didn't, she snatched the paperwork from her hand and went to the door. I need to get back on the air.
Chapter 28. Cole. Cole was on the ground. He didn't remember going down. He hadn't seen Tressler drop, Commander Ryland either. But all three of them were on the sidewalk across the street, a patrol car between them and the house, with air above them as hot as a furnace. The largest of the fireballs had shot through the front door and made it halfway to the street before sucking back into the house like the fiery red tongue of some beast. Cole rolled onto his stomach, got his knees under him, got to his feet. He spotted several men down on the front lawn, 2 others on fire, and yet another shedding his vest and beating it against the flames of the man closest to him. When they were out, he quickly turned and went to work on the other man who had collapsed into the grass and attempted to roll before passing out. Commander Ryland hefted himself up and took all this in a fraction of a second before locating his radio and shouting into the microphone. "All team members sound off. Clear the structure. We've got booby traps. Report. Everyone, report." His wide eyes shifted to Cole and filled with anger. "This is on you, asshole. All of it. If I lost anyone, I mean anyone, I will spend the rest of my career ruining yours." Cole knew he was right. They broke protocol and moved on his word. He should have known better. Black smoke belched out the front door and missing windows. The roof was burning. Ryland turned to one of the PD officers. "Get the fire department out here." A SWAT officer appeared in the open doorway and stumbled out. He looked like he was in shock. Cole bolted across the street to the front stoop. He threw the man's arm over his shoulder and helped him out onto the lawn. "Is there anybody else in there?" The officer looked at him for a moment, dazed, then shook his head. "There's nothing in there. No furniture, no people. The place is completely empty. Vacant." He turned his head and coughed, then looked back at Cole. "I breached from the back door and made it up the stairs before the bombs went. I don't know if they tripped a wire or if it went by remote, but it was rigged to the front door. With a secondary detonation in the attic, I found nothing in the house, but a phone on the upstairs landing hardwired off the hook. This was attached to it. Plugged into the handset." He held up a small, wedge-shaped black box with a white LED ring around the side and Bose written across the front. "Some kind of wireless receiver, Bluetooth, I think. Maybe Wi-Fi, I'm not sure." "And the house is empty?" The officer coughed again and nodded. "Nobody. Nothing at all in there," he repeated. Cole frowned down at the box. "He blew the first floor in the attic, but nothing where you found this. He wanted to keep transmitting as long as possible." "Who?" Tressler ran up behind him. "What the fuck are you doing? Get away from the house!" Cole plucked the wireless receiver from the officer's hand and held it up. He looked up and down the street, then at the houses across the street, turning in a slow circle. "He's here, in one of these surrounding homes. He said he was on a Bluetooth headset. This is the receiver. I don't think these things have much of a range, maybe 100 feet max. He's got to be close." Cole turned slowly and froze. His finger came up and pointed at the porch of the house next door. At first, Tressler didn't understand. Then he got it. Sitting on the porch was an old metal chair covered in rust. The seat and back were both padded in torn yellow pleather with orange piping. "That's identical to the ones the Bonfiglios were tied to in their kitchen. Can't be." A paramedic darted across the lawn and helped Cole lower the officer to the ground so he could get a better look at him. Cole hadn't even heard the ambulance pull up. His ears were still ringing. A fire truck rounded the block, followed by 2 other ambulances. All of them skidded to a stop as first responders flooded the street. "You got him?" Cole asked the paramedic. He nodded, tearing the singed sleeve of the officer's shirt away. As 4 other paramedics arrived, he pointed at the SWAT officers near the front door. "Check them." Cole placed the wireless receiver back in the officer's hand. "Make sure CSI gets this." A moment later, he and Tressler were on the front porch of the house next door, the ratty yellow chair beside them. They found the front door slightly ajar.
Chapter 29. Jordan. When the red on-the-air indicator lit up on her desk, Jordan waited for the words to come. That was how this typically worked for her. Other than loose topics written on the board, she didn't plan in advance. Early on in her career, she did. But those broadcasts had felt scripted, rehearsed, like she was reading to her audience rather than talking to them. It wasn't until she changed the format to a more informal conversation that her career really took off. Those who knew her often commented on how strange that all was because she really wasn't much of a conversationalist in person. In college, she'd always been the quiet girl in the corner, watching how effortlessly everyone else spoke. When she dated, she always let the other person lead the conversation. Occasionally, they'd land on a topic that interested her, and she finally would speak, going off on a rant that usually left them staring at her wide-eyed and in stunned silence. She supposed those were the first glimpses of what this show would become, but she didn't know that at the time. When she wanted to talk, when the topic interested her, the words came. Right now, she had no words. Her second monitor listed all lines full, none of them Bernie, all of them wanting to talk about Bernie. The LED counter up on the wall, which had told her she had a little over 5 million listeners when she'd first went on the air, then dipped when she refused to talk about the bombings, now indicated nearly 12 million. 12 million people waiting for her to speak. The number kept climbing. Each time she looked at it, it was higher. So she didn't look anymore. The printouts special agent in charge Allison Varney had given her were spread out on her desk. They didn't make sense. There were statements for Nick's personal checking account, her account, Charlotte's college savings, their various retirement accounts. Together, they had a combined balance of a little over $600. The last time she'd sat down with her accountant, she had nearly $30 million in liquid assets. Then there were the cars and houses, their rental properties, Nick's boat at Martha's Vineyard, all paid for at last check, now mortgaged to the hilt. She didn't understand how this could happen without her knowing. There were safeguards in place, particularly now with the divorce. Not a single dollar moved without lawyers on both sides receiving a notification. God damn it, Nick. Billy, your mic is hot, Geordie. Jordan looked up at him, caught the shimmer of panic in his eyes. Then the words came, and she let them. My goddamn ex-husband. You'd think on a day like today he'd take second stage, but nope. He found a way to weasel out in front of the main event and steal the spotlight. Steal being the operative word here. He dipped into the honeypot and wiped it clean. Didn't even leave a little bit for the ants to eat. Billy, I'm not sure what this is about, but a while back you told me that if you ever said anything that might come back and bite you in the divorce, to put up the red flag. This is me waving the red flag. Jordan ignored him. I always knew my ex was like a vampire, Count Nick, sucking every ounce of lifeblood from me, then coming back for more over and over again, not willing to stop until there's nothing left of me but this dried-out husk, a shell. I saw that coming from the get-go, hoped it was just me being paranoid, told myself a million times I was just being paranoid. But nope, not paranoid at all. More of a soothsayer. An oracle, an augur, a seer, a prophet, a fortune-teller with good hair surrounded by a lousy support system of professionals who should have seen it long before me and kept it from happening. But, again, nope. Count Nick, if you're out there somewhere sleeping it off in your coffin covered in the dirt of your homeland, if you're listening right now, I want you to know part of me understands why you might do this to me. I may not like it, but I understand it. What I don't get is how you could do it to your daughter. That's a low I didn't think even you were capable of sinking to. I guess I was wrong about that. I was as wrong about that as I was about loving you. I want you to put some thought into how you plan to explain this to our little girl, because that's on you. I'm not going to do it for you. You decided to crawl out of your grave. You need to make things right with her before you get back in that hole. Tell her exactly who you are, you fucking piece of shit asshole. You don't want your daughter to learn who and what you are from somebody else. Jordan sighed and looked at the callers online. Line 1, Tina. Did he kill the people in that house? Line 2, Becky. Is it safe to drive in the tunnel? Line 3, Julie. Explosion in Jersey. Is that him? Line 4, Bill. Stop doing what he says. Line 5, Jeff. Where are the cops? None of them were Bernie. She felt a pang of anxiety, and as long as he wasn't on the line, he was out there doing what he did, and that was far worse. She'd be lying if she didn't admit that part of the pang was disappointment. She hated herself for that. She told herself she didn't want to talk to him. That wasn't it at all, but she did need to know what he was doing. That's what was eating at her. Her phone vibrated with an incoming text from Nick. It simply said, WTF. She turned her phone over. Fuck him. Enough of that. He's an ex for a reason, and I'm sure all of you don't want to hear about his many shortcomings, Jordan said with a heavy sigh. We've got a lot of people on the phone with questions. Obviously, I have questions. We all have questions. I don't have a whole lot of answers, though. Frankly, I don't know shit. No more than the rest of you. For the record, I have no idea who this Bernie guy is. The cavalry arrived during our last break. A bunch of federal agents all freshly shaved, starched, and pressed. And in true bureaucratic fashion, they threw me under the spotlight rather than make any attempt at catching the baddie. They seem to think I'm connected to this guy in some way. Little Miss Agent in Charge even went so far as to say I orchestrated all this to give myself a ratings bump. Like me and Bernie are working on some master plan. Like Boris and Natasha, or Bonnie and Clyde. If this bunch of yahoos represents the best the feds have to offer, I think we're all in a lot of trouble this morning. Well, everyone but Bernie. He's got nothing to worry about with this crack team on the case. Billy, we've got a visitor. Should I lower the drawbridge? Jordan looked up at the studio door. Agent Varney was on the other side with her hands cupped on the glass, looking in. Jordan ignored her, shook her head at Billy, mouthed, No. Becky, on line 2, wants to know if it's safe to drive in the tunnels. I have no idea. I sure as shit wouldn't. If I had a choice, I'd be camped out in my living room with a cup of coffee, a bag of Oreos, and one of the news channels on. I wouldn't step outside, period. Ex-husbands aside, I like my life. I prefer to continue living it so I don't step out in front of buses or put myself in harm's way when it's blatantly obvious that harm is in the air. Bill, on line 4, wants me to, quote, stop doing what he says. Well, Bill, I haven't done what he says. He calls me. I keep him on the line so the aforementioned members of law enforcement have a shot of tracing his call. That's it. That's what's happening. No smoke and mirrors in that. No Simon Says. I could stop taking his calls, but one of two things will happen. He'll either blow a bunch of shit up or he'll call someone else. Then the cops will have to scramble and try and set up shop at venue number 2. All that does is give him more time. And more time in his world probably means more people dead in ours. So, am I doing the right thing, Bill? Hell, I don't know. I'm doing what seems right now. I'm figuring this out as I go. Jordan glanced at the callers again. Tina wants to know if he killed people in that house. Hell, Tina, I don't know. I heard what you heard. It's not like he's slipping me notes on the side. Let's all hope and pray that he didn't. and this is all some kind of twisted prank. Considering how he started his morning, though, I'm inclined to believe him. Let's hope the cops got there in time and they've got him face down in the dirt somewhere. I'd prefer to think that's why he's not back on the line with us right now. He's preoccupied, and hopefully not with whatever was next on his checklist. As Jordan addressed each comment, she watched the callers fall off the line, only to be replaced by others. Not him, though. Not Bernie. When her phone vibrated again, she didn't even look at it. Nick could stew in his own shit for now.
Chapter 30. Cole. Both Cole and Tresler took their guns out. The lock on the door had been jimmied, the wood was splintered, and the remnants were on the porch at their feet, clearly fresh. He'd used a wide screwdriver, or maybe a pry bar. Cole glanced back at Commander Ryland. He was surrounded by police officers and first responders barking out orders. "We should tell him." Tresler shook his head and spoke softly. "And piss away more time while they sort their shit out? We're in Jersey. We tell him, and they go in ahead of us. I don't know about you, but I want this guy. And I'm not about to waste another second discussing it when he's probably upstairs butchering some woman. We'll sort out jurisdiction later. Watch my back." He nudged by Cole, crouched down, and using his elbow, pushed the door open into a narrow hallway, with stairs on the left and a family room on the right. Light crept in around thick wooden blinds, allowing splinters of twilight to line the floors, walls, and furniture. A metal TV tray was set up in front of the couch, a pizza box on top. A couple of children's toys were scattered around on the floor, foam puzzles, the kind of thing a toddler would play with. Cole felt a fist tighten around his heart. "Please, don't let us find a baby upstairs." As a rookie, he'd seen 2 dead babies. In more recent years, as a homicide detective, he'd seen 4 more. One forgotten in his crib by his meth-head mother for nearly a week, 3 others who had died from SIDS, 2 more where the parents tried to make it appear that way. With one, the father had fallen asleep with a baby only 3 months old and rolled over on top of her. With the other, the mother couldn't take the crying and suffocated her newborn girl with a pillow, then claimed her nanny did it. With all of them, the tiny faces remained etched in Cole's mind. Little defenseless fingers, wide glassy eyes. He could handle dead adults, but the children haunted him. Tresler eased over the threshold into the room, and Cole grabbed his shoulder. "The other house was booby-trapped. Move slow." Tresler nodded without looking back. A thump from above. Something moved upstairs, shifted on the floorboards. They both looked up, then started up the stairs, careful to put their feet on the left and right edges of the steps rather than in the center, in an effort to avoid the ones Bernie had said squeaked. At the top landing, they found exactly what he had described on the air, a hallway running the length of the second floor, with doors on either side of a bathroom on the left end, what looked like a master bedroom down the opposite end of the hallway on the right. The hall bathroom light was on, but the room was empty. One of the 2 doors next to it stood open, some kind of sewing or craft room. The other door was still closed. A light burned from deep in the master bedroom to their right. No running shower, no running water, no other sounds. Tresler pointed toward the master bedroom with the barrel of his gun and started in that direction. Cole nodded and followed. A table lamp burned on the nightstand on the far side of a king-size bed, unmade. The sheets were rumpled around a white duvet at the foot. Women's clothing was scattered on top, jeans, a sweater, bra, and underwear. Light poured out of a doorway in the corner, and steam lingered in the air. Cole silently crouched down and swept under the bed with his gun, while Tresler went to an open closet door. They found nobody in the room. Edging around the bed to the bathroom, Tresler followed the lines of the room, his back pressed against the wall between the nightstand and the open door, while Cole approached head-on. With the fingers of his free hand, Tresler silently counted down from 3, then dropped low in the doorway and shouted, "Police!" as Cole ran forward in the room and swept the space from left to right. Cole knew as soon as he saw the blood, they were too late. Bernie was gone. Her naked body was draped over the side of a white bathtub, face down, bent at the waist. In the tub, her legs were curled awkwardly under her. Her right hand was still wrapped around the shower curtain, partially torn down from the bar above. Her upper torso slumped out, and her wet hair still dripped into a pool of blood. There were 3 visible stab wounds, 2 in her back, another in her neck, just under her cheek. That one had bled the most, but was bleeding no longer, and Cole didn't have to check for a pulse to know she was dead. In the steam on the mirror, Bernie had written, "Naked as a babe." Cole had one singular thought then: the kid. Chapter 31. Cole. Cole wasted no time. He shoved his way out past Tressler, through the bedroom, and back into the hallway. Sweeping the open spaces as he went, he glanced into the sewing room and the empty bathroom, then braced himself outside the only other closed door for what he might find on the other side. When he reached for the doorknob, Tressler stopped him. "If he rigged something in this house to blow, it will be that door." Cole knew he was right. Taking out his phone, he turned on the flashlight and inspected the knob as best he could, then ran the light over the door jamb, starting on the bottom right corner and working all the way around in a large circle. If the door was rigged, nothing was visible from this side. He couldn't see anything through the crack at the bottom. He told Tressler, "Get back downstairs. I'll do it." "I'm not going anywhere." Cole understood. He wouldn't have gone either. Still on his knees, he flexed his fingers and reached for the doorknob, took hold of it slowly, and began to twist. Half circle, 3/4. Through the thin gap, he watched the latch bolt slide out from the strike plate in the frame. The knob stopped. End of the line. He gave Tressler a quick look. His partner had moved as far to the side as he could, his gun up, his finger on the trigger. Every instinct in Cole's body told him not to open the door, but he did anyway. With a gentle push, the door swung into the room on old squeaky hinges. He drew in a sharp breath and swept the room with his flashlight. Behind him, Tressler muttered, "Motherfucker," turned, and bent over with his hands on his knees. "I thought for sure." Cole had too, and it took a moment for the relief to wash over him. No child. Not even a child's bedroom. The second room, thick with dust and cobwebs, was stacked floor to ceiling with clear plastic bins loaded up with holiday decorations and clothing. Just a storage room. Cole was still staring at all of it when the first level of the house erupted with the sound of storming boots and multiple shouts of "Police!" 10 minutes later, they were back out front. After a thorough search, they found no sign of Bernie, only the dead woman in the shower and her husband dead behind the wheel of his car in the garage, throat slit. Cole and Tressler stood around the hood of a North Bergen PD cruiser, SWAT Commander Emmett Ryland across from them, his face burning red. And Tressler's phone between them all, Lieutenant Gaff's voice pouring out. "What good will arresting my 2 officers do? Your 2 officers caused the death of one of my men, put 3 others in the hospital, then illegally searched a residence with absolutely none of it taking place in your jurisdiction." Gaff replied, "All of it in pursuit of a suspect who started here in our jurisdiction. Homeland gave that address to us, same as you. We're all after the same thing. When it comes time for you to rehash this in front of a review board, would you rather tell them we were all working together, or tell them how you slowed things down by taking key players out of the hunt? Detective Hundley there is the only member of law enforcement to actually speak to this guy. He was out in the middle of those initial explosions. There are shots of him running on the news and the web. He's the face of this thing. He saved lives. How's it going to look if you put him in a cell? How's it going to look for you? Those 2 are the only officers with first-hand knowledge of all the crime scenes. I'll be perfectly blunt. You work with them, or my next call is over your head. My next call after that will be with your replacement. This only made Ryland angrier. You don't have the authority. The hell I don't. You really think the feds will— We need to focus on the kid, Cole said softly, interrupting them both. Ryland glared up at him. I told you, there is no kid. The house is registered to Ted and Patty Epps, 43 and 39, both accounted for, killed by this sadistic fuck. No children, no grandchildren. They lived alone. He pointed up at the first house. The fire out, but the roof still smoldering. That place has been vacant for the better part of 2 years. The owner lives in Florida and kept the utilities on so the place didn't go to complete shit. Other than the phone, there's no sign of anyone going in or out. Neighbors never saw anyone. Cole looked up at him. He drew us here on purpose. He drew us specifically to that house so we could kill cops. He was right next door, killing those people while we were here. He probably watched all of it. Trezler said, So this is what? Some kind of vendetta thing? He's got a problem with cops? Cole turned back to the second house. Partly. Maybe. I don't know. I need to see the inside again. On the phone, Gaff said, Ryland, you're gonna let him. I hear you didn't. You know what I'm doing next. The feds are on my other line. I gotta go. He hung up then, leaving the three of them standing around the car. A second later, Cole's phone dinged with an incoming text from Gaff. Don't for a second think you're off the hook for what you did to Gracie, you little shit. Your balls are still in a jar. You're back to traffic when this is over. Make it over. Cole just shook his head and dropped the phone back in his pocket. Before Ryland could weigh in, he turned and made his way back to the house, around the crime scene tape, and through the door. CSI was already on scene, and making their way through the house, he found two of them in the living room just inside the door. Can you give me a minute? They nodded and left as Trezler came in. He took a toothpick from his pocket and slipped it into his mouth. Make this quick. He might still pull us out of here. He won't. From a box sitting on a bookcase at the front of the room, Cole took out a pair of latex gloves and tugged them on. He tossed a second pair to Trezler, then went over to the metal TV tray in front of the couch. When was the last time you saw one of these? I don't know. Maybe when I was a kid. It's all rusty. Like the table we found at the Bonfiglio house? Like the chair out front here. Yeah. Cole knelt down and got a better look at the puzzles on the floor. 3 sets in different colors, red, blue, and yellow. They were foam, about a 1/4 inch thick, with simple shapes cut out. A square, diamond, triangle, circle, meant for a young child. None of this belongs here. It's out of place. The neighbors could be wrong. Maybe they had someone visiting with a kid. No bags in the house? No suitcases? Cole could see into the kitchen from the living room. Someone had brewed coffee, or maybe the machine was on a timer. Other than that, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. No cereal, no other toys. Kids are messy. There's no gate on the steps. No child-proofing on the kitchen cabinets or doors. No way a kid lived here. And other than this, there's no sign one visited. Trezler reached over and ran his finger over the top of the metal TV tray. It left a trail in the dust. Doing the same on the coffee table, his finger came away clean. Okay. He left all this here. He put it here for us to find, like the chair out front, like the furniture at the Bonfiglios. Why? This is yard sale crap. What's the point? Cole had no idea. None of this made sense. He tapped his finger on one of the foam puzzle pieces, a red triangle. When I talked to him on that cabbie's phone, he said, "Welcome to the game." That's what this is to him. He called that radio show and told her it was a game too. Gave her a choice, made a game out of blowing up those cars. Then we got these murders. They've got to be connected. Cole looked up. He'd almost forgotten with everything going on. He sent a doll to Briggs's daughter. Made me think it was another bomb. A ratty old doll like this stuff. Those two were talking on the air, but that doll, all these things, maybe even the murders. That's them having a second unspoken conversation. He's telling her something. Tresler was nodding, the toothpick bobbing in the corner of his mouth. She's holding something back. She knows him. She must. I bet there's a connection between her and all these people. Cole got back to his feet. I'm not waiting for him to blow something else up. We need to get in front of this thing. I got to get back to Manhattan and talk to that woman. For a moment, Tresler looked like he might object. Then he nodded. I'll stay on this. No way Ryland will share with us if I don't. I'll learn what I can, then figure out how to meet back up with you in the city. A second later, Tresler's phone dinged with an incoming text message. His face went stiff, and he looked up at Cole. It's from the lieutenant. Something's happening at the Holland Tunnel.
Chapter 32. Jordan. Jordan read the message from Billy for a second time, then looked up at him in his booth at the back of her studio. He was standing, hunched over his control board, and pressing this or flipping that. He glanced at her and gave a frantic shrug before looking back down. Her list of incoming callers read full, but none were Bernie. She read his message on her monitor a third time. Will that even work? They'd never tried before. She let out a breath and leaned into her microphone. Folks, something's going on at the Holland Tunnel, and my puppet masters want me to play a live feed from one of our sister news channels. I'll stay on with you, so if my crack team of engineers gets this right, you should be able to hear me too. If you're currently tuned into my show on the web or with the app, you should see the live video feed, so you can see what's going on along with the audio. Billy, you'll get the video on monitor 1, cutting in 3. Jordan's first monitor flickered, then switched to a shaky video. It looked like a camera was attempting to zoom in over a large distance, so the slightest movement resulted in sweeping jumps. They panned over a number of stopped cars, fizzled out of focus, then came back into focus on the far corner of a yellow van with some carpet company logo on the side. A male voice said, "We'll just stay on him and hopefully pick him up when he comes around on the other end of that vehicle. Can you zoom back out a little bit?" The camera did, then steadied. Okay, so he's about 100 feet from the mouth of the tunnel, working his way through all the cars. This gridlock goes back over a mile down into Jersey. When the authorities blocked off the tunnel, everything here went to a complete standstill. With the bombing this morning, now this, nobody is moving in Manhattan unless they're on a bicycle or walking. Subways are a mess. The system is completely overwhelmed. Looks like most of these vehicles have been abandoned. On the chance the threat is real, NYPD forced everyone out of the area from the mouth of the tunnel back to the bend at Newport Center. I only see a few stragglers now, and the police are making quick work of them too, attempting to keep the area clear. We're trying to find out where this guy came from, but at this point we've got nothing but speculation. The running theory is he was in one of the cars approaching the tunnel when the police shut everything down. Then he got out and proceeded on foot. I imagine someone will piece his path together from CCTV footage. That area is covered with cameras. Just looking out at this, a road I personally travel twice a day, makes me wonder how they plan to clear all these cars without drivers when this is over. I may be here in the studio for a while. Even if they ask people to return to their cars, nobody can move unless the cars around them move. I suppose they can tow some, can't really move them off to the side, there's no room. No matter what, this is going to take a long time to unravel. Oh, there he is. He's coming around the front of the van. Jordan watched as the camera zoomed back in slightly, shifted, and focused on a man in a long tan coat walking between all the cars at a slow shuffle. He held both arms out, away from his body. There was something in his right hand. They must have been filming from a long distance. Even when they attempted to focus, his features were soft, blurry. The newscaster continued, "I know it's tough to make things out from this distance, but we've been told he's holding something the police called a dead man's switch in his right hand. It's wired up through the sleeve of his coat and back to the vest. If he releases his grip, the circuit is expected to close, triggering the bomb. Because of his coat, we haven't gotten a good shot of the vest itself. I'm sitting here trying to expand and zoom in on some still images provided to me, but like the video, we're too far away to make things out clearly. Only the front of the vest is visible. There's a mobile phone there, possibly for remote detonation. The explosives themselves look like small bricks, so experts are speculating they're C4 or something similar. But between each brick, he's got these thin canisters, and nobody seems to know what those are. They could be a liquid propellant or possibly gas of some kind. He's continuing to move toward the tunnel. The police have made no attempt to hide their sharpshooters. We're not going to show them, we don't want to compromise their positions, but they're moving through the cars with this man, staying back about 100 feet or so. He made it very clear that if they got too close or attempted to stop his progress, he would detonate. Several of the police shooters have circled around and gotten ahead of him. They've positioned between him and the tunnel. I'm going to speculate here, but I don't think they'll allow this man to enter the Holland tunnel. That's clearly his intent, to enter the tunnel and possibly detonate inside. The infrastructure damage would be substantial. For those of you not familiar with New York, the Holland Tunnel connects New Jersey on the east end to Manhattan on the west and runs under the Hudson River, 4 lanes. At its deepest, it's about 90 feet below the water. A large enough explosion could take it all down. This may sound crass, but the possible financial implications may dictate if and when the police act. They've evacuated all the civilians. If the detonation of this man's bomb is a certainty, they may work to ensure that happens in the street in a controlled environment where damage would be less severe. The last time we had an explosion in the Holland Tunnel was 1949. A barrel of carbon disulfide broke free from a transport truck and ignited. 500 feet of reinforced concrete collapsed. 1 man died and 66 others were injured. Without knowing the exact compounds in the man's bomb, I don't think the authorities will risk an explosion inside the tunnel. He's shouting something now. Can anybody make that out? Someone off mic said something, but Jordan couldn't tell what they said. I'm being told they're telling him if he moves any closer, they will shoot, the newscaster said flatly. If there are young children watching or anyone faint of heart, I suggest you tune out. We are not operating on a delay. We're live. If the police take action, you will see it. Speaking from experience, these kinds of things cannot be unseen. Okay, I was just handed a statement from NYPD affirming what I said. Local SWAT and sharpshooters have received authorization to take deadly force if this man attempts to enter the tunnel. Again, I'm warning all viewers this could get graphic. The man is shouting back at someone. Our microphones are unable to pick up what he's saying. We're too far away. He is moving again. He seems undaunted by their warning. He's continuing toward the tunnel. I'd estimate he's 50 to 75 feet away, which is awfully close if he... Oh my God, okay. We have shots fired. I repeat, we have shots fired. The man is down. The camera jerked up and away, then slowly came back down and steadied. The man was on the ground, sitting in an awkward position, still alive, and still holding the switch. He is standing back up. They're telling me he was shot in the right leg and... Okay, he's back up. Oh, my. He's clearly been shot in the thigh. He's back on his feet, but unsteady, favoring his right leg. He's reaching into his pocket now with his free hand. He appears to be moving deliberately slow. He yelled something again and... Okay, he said he does not have a gun. He's taking something out of his pocket. My producer is telling me we have a second camera on site now with a better lens. We should be able to get a closer shot when we switch... Oh, that's much better. Okay. Again, I want to caution everyone watching, this is a live feed and not suitable for all viewers, particularly children. He's unfolding a sheet of paper and holding up a sign. It says... Jordan let out an audible gasp and covered her mouth with her hand. The sign says, "On you, Jordan." The camera zoomed in on the sign, then panned up to the man's face. He was grimacing, obviously in a lot of pain. As he came into focus, Jordan's stomach twisted into a knot. Billy, wait, don't we know him? The newscaster cut back in. He has been identified. I'm not sure of the source on this. We've been told we can't release his name yet. But he's a defense attorney here in Manhattan, 42 years of age, unmarried. The sign, it's clear he's referring to talk show host Jordan Briggs here at SiriusXM, which would be confirmation that this is connected to the bombings earlier today in Manhattan, and possibly several murders, which have also taken place today in the tri-state area. A man known only as Bernie has been... His voice faded away. Jordan couldn't hear him over the sound of blood rushing through her ears. On her desk, her phone vibrated again, and she snatched it up. Nick, again. Call me, now, damn it. Emergency, 911. Seriously, you shit. Right now? Hitting the mute button on her microphone, she tapped dial on her phone and brought it to her ear, unable to look away from her monitor. He's moving again with a severe limp. He looks like he's lost a lot of blood and must be in excruciating pain, but he's continuing toward the mouth of the tunnel anyway, ignoring police warnings, picking up speed with each step. Her call began to ring. On screen, the man's eyes went wide and he froze. He looked down at the vest. The mobile phone, tacked to the center of his chest above the belt of explosives, lit up for a brief millisecond before a blinding flash. Jordan's cell fell from her fingers and clattered across her desk. Another text came in, this one from an unknown caller, and it was enough to put her over the edge. You've made your choice. Boom.
Chapter 33. Cole. Cole saw the explosion from the helicopter, this flash of white, less than a mile away on his right. Either from a blast wave or a knee-jerk reaction from the pilot, the chopper pulled hard to the left. Cole slammed into the sidewall, then grabbed the edge of the seat. They quickly climbed and leveled off a moment later while Cole fumbled with his seatbelt. Through his headphones, the pilot said, "Sorry, I flew in the war. Reflex thing. That's the Holland Tunnel down there." A giant fireball erupted near the tunnel opening, igniting several cars. A truck exploded, bounced, and landed on top of a rusty station wagon. Jesus. Cole leaned against the window. "Can you get us in closer?" The pilot hesitated, the helicopter turning slowly as it hovered. "See those news choppers to the east? I know those guys, and they're fucking crazy. I take this bird anywhere near them, and my boss will have me driving a cab by this time next week. It's too risky. NYPD will restrict the airspace if they haven't already. Maybe the feds at this point. They'll ground all of us." Another car exploded. Thick black smoke lofted up, making it nearly impossible to see anything. The pilot eased them even further away. "I'm sorry, but I can't risk getting caught up in the heat draft. This chopper is built more for comfort. It can't handle that sort of thing. Could choke us and cause a stall." Cole could barely hear him. This couldn't be one man, could it? Less than 3 hours, and the city was on its knees. How was it even possible? His phone started to ring. Lieutenant Gaff. "This is Cole. Where are you?" "On my way back to the radio station to interrogate Briggs. She has to know him. In a chopper, though, right?" "Yeah. I need you to reroute. Get over to Rikers instead." "Rikers? Why?" "The man who just blew himself up at the tunnel was a local defense attorney named William Daly. We found a link between him and Briggs. We need a break. This could be it." "What's the link?" "Not a what. A who. They're moving her to an interview room right now. Her name is Marissa Chapman."
Chapter 34. Jordan. "That is not Nick's number." "I don't understand," FBI agent Allison Varney replied, her eyes fixed on Jordan's. The two of them were sitting at the conference table in Jordan's office. The painter's tarps that had been covering the table had been discarded, bunched up in the corner of the floor. The painter's a no-show. Agent Varney had asked to speak to Jordan alone, and apparently alone meant along with the pudgy FBI agent with bad teeth, because he had followed them in and made himself right at home, sitting on the corner of her desk with a cup of coffee pilfered from her green room. Jordan had learned his name was Fred Schulman. Jordan pointed at her cell phone in the center of the conference table. It was resting on top of a plastic evidence bag, but had yet to be placed inside. Nick's contact information was on the screen. Somebody changed out the number I had programmed in for him. And why would somebody do that? Jordan knew her eyes were bouncing around like a crazy person. She only half heard this other woman as she spoke. Her heart was beating 1,000 times per minute and felt like it might burst. Did I activate that bomb? Agent Varney didn't reply. Instead, she sat there for a moment, watching Jordan with this look that was a mix of condescension, condolence, and pity. She reached across the table, took Jordan's phone, and slid a finger across the screen. It had timed out. "What's your passcode?" Jordan opened her mouth to tell her, then thought better of it. Varney tilted her head. "You can always change it. Do you want me to help you or not?" "I'm not sure you're here to help me." Varney shrugged. "You know I'll get in either way. The real question is whether I get in with your cooperation or without. And that's the kind of thing that will be looked at very closely in the days to come." She leaned forward. "This is how it will play out. I'll make a phone call and request a warrant. You'll call some attorney somewhere, and he or she will tell you to not do anything until he or she gets here. He or she will not be able to get here because of what's happening outside. More people will die. I'll get my warrant. I'll send your phone back to FBI HQ, probably with someone on foot until they can work through this mess and catch a cab to Tribeca. That's where we're based. That will take a while. More people will die. Your attorney will attempt to block our access. He or she won't succeed, but that will take time too. More people will die. Eventually, though, I'll have every scrap of data from this phone printed in triplicate, with 12 people analyzing it. I'll get what I need, and you'll be hung out to dry for stalling us while more people died. So do what you want, and I'll do what I have to do. We'll see where we end up." Jordan knew she was right, but that didn't make this any more palatable. 0324, my daughter's birthday. Agent Varney gave her a slight smile and keyed in the code, then brought up Nick's contact information again. "According to this, he has 2 cell phones." She held up the phone. "The first one is correct, not the second. I don't know how that got in there, but that's the one his text message came in from. That's the one I dialed." "The one you think activated the bomb." She said this as a statement, not a question. Jordan hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Yes." Agent Varney looked up at her again. "If I search for William Daly, am I going to find him?" Again, Jordan went quiet. "What little patience I have left is quickly dwindling, Miss Briggs." Agent Varney began to stand. "Schulman, go ahead and cuff her and read her her rights. We're going to do this the hard way." "Okay, wait," Jordan said. "Just wait." Agent Varney lowered herself back into her chair. Jordan let out a slow breath. "I don't know if he's in there. I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I've probably had 12 phones since then. He represented me on a civil thing years back when I was first starting out." "A civil thing?" "It was silly, really. I'd just moved to the city. KROQ hired me away from a station outside of St. Louis. Well, Billy and me. I'd been on the air here for a little over a week. KROQ was 3rd in the ratings, and they brought me in to take them to #1. I hit the ground running, pulling every trick I learned along the way to drum up my audience. At this point, I had a formula. I'd hit #1 in every market they put me in. I knew I could do it here, and I planned to do it in record time. So I rolled out one of our go-to stunts." "Which was?" "Oh, it seems so stupid now. This was probably 10 years ago. Times were different. I was different." "What did you do?" Jordan rubbed the side of her head. This girl called in, a liberal arts student at NYU, 19 years old. She called me complaining about the cost of tuition, rent in the city, lack of jobs for students. She moved here from Kansas and kept her car, a beat-up Honda Accord. She didn't have the cash to park it or put it in a garage. She said she was on the verge of dropping out because she couldn't afford to stay in the city anymore. So I made her an offer. I told her if she got in her car naked and drove down Broadway from Hell's Kitchen to Washington Heights, staying on the air with me the whole time, I'd give her $10,000 cash. You can't be serious. She said no, Jordan replied. At first, anyway, she turned me down, hung up, and I thought that was the end of it. But all these calls started coming in from other women willing to do it and from men wanting her to do it. At the time, I had no idea what she looked like. She might have been 300 pounds with a mole in the middle of her forehead. But she sounded cute, and that's all that really mattered. That's the beauty of radio. Listeners hear a voice and conjure up this ideal image for the person behind it. Her voice had this sweet, innocent inflection to it. She had that Midwestern accent, wholesome, small-town girl in the big city. The fact that she didn't want to do it was what made just about everyone want to see it happen even more. Everyone wants what they can't have. My new audience saw her adversity as a challenge and started calling in with pledges, donations toward the cause. Within an hour, we broke 20,000, then 25. We were at 28 when she finally called back in and agreed to do it. Agent Varney only stared at her. We gave her an address in Hell's Kitchen off the air. It was a parking garage near where one of my interns lived, and I sent a crew out there to meet her with a camera. Jordan waved a hand through the air. Nothing like what we have now. It just was some piece of shit Sony Handycam, something we could use to document everything, not really knowing what we were documenting it for. We weren't on television yet. She showed up, and I think everyone was relieved when we realized she was as cute as her voice. Curly blonde hair, green eyes, and the kind of body that turned heads and caused men to walk into light poles. Midwest, corn-fed, and 110 pounds, soaking wet. Do you have any idea how sexist this all sounds? Jordan shrugged. Sexist enough to sell, sexist enough to cause 1,000 strangers to throw money into a bag. I'm not proud of everything I've done to build a career, but I'm not going to apologize for knowing what works, what's worked for 1,000 years. People want what people want. And that particular morning, they wanted a naked girl to drive down Broadway, so I gave them one. I can't imagine how nervous she was. You can see it on the tape, anyone would be. But she committed. She stripped down right there in the garage, handed her clothes to my staff, and got behind the wheel of that yellow Accord with my camera-toting intern in her passenger seat and another staffer in the back, holding a cell phone so we could broadcast the whole thing on the air. Her clothes went into a separate car, and she was told she could pick them up at the finish line along with her cash. Jordan paused for a moment as events came back to her. We didn't tell my audience where exactly she'd start, or where specifically she'd end up. They only knew Hell's Kitchen with Washington Heights on the other end, but not addresses. What they did know was Broadway. They knew she'd take Broadway. And that was enough. The second someone spotted a yellow Accord on Broadway, they posted the location on social media with #NakedGirl. Other people spotted her and posted. Others followed in their own cars, drove alongside. Someone got in front. I was on the air giving a play-by-play like I was calling some kind of sporting event. Our phones went nuts. Local TV jumped on the story, mobilized crews. People started to line the sidewalks and wait for her like some kind of fucked-up parade. You couldn't actually see anything. She was short and drove hunched down in the seat. But that didn't keep anyone away. Honestly, it might have made things worse. Jordan paused again and looked down at her hands. 7.4 miles, a 20 to 30-minute drive on a good day. That's all this was, all it was supposed to be. There's no way I could have known what would happen.
Chapter 35. Cole. Cole had made his share of trips to Rikers Island since joining NYPD, but always via car, the FDR to 278, across the bridge, through security, and into the small parking lot reserved for law enforcement. Normally, about 40 minutes from Midtown, by air, things were very different. They shot directly over the East River, cleared prison airspace by radio, and were easing down onto one of the helipads within a handful of minutes. Behind them, thick blooms of black clouds filled the sky above Manhattan. Cole tried not to look at them. As Cole climbed out of the helicopter and jogged toward the prison entrance, a man in his mid-50s pushed through one of the doors and held it open with his back. He shouted over the engine noise, "I never got one of those when I was with NYPD." The heavy metal door closed behind them, turning the heavy thump, thump, thump into a dull rumble. Cole held out his hand, but the other man didn't take it. Instead, his eyes narrowed. "I'm Warden Daggett, Gracie's godfather." Cole felt a lump form in the pit of his stomach. "Gaff told me what you did to our little girl. You come to my prison any day but today, me knowing what you did, and I might accidentally throw you in solitary for a month. Maybe put you in the center of the yard and tell the inmates you're a cop. Maybe both." "It's not what you think. It never is. That doesn't make it right." He turned and started down the hallway. "Come back when this is all over. We'll invite Gaff and talk this out like men." A guard stood silently in an open elevator, one hand on the door. As they stepped inside, he pressed a button for one of the lower levels. The door closed, and they began to descend. Cole said, "What can you tell me about her?" "She's the sweetest creature ever to set foot on this planet." "Not Gracie. Marissa Chapman?" Warden Daggett shrugged. "Not much. She's halfway through a 20-year stretch. Due for her first parole hearing next week. Keeps her head down, or I'd probably know more. I've got about 7,000 inmates here, and I didn't know her name until Gaff called me 20 minutes ago. That's a testament to her. A place like this, you don't want to be on my radar." The elevator doors opened onto a wide hallway with concrete floors and yellow walls. The paint was chipped and flaking, with the prison set to close in a few years. Budget constraints probably put an end to most of the maintenance. "Third interview room on the right," the warden said. "When you're done, ask one of the guards to take you back up to the helipad." "You're not staying?" The warden shuffled and slapped a folder into Cole's hand. "That's everything we have on her. I don't want to be anywhere near you any longer than I need to be. Return the folder to the guard when you're done." He turned and started down the opposite end of the hall. Over his shoulder, he shouted, "You got half a ball. You'll come back when this is over so we can chat about Gracie, shithead." The guard from the elevator had followed them out, and a slight smile edged the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. He crossed the hallway and opened the door for the third interview room, waiting for Cole to step in, then closed the door behind him. She was sitting at an aluminum table in an orange jumpsuit. Her short blonde hair was pulled back. She wore no makeup and wasn't restrained. A small tattoo of a black rose covered her right wrist. It wasn't very good. She didn't say anything as Cole took a seat across from her and opened the folder. A photo of a much younger version of the woman was clipped to the left side. She looked like she had aged 20 years rather than the actual 10. Cole tried not to stare at it. He said, "Thank you for meeting with me. Lucky for you, my schedule was wide open today." "Do you know why I'm here?" "Not a clue." "Do you know what's happening in the city today?" The lines of her face tightened. "Something that's got nothing to do with me. I was watching on the TV in the rec room when they dragged me down here." Cole flipped through the folder. There was surprisingly little. A decade summed up in only a handful of pages, citations for her time spent working in the prison laundry, a demerit for a fight dating back nearly 9 years. A summary of the charges against her: 5 counts of aggravated manslaughter and 1 count of involuntary manslaughter. He closed the folder. What can you tell me about William Daly? Who? During your trial, he represented Jordan Briggs. She slumped in her chair. Oh, him. What do you remember? She smirked. What do I remember? What do I remember? I remember all of it. I remember how that bitch talked me into doing something I didn't want to do. I remember how she took advantage of me and my circumstance. I remember how that greasy asshole attorney of hers twisted all the facts and somehow made all of it my fault. Like that woman had nothing to do with any of it. Like I set out that day to kill 6 people. I remember how my court-appointed attorney sat there and did absolutely nothing to really defend me. I remember watching the 2 of them talk in the corner of the courtroom, voices all hushed and buddy-buddy, as they figured out what to do with me before they headed off downtown for lunch in some fancy restaurant and washed their hands of me. They knew each other? Daly and your attorney. They all know each other. That's one of the things you learn in here. They act like they're mortal enemies in the courtroom, then they go off and play golf after. The judges, too. Daly lined his pockets, keeping a rich client out of trouble, and my attorney did what little work he needed to do to get my file moved from the top of his desk to a box in the basement somewhere. Just another day in the judicial system. Can you tell me what happened? Why? She shot back. What's the point? You gonna make some kind of half-assed promise to get me out of here, then disappear on me after you get whatever you need? I can't promise you anything. Then why the hell should I talk to you? The man who blew himself up at the Holland Tunnel. That was Daly. She settled back in her chair, and a smile grew across her face. They didn't say that on the news. SiriusXM let his name slip, but all the networks got a gag order from Homeland Security right after. They're keeping it under wraps for now. Her smile somehow grew larger. I'm going to get a copy of that footage and watch it every night in slow motion before I go to sleep, like a fucking bedtime story. I wish I could have lit 'em up myself. Marissa, people are dying. Somehow he's connected. I need to figure out how. On you, Jordan, Marissa said softly. That's what his sign said. Bitch, finally getting what's hers. What happened, Marissa? Marissa blew out a long breath, and her expression softened. For a brief moment, a glint of innocence passed over her face, and Cole realized he was getting a glimpse of the woman she used to be. The one who walked through the doors of Rikers for the first time all those years ago. I was broke and needed money to stay in NYU. I called up her show to vent, mostly. I didn't think it would actually lead to anything. Before I knew it, she was offering me close to $30,000 to take a drive naked up Broadway. She said it was totally my choice, but it wasn't much of a choice, not really. Not with that much money on the line. A couple miles in my own car, just some radio stunt for a new show I figured nobody even listened to. I'm short. I figured if I slouched down in the car, nobody would see anything anyway, but maybe a couple of truck drivers. Not much different than a flash at Mardi Gras or spring break. How do you say no to that? At 19, it all makes perfect sense. Off the air, they gave me an address in Hell's Kitchen. I met some of her staff there. They seemed as nervous as me. Everybody just stared at the floor all red-faced. And in a way, that made things a little easier. I was naked and back in my car in a couple minutes. One guy with a camera got in the front with me, promised to only shoot from the waist up. Another guy got in the back, and we called Jordan Briggs from his cell. Before I knew it, we were back live on the air and pulling into traffic. She fell silent for a second, her eyes half focused on some spot over Cole's shoulder, as the memories came back. At first, nobody even noticed me, and I thought it would be okay. I kind of thought it was funny, all these people driving around me, wrapped up in their own bubble. None of them had a clue. I guess we got about a mile before someone started beeping their horn behind us. A few more blocks, and two guys in a Ford pickup nearly caused a wreck trying to get up alongside, beeping their horn too and yelling crap out the windows. I couldn't make out what they were saying. My windows were all closed. No way I'd open them. I don't think they were listening to her show. They just saw me. Traffic was light, too, for New York, anyway. We were moving along pretty good, except for the lights. Every time we stopped at a light, there seemed to be more people around me that knew what was going on. More than that damn truck. Those guys were like flies on honey. They kept getting so close, swinging over, sometimes coming within a couple of inches. At about the third or fourth light, when I still wouldn't open my window, they started throwing stuff, empty beer cans, coins, an ice scraper, whatever they could find. And that's when I started getting scared. I was okay when we were moving. It was when we stopped. We were near Riverside Park, at a light, when the guy in the truck's passenger seat reached down and started pounding on my window, full fist, shaking the glass with each hit like he meant to bust it. I got a good look at him then, and I knew he was trouble. Real trouble. His eyes were all crazed and red, a mix of adrenaline and who knows what. He looked like he'd been out partying all night and had no intention of winding down. When he shouted, drool ran down the corner of his lip. Spittle hit my window. He either didn't notice or didn't care. I locked my windows, trying not to look at him. Man, that light took forever to change. Through all of this, Briggs was on that speakerphone, talking through some kind of play-by-play with her intern, both of them all excited. Another car pulled up alongside on my right, 4 guys in that one, and they were listening to her show. They had it blaring loud enough for me to hear. When we stopped at the next light, I tried to inch away from the truck, but couldn't, not with that other car on the opposite side. They pinned me in. I think that's when panic started to set in, because I realized between the two of them I couldn't change lanes or move to the left or right. The car that originally beeped was still behind me, blocking me from the back. All I had left was forward. And a thought popped into my head. What if someone cuts me off from the front too? What will these guys do if they manage to stop my car? The guy with the phone in my backseat, the one talking to Jordan Briggs, he kept calling out our position, telling people exactly where we were and how much further we had to go. He was laughing, all wrapped up in things. The guy with the camera, though, I think he started to feel what I was feeling, this shift in control from us to them. Like someone flipped a big switch. I knew we were in serious trouble when we came up on Columbia University. We both did. Even the guy in the back shut up. There were students all along the sidewalks. Some were even holding up signs. Others were pointing at my car, yelling out my name. It went from a few dozen to hundreds in the blink of an eye. The guy with the camera, he told me to turn, get off Broadway, but I couldn't, not with a truck and car blocking me from both sides. At the next light, I have no idea what the intersection was. My heart was beating like a fist, almost as bad as the asshole in the truck beating my window every chance he got. Seeing all those people, that only added fuel to his fire. The driver, too, he got all wrapped up in the shouting from the sidewalks and sideswiped me, not hard, just a glance along the passenger side. Then his buddy leaned out the window far enough he looked like he might fall out. He screamed at me, angry now on top of everything else, said I hit them. That was bullshit, but it didn't matter. He yelled for me to pull over. No way I was going to do that. Then they slammed into my car on purpose, caused me to swerve into the car on my right side. That car hit the car next to them. All I could see were the faces. All these people yelling at me from all the cars and trucks around me, from the sidewalk, even the guy in my passenger seat, screaming for me to take a side road. Through all this, Jordan Briggs stayed on the phone with her intern, the two of them adding this running commentary to the whole thing like they were watching some television show, rather than driving through the middle of it. We came to another light at the university, and all the people from the sidewalks ran out, surrounded my car, started beating on the hood, climbing over my car, screaming. So many people. Her voice dropped off for a moment. Cole realized she was trembling. When she noticed, she moved her hands under the table to her lap. That's when I saw the gun. Who had a gun? The asshole in the truck. He reached out and used it to smash my window. The glass shattered, rained in on me, and everything got really loud. Like all those people were suddenly in the car with me. He tried to grab me. I lost my shit then. I barely remember this next part. And I wish there was a way to get what happened next out of my head, because it's there every time I close my eyes. She looked up at Cole, her gaze glossy. I hit the gas. He was halfway out of the truck, reaching through my window, grabbing at me, and I slammed my foot down on the gas. There were people on my car, people in front of my car, people just crossing the street with the light. They were everywhere. And I didn't care. I wasn't thinking anymore. I was just running on pure instinct, self-preservation. My car jumped forward and cut through them. God. I heard it. This sickening crunching. More screaming. My eyes weren't even open. I couldn't look. I'd checked out. I just kept my foot on the gas. Her arms came up, and she wrapped them around her chest. This solitary hug. Cole wanted to comfort her, knew he couldn't. She went on, her voice quivering. I hit a building on the opposite side of the intersection. That's what finally stopped me. That's when I opened my eyes again. That's when I realized what I'd done. I wanted to shut down again and couldn't. I just started screaming. They took me away, and I don't remember much of that part either. I was in shock. I didn't come out of it for 2 days. And that's when they told me 5 people were dead, and 23 others had been injured. Cole wasn't sure what to say. At first, when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry." She looked back up at him. "I'm the one who listened to that ignorant bitch in the first place. Let her talk me into that. She's the reason I'm here." Cole looked back down at the list of charges in her file. "Why were you charged with 5 counts of aggravated manslaughter? If that guy pulled a gun on you, I had an overworked public defender who didn't give 2 shits about me. Nobody saw the gun but me, and it was never found. You can't see it on the video. Without that, it was all on me." Briggs's attorney, that Daly guy, he saw to that. By the time all the dust settled, Briggs looked like another victim, and I was on my way here. "Who was your public defender?" "Some wet behind the ears wingnut named Dan Carswell." She settled back in her chair. "I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I'm mixed up in whatever's happening today." "Are you?" She shook her head. "Look, it's been 10 years. Do I hate that woman? Yes, I will always hate her. She took advantage of a naive girl. But I've let go what I can let go. Hating her doesn't erase the guilt I feel. Hate won't bring any of those people back. All I can do is my time. Keep my head down and hope to come out on the other side with the Remnants of a life? That's all. Cole's eyes fell away from her, drifted back down the file. He couldn't look at her. 5 counts of aggravated manslaughter, and 1 count of involuntary. What was the difference? She licked her chapped lips and looked down at her hands. One woman was pregnant.
Chapter 36. Jordan. Jordan left Agent Varney in the hallway outside the studio for the 3rd time and sat heavily behind her microphone. Between broadcasts, she had spent the better part of the last half hour telling her what happened with that young NYU student, the remaining minutes wondering if she should get one of her attorneys in here, and her time on the air wondering when he would call back. Bernie calling back wasn't an if. They all knew it was most definitely a when, but he hadn't called back. Not yet. But that possibility was probably all that kept the agent and her friends from hauling her down to some federal building for further inquisition under bright lights. Jordan had home field advantage here, and they knew it. They most certainly didn't like it. They'd let her keep her phone, and her first instinct had been to call Nick. She hated herself for that. They'd been together for 14 years and married for 12. For a large portion of that time, he was her rock, her soulmate, her confidant, her only real confidant. He'd been there when everything happened with that girl. He was there for the trial, and he was there to help pick up the pieces. He saw her sleepless nights, saw her on the pills, helped her get off the pills. He saw her fall apart and held her tight so the pieces would have time to glue back together. All of it away from the public eye as best they could, because there was no way she'd give those assholes in the press something like that to write about. He was the only one who knew about the letters. There was a moment while talking to Agent Varney when Jordan considered telling her. But that moment slipped by, and once it was gone, it was gone. If she walked out to the hallway and told her now, she'd be backpedaling. If she showed her the letters, she'd be accused of withholding. And the truth was, she didn't know if they were connected, not really. Bringing them up might just muddy the waters and throw them off whatever trail they should be following. Jordan vaguely heard Billy count her in and caught the on-the-air light as it flicked on from the corner of her eye. She looked up at him. "Billy, do you think I'm a good person?" Billy scrambled for a moment, not prepared to go on the air, then pressed the button that made his microphone go live. "Absolutely not, Ms. Briggs. I think you're a self-indulgent, inconsiderate bitch who has climbed to the top on the backs of those around you. Oh, crap, did I say that out loud? I meant you are a saint, Geordie, and if I knew how to sculpt, I would spend my off-air time creating a 50-foot statue in your likeness in the middle of Central Park, so I would have some place where I could openly worship at your feet. I might compose music. Frankly, you deserve to be the subject of a board game." "I'm detecting a hint of sarcasm, Billy." "You signed my checks. I'm contractually obligated to like you." "If I didn't, would you? Do you see me as the kind of person you'd hang out with if you didn't have to?" "I'm not sure. Are you into porn, Game of Thrones, and Minecraft?" "Isn't everybody?" "I sit around in my underwear a lot." "Me too." "Then I guess you're okay." "Bernie hates me." "I think Bernie has anger issues. He seems to hate a lot of people." "Yeah, but he particularly dislikes me." Billy said, "Maybe if he got to know you, he'd ask for adjoining rooms in hell. You never know." "Do you think I'm going to hell?" On her third monitor, a message popped up. "Billy, where are you going with this?" Jordan looked up at him in his booth. "I don't think I'm a bad person. I've made some mistakes in life, some missteps. But for the most part, I try to do what's right." "For the most part?" "Sometimes my bitch gene takes over. Sometimes it fights with my ambition gene. Sometimes my drive gene stomps on them both. That's when things get a little cloudy. But I do have a conscience. Are you sure? Maybe there's some kind of blood test you can take to confirm the existence of said conscience. Jordan tilted her head to the side and pushed her hair back over her shoulder. I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out what could possibly push someone like Bernie over the edge, and I keep coming up empty. The feds are here, they've been grilling me, looking for an answer to that too, and I think they're even further off base than when they first got here. I feel like I'm watching Keystone Cops run in circles. Makes me realize how fragile everything is. A Bernie goes over the edge, the world comes crashing down around us, and the people we expect to keep order swoop in. But instead of helping, instead of instilling confidence, they point their collective magnifying glasses in the wrong direction. If the people here are the best we've got, I may go hide under a bed until this is all over. I'm not sure if burying your head in the sand is the answer. Here's the thing, Billy. I go through life trying to do what's right in my mind, and that's an important distinction, because what's right to me may not be to someone else. So that's got me wondering, does that mean Bernie thinks he's doing what's right? Does this all make perfect sense to him? Billy said, Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. Stalin, Castro, Oprah. I'm not sure Oprah belongs on that list. Daytime talk show hosts are evil, mind-melting propaganda filthmongers and must be stopped. Ellen may very well be the Antichrist. I kind of like Ellen. Okay, maybe not Ellen. Springer, though, him for sure. I've been told never to make direct eye contact with that guy. He'll steal your soul. I'm not sure anyone would argue that point. She fell silent for a moment, then said, Do you remember Naked Girl? Billy's eyes grew wide. Billy, we're not allowed to talk about that. Billy's point of view that day had been unique, and she was certain he hadn't forgotten a single second of it. She knew for a fact he'd worked through 3 different psychiatrists over the years, rehashing those events. Billy had been the intern in the back seat of that girl's yellow Accord, holding the cell phone. Jordan said, The attorney who represented me in that case was William Daly, the same man who just blew himself up at the Holland Tunnel. She let the words fly, knowing once she did there would be no taking them back, not by Billy, not by the FBI. Millions of people could not unhear her words. She was on the record now. Billy, gag orders, NDAs, settlements. Don't do this. You're putting all of it at risk. This isn't just about you. Jordan's fingers wrapped around her phone. She turned it over and glanced at the display. About a dozen messages from Nick, the last one about 4 minutes ago. Call me, call me, call me. She ignored all that and typed a message back to him. Nick's reply was nearly instant. Not until we talk. She typed back, now, mashing her fingers down hard with each letter, as if the added pressure would somehow emphasize her point. I need a copy of it now. The seconds ticked by, and she began to think he wouldn't do it. She wouldn't. Why would he? Then it came in. A photo of the letter she'd given him this morning. Jordan read the carefully crafted handwritten letter again and tried to ignore the knot in her belly. She knew what she needed to do. She cleared her throat. Billy, I'm going to read you something. Chapter 37. Jordan. Jordan stared down at the image of the letter, sucked in a breath, and found the courage to read aloud. Dear Miss Briggs, I can't believe it's been another year. The days, weeks, and months flew by so fast. I'm in the 5th grade now, and I've grown a lot since I last wrote. In fact, I'm taller than most of the boys in my class now. That seems a little weird, but all the girls are taller now, and our teacher, Mrs. Dolan, says it's perfectly normal. She says the boys will catch up soon enough, but emotionally, spiritually, and intelligently, we girls will always be taller than the boys. You just can't always see it. I like Mrs. Dolan. She's nice. I like writing and math. Science is a little harder, but that's fun, too. Mommy says I've got a little brother on the way. I know I'm supposed to be excited about that, but it's just been Mommy, Daddy, and me for so long. I'm not sure I want a brother. She seems to want another baby, though, so I guess I'm happy that she's happy. Daddy says we'll have to share a room for a little while, but he promised to get us a bigger place. Mommy's excited about that, too. I'm not sure I want to move. All my friends are here, so I hope the new place is somewhere close. I don't want to change schools either. My best friend Valerie and I got in trouble the other day for passing notes in class. Luckily, we worked out a secret code, so Mrs. Dolan couldn't read it. But still, she caught us. I'm glad she couldn't read it, though, because the note was about a boy in my class, Blake Hilly. Valerie thinks Blake is uber cute, and I guess I do, too. She's mad because Blake seems to like me more than her. But she kissed him yesterday anyway, and now he's not talking to either of us. I told Mommy about Blake, and she said all boys have cooties, and it's dangerous to be around them until they're 25. Something about a college degree and job somehow curing them. I think she made that last part up. She also told me not to tell Daddy about Blake. She said Daddy might put me in something called a convent if he found out I talked to boys. But she said I can talk to her about boys anytime I want. Remember last year when I said I wanted to be a veterinarian? I've thought about it a lot in the past year, and I think I just said that because Valerie's dog died. He was old, but we tried to save him, but sometimes dogs just get too tired and need to go to sleep. I think instead of being a veterinarian, I might become a doctor and help people. People live longer than dogs or cats or gerbils. Mommy and Daddy said I can be whatever I want when I get older. But I see doctors on TV, and I want to be like them. Mommy also said I don't need to decide that kind of thing yet, but I still like to think about it. Valerie has no idea what she wants to do right now. She plans to be a doctor, too. Boys are stupid most times, so I didn't ask Blake. Jordan paused for a second. She didn't look up at Billy because she knew if she did, she wouldn't be able to continue. She didn't look at her monitors or whoever might be watching her through the window in the door. She didn't look at anything but the image of the letter on her phone. A tear slipped from her left eye and rolled down her cheek. She let it. When it splashed down on her desk, she found the strength to continue. When you killed me 10 years ago, when you killed Mommy and I was still in her belly, when you took my entire life, everything away from me, from all of us, really, you went on as if nothing happened. Do you remember that? You took a couple days off, and then that following Monday, when you returned to your show, you went on as if nothing happened. As with the others I've sent you, this letter is a glimpse of what would have happened if nothing happened, if life had just gone on as you pretended it did. Daddy says he spends every waking second wishing nothing had happened, wishing Mommy was still alive, wishing I had had the chance to be born, wishing the little brother I mentioned would have come along someday. He says you took all that away from him, from us. Does that make you sad? You don't seem like it does, and that makes me sad. How could someone have a heart so black they feel no remorse, no guilt, no shame, no responsibility for something so horrible? When you close your eyes at night, do you see me? Because I see you. I've never stopped seeing you. I've never stopped wondering what if you had never entered our lives. Someday soon you're going to wonder what your life would have been if I never entered yours. Jordan's voice had grown shaky, and she allowed herself several breaths, then said, "The letter is signed, Forever and Ever, Kimberly." And that's the part that always hits me the hardest, because I know there never was a Kimberly because of me. I wanted to share this with all of you because it's something that's weighed heavily on me for a long time. I'm not allowed to talk about the specifics. There are court orders that prohibit that. But with a quick search on the internet, I imagine most of you will put this together. I've received 10 of these letters, one for each year Kimberly would have been alive. And it's not that I didn't want to talk about it. I couldn't. I guess I've never let that stop me before, but in this case I did. Probably because that made me feel better about it. This time she did look up at Billy. His eyes were fixed on her. Bernie, I'm sorry for what I stole from you. I've always been sorry. You deserved to hear that a long time ago. Jordan couldn't find the words to say anything else, so she let the silence linger and looked up at her second monitor. She watched as the names of the people on hold blinked out one at a time, all replaced with the name of the man she knew she had no choice but to speak to. Line 1, Bernie. Line 2, Bernie. Line 3, Bernie. Line 4, Bernie. Line 5, Bernie.
Chapter 38. Cole. Her name was Courtney Bretz, Tresler said. Cole was standing in the hallway leading back to the helicopter at Rikers, his phone pressed to his ear. She was 6 months pregnant when Marissa Chapman motored down. They managed to get the baby out in the ambulance before the mother died. But the child only lived for 9 minutes. Little girl, Kimberly Bretz, according to the death certificate. Next of kin is listed as Bernard Bretz. That's him. We got him. We got a name. I need an address, Tresler. Working on it. We should put some kind of protective detail on Chapman, right? Warden Daggett already did. He's moving her to isolation. You know Daggett is Gracie's godfather, right? He's liable to knife you if he gets you alone out there. Watch your back. Cole ignored him, thinking aloud. It's some kind of revenge thing. Gotta be. That's why he's focused on Jordan Briggs. That's why he targeted the attorney, Daly. This guy snapped, and he's going after all of them. But why now? Why wait 10 years? Crazy doesn't grow overnight. Takes time. Like mold. Something triggered him. Pushed him over the edge. Cole's phone dinged with an address on 136th Street in West Harlem. That's last known, Tresler said. Can you meet me there? I'll loop in Lieutenant Gaff so he can SWAT out there, but I'm stuck in Jersey. No way I'm getting through this traffic. Nothing's moving. Find a boat to get you across the Hudson, then hoof it. That address isn't far from the pier. Find a boat? Find one, steal one, I don't care. No traffic jams on the water. Shit, Tresler muttered. What is it? I pulled up a summary of the court transcript. Ronald Bonfiglio and Patty Epps were both on the jury that let Briggs off. Send me a copy of every... Cole's phone dinged again, this time with a list of all the juror names. He began pacing. That was 10 years ago. We need to get current addresses on everyone, track them down, and get them into protective custody until this is over. Sure thing. Day like today, plenty of people standing around to get right on that. Get Gaff to bring in the feds. Homeland. Doesn't have to be NYPD. Newsflash, partner. They're all running this case from different angles already. And I guarantee protection will be the last place any of them will deploy resources. They want everyone trying to find them. If we're protecting these people, Bernie has to come to us. That's how we get in front of this guy. No way a judge will sign off on using civilians as bait. Who was the judge in the Briggs case? Tresler paused a second. Brenda Northrup, Southern District, 2nd Circuit. Can you get to her? Same problem. She's in the city, too. You need to find a boat. Yeah. Look, you get to her. Tell her what's going on. Tell her you're there to keep her safe. She can get on the phone and help track down the other jurors, probably faster than anybody. 2 birds? 2 birds. You mean use her as bait instead? Much better to use a judge than a civilian? Is that how you expect me to sell this? Tresler said flatly. You are protecting her. That's how you sell her on it. If Bernie happens to show up there, then you get to end this and solve the case of a lifetime. Cole could picture him chewing on one of his toothpicks as he thought this over. Finally, Tresler said, I like the sound of that. Hold on a second. The call went muffled, probably Tresler covering the phone with his hand. He came back a moment later. Are you listening to the Briggs show right now? No. Why?
Chapter 39. Jordan. Agent Varney had been pounding on the door for nearly 2 minutes straight before Jordan finally covered the glass with a handwritten note that said, You're not coming in. Billy knew better than to open it, not without her permission, and apparently he locked his door too, because none of them had entered his booth. Her third monitor still had the message from Jules on it. Jay Goldblatt. Open the goddamn door, Jordy. Jordan hadn't responded to him. After taping up the note, she walked back to her desk and waited for the automated commercial break to wrap up. When the hard break broke in at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, all the calls had dumped, the system working as it should. But a moment later, each line blinked back, no different from before. Line 1, Bernie. Line 2, Bernie. Line 3, Bernie. Line 4, Bernie. Line 5, Bernie. The LED counter on the wall indicated more than 13 million people listening worldwide at that particular moment. She couldn't imagine how many people were attempting to dial in, nor did she understand how Bernie was able to bypass all of them and hijack her system, yet he made quick work of it. She glanced up at the cameras, still covered with plastic. Then she looked around all the dark corners of her studio and wondered where else he had eyes. She knew he did. She could feel him watching her. Her skin crawled with it. Jordan opened a new chat window on her computer and typed a quick message to Sarah. Sarah responded a moment later. The feds have Charlotte locked in the green room with Senator Moretti. They've got 2 standing at the door like sentries at the castle to keep them safe. She has her books and can call me if she needs anything, so don't worry about her. I'll keep an eye on her. Probably best she stays in there anyway. There are feds in the elevators and at the stairway door, too. They're checking everyone in and out of our floor. They're on other floors, too. Not sure what they're up to there. Jordan considered telling her she didn't want her daughter in a room with the senator, then thought better of it. As much as she hated it, it didn't make sense to divide resources by creating another room to watch. She told Sarah thanks. A message from Billy popped up on her screen. They'll probably arrest us. For what happened then or what's happening now? Yes. I need to see this through, but if you want to leave, you can. I've gotten you in enough trouble. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you, Billy. You always stand by me. No, I mean, I'm not going anywhere. The subway is shut down and cabs aren't running. I'm stuck here. Might as well help you. Fuck you, Billy. Love you too, Jordy. A moment later, she heard his voice over her headphones, counting her in. On the air in 3, 2... The red on-the-air indicator lit up. Jordan's finger hovered over the button for line 1. She pressed it before she could change her mind. Hello, Bernie. Do you feel better now? Relieved? Like you got some great weight off your chest? No, not really. Good. I'm trying to understand why you're doing this. What happened back then that was horrible? It was tragic, but it was an accident. On some level, you must understand that. That was no accident. You orchestrated it. You pulled the strings on your puppets and brought those events into being. I may have lit the match, but none of us knew it could lead to something like that. How could we? Bernie replied, You didn't think about the consequences. You only thought about yourself. You used that girl. You ruined so many lives that day. You gave that girl a choice. And she could have said no, but she didn't think either. None of you spend even half a second wondering what could go wrong. You just did it. Consequences be damned. If I could take it all back, I would. Would you? Even if it meant the end of your career? Even if it meant your life wouldn't have worked out the way that it did? What if it meant you'd never meet your husband, never have a daughter? What if you could go back in time, flip a switch, and undo all of it like it never happened? Fix my life by removing yours. Would you do that? That's not a fair question. You don't get to use words like fair. Tell me what I can do to stop all this. You can't stop it, Ms. Briggs. All you can do is make another choice. I'm not playing your fucking game. Bernie didn't hesitate. Grand Central or Penn Station. I'm not doing this again. Pick one or I blow them both. I'll give you 3 minutes to decide. That should be enough time for anyone listening to get out. And from what I can gather, there are a lot of people listening. How is Agent Varney doing? She went through a nasty divorce a few years back. Maybe she can offer you some tips. Billy, how the hell does he know who's here? He was studying the plastic around the camera in his booth, but like the others, it was sealed tight. Jordan said, "Why don't you just kill me?" "No." "Why not?" "Because I want you to suffer. And we're just getting started. What happened years ago was an accident. What you're doing today isn't. You're purposely killing people. Every single one of them has a family, maybe children, some kind of life. You're taking that away. So my loss doesn't equal their loss? Is that what you're trying to say? I've got my thumb on the scale, and the balance is a little off. There is no way to balance this. Nothing you or I can do will bring back your wife or your daughter. You need to try to... Don't you dare tell me to move on. When you wake up tomorrow, when this is over and someone tells you you need to move on, you'll understand how that feels too. There is no moving on. So tomorrow comes, this is all over. Where will you be? I'll be dead, just like I am now. I died that morning 10 years ago with my wife and daughter, so nothing changes for me. You have 2 minutes, Miss Briggs. Jordan looked over at her monitors. Although muted, the news channel was still playing on the first one. They were running a split screen with Grand Central on the left and Penn Station on the right. People were streaming out all the doors. The transit police were hurriedly putting up barricades on the sidewalks. The scrolling ticker at the bottom of the screen said they were stopping trains in the tunnels. They didn't say whether they were evacuating the passengers or keeping them in the trains. She rarely rode the subway and couldn't imagine what it would be like to be trapped in one of the tunnels. You're a fucking coward, Bernie. If your wife or daughter were still alive, is this how you'd want them to see you? How you'd want them to remember you? Have you made your choice? I'm not going to choose, Jordan told him. So you'd rather see me blow up both? I'd rather see the feds put a bullet in your head, but nobody's offered up that choice yet. I'd miss talking to you. Jordan chuffed. I think I'd survive without you. Maybe that's the answer, though, a bullet to the head. Since you can't decide between the train stations, I'll just do that. You'd kill yourself? Not me. This guy, Bernie replied. There was a slight ruffle as Bernie shifted the phone. Then another voice came across the line. Jordy. Jordan leaned into her microphone. Nick? She jumped when she heard the shot. She didn't mean to.
Chapter 40. Cole. The helicopter landed in St. Nicholas Park. The pilot couldn't get any closer without landing in the middle of the road, and it meant Cole had to take his own advice and hoof it the last few blocks on foot. The address was a 5-story corner brownstone, the brick long ago painted white, with a narrow alley running along the left side. Cole barely noticed the building as he ran up, attempting to catch his breath. His gaze was fixed on the beat-up yellow Honda Accord parked out front. He knew it couldn't be the same car Marissa Chapman had driven 10 years ago, but he also knew it wasn't parked there by chance. As he stepped up close enough to read the license plate and the decade-old sticker in the corner, he was certain Bernie had placed the car here. By the look of the dust and grime covering the car, Bernie had placed the yellow Honda here a long time ago. But it couldn't be the same car. Marissa Chapman's Honda would have been towed to an evidence yard somewhere, probably the Erie Basin Yard in Brooklyn. While there, CSI would have dismantled the vehicle, photographing every scrape, ding, and dent. Each piece then placed in evidence bins, tagged and logged. Any vehicle involved in a homicide was unlikely to ever drive again. One involved in a multiple homicide, like the one committed by Marissa Chapman, would be carefully preserved in the event that an appeal was filed and the evidence would need to be re-examined. A single Harlem PD cruiser came to a stop in the middle of 136th, and the driver's side window rolled down. "Are you Detective Hundley?" Cole nodded and looked up and down the street. "Where's SWAT?" The officer shifted the cruiser into park, turned on his flashers, and slowly climbed out. He looked to be in his late 40s, about 50 pounds overweight, and spoke with a slight Jamaican accent. "SWAT's tied up on the East End." Reaching back inside the car, he came back out with a worn uniform cap and slipped it over his dark, bald head. Leaving his door open, he approached Cole with the slow shuffle of a man who spent far too much time sitting. "This is my beat." Cole turned back to the Honda, cupped his hands over the glass, and tried to get a better look inside. "Have you seen this car before?" "That wreck's been parked there for as long as I can remember. Never seems to move. Neighbors complain about it all the time, parking being what it is around here. Someone keeps renewing the permit, though, so nothing I can do about it." Cole looked at the sticker in the upper left of the windshield and realized he was right. The sticker was only a month old. "Do you have something we can use to pop the trunk?" "You got a warrant?" "This is a crime scene." "How do you figure that?" Cole knew he was right. Without some kind of probable cause, this was just another car parked in the street. "Have you ever checked the registration?" He nodded. "One Marissa Chapman. Address comes up as the 5th floor apartment in this building, but nobody ever answers the door." Cole almost told him that was impossible, but that would only lead to more questions. He rounded the car and looked down into the back seat. Empty, except for an old Taco Bell bag. At the front of the car, he knelt down and got a better look at the bumper. Most of the paint was cracked and peeled, revealing the black rubber below. The left side stuck out at an odd angle, the passenger side had a substantial dent, and the headlight on that side was missing. The little bit of metal exposed was covered in rust. "It's been in a wreck." "Check that too. No reports matching this vehicle." "Can't be the same car." "How far back did you go?" The officer shrugged. "Dunno. Few years, maybe. Unreported wreck gives us probable cause to open it up. That's flimsy. What do you have in your car?" The officer let out a sigh and shuffled back over to his cruiser. He returned a moment later with a pry bar about 2 feet long, black with a yellow tip. He handed it to Cole. "You'll have to do it. I'm not sure I want to get wrapped up in whatever you got brewing just yet." Cole took the pry bar and set it on the trunk, then lay down and shimmied under the car with a flashlight from his phone on. "What are you doing now?" "Looking for a bomb," Cole replied. From the corner of his eye, he saw the officer take a couple steps back. "Seriously?" Cole ran the light along every crevice, the underside of the trunk, and around the wheel wells. "I don't see one." "Well, yay for that. Are you qualified to identify a bomb if there was one?" "Where's your bomb squad? Can you get them out here?" "Not sure if you heard what's happening downtown, but all Uber drivers were ordered to take their vehicles to the nearest police station for inspection. Our bomb guys won't be free until around Thanksgiving 2029, or so. Same with every other squad in the city. Cole crawled out from under the car, got back to his feet, and dusted off his pants. Reaching for the pry bar, he said, "Then you might want to stand back." He slipped the pry bar under the lip of the trunk below the lock, grabbed the opposite end with both hands, and jumped, coming down on the bar with all his weight as leverage. The lock snapped, the bar clattered to the ground, and the trunk lid popped open. The smell didn't hit him, not at first. The two of them were looking down at the large plastic garbage bags for several seconds before the odor struck. There were 2 bags, the heavy-duty construction kind you might find in one of those Weekend Warrior Depot stores. Thick black plastic, placed at either end of what could only be a body, and duct taped together where they met at the center. The tape had missed one of the edges, leaving just enough room for yellowish mucus to weep out and soak the surrounding carpet. Some had dried and congealed, and in Cole's mind, he heard the sound it would make when someone eventually lifted those bags out of the trunk. The officer beside him stumbled back, turned far faster than a man that size probably should, and proceeded to vomit on the sidewalk. Cole was still peering into the trunk when his phone rang. "Yeah," Tresler said. "Our judge, Brenda Northrup, hasn't been into work in nearly a month. Her office filed a missing persons on her 3 weeks ago. One of her clerks went by her apartment, got the doorman to let her in, and said there was no sign of her. Found something odd, though. An old metal bread box sitting in the middle of her living room. Rusty thing. Half a loaf of bread inside that looked 100 years old, completely out of place. Like those chairs and the table. I think I found her." Cole told him about the car. "It can't possibly be Chapman's car. I keep telling myself that, too. Have you been upstairs yet?" "Not yet. Is SWAT there?" Cole looked up and down the street. A woman walking her dog, 2 men jogging, otherwise deserted. Most people were probably inside, glued to their televisions. "No SWAT. Just me and Officer Wimbley," the man said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "Clifford Wimbley. Just me and Officer Wimbley. This is his beat." Tresler sighed. "Your call, but if you wait, you might be waiting a very long time." Cole lowered the trunk lid and turned to face the building. His eyes traced the flaking white brick to the windows on the 5th floor. "I'm going up." Chapter 41. Cole. Unlike many of the old brownstones in the city, this one had never been a single-family home, but instead began its life in the early 1900s as some kind of tenement building. 5 stories tall, at least 8 to 10 units, meant to hold as many people as possible at the lowest achievable cost. In only recent decades had this neighborhood shifted, sending real estate costs to nearly $600 per square foot, pricing out the working class who had once called these buildings home. For Cole, this all meant one simple fact that had nothing to do with gentrification: no elevator. While 10 flights of steps weren't particularly problematic for him, he kept himself in relatively good shape. He was having second, third, and fourth thoughts about asking Officer Wimbley to follow him. Wimbley must have had a similar thought, because he said, "Don't let my size fool you. Takes some muscle to move this kind of bulk. I played ball in high school, college, and would have gone pro if I didn't blow out my shoulder. I've always been big. I'll keep up. I've been doing these steps and others like them as long as I can remember. I'm not going to let you walk into whatever's going on up there alone." Cole gave him a nod and checked the mailboxes. The address he'd been given was for apartment 5A. The nameplate on the mailbox for 5A was missing. Judging by the fresh scrapes in the surrounding paint, someone recently pried it off. He asked Wimbley, "Does the name Bernard Bretz mean anything to you?" "Nope." "What about Courtney Bretz?" He shook his head. Cole turned back and eyed the stairs. "Okay, stay behind me." Not only did Wimbley keep up, but he wasn't even winded when they reached the landing for the 5th floor. He rounded the final flight of steps with his eyes locked on the door for 5A, one hand on the butt of his service pistol as his index finger unsnapped the leather with practiced ease. 20 minutes later, and Cole might have wondered about the last time Officer Clifford Wimbley had fired that gun, but his opinion of the man was quickly evolving, and now he got the impression he made a habit of visiting the range and keeping himself sharp. Cole pointed first at him, then at the corner on the right side of the door for 5A, and Wimbley crossed the landing silently before pressing as tight as he could against the wall. Cole did the same on the left side, shifted one hand to his own weapon, and knocked on the door with the other. 3 quick raps. "NYPD." There was no answer, and as the seconds ticked by, Cole felt the eyes of a neighbor watching them through the peephole of 5B, and he wondered if Bernie was behind that other door. That's what he would do. Use this one as bait and strike from the other. And when the door to 5B opened, Cole nearly drew his gun. The woman who looked out was in her 70s, still wearing pajamas, and had curlers in her hair. Her eyes grew wide at the sight of them, but she didn't shrink back into her apartment and close the door. Instead, she said, "Nobody lives there." Cole gave Wimbley a quick glance. The large man remained in position. The woman shoved both her hands into the pockets of her heavy flannel robe. "Been vacant. Going on 9 or 10 years now." "You haven't seen anyone go in or out?" She shook her head. Cole took out his phone, turned on the flashlight app, and began running the beam along the edge of the door and around the lock. "What are you doing?" Before Cole could respond, Wimbley said, "Go back inside your apartment, ma'am," and lock the door. For a moment, she looked like she might argue. Then she closed the door, and several locks clicked into place. Cole got back to his feet, braced himself, and prepared to kick the door in when Wimbley grabbed his arm. "Whoa. Hold up a minute. You said the car is registered to this apartment. That gives us probable cause." "That's not what I mean." Wimbley reached around to the side of his belt, unclipped a leather pouch, and pulled out a lock-picking kit. Retrieving 2 picks, he lowered his large frame down on one knee in front of the door. "This is a little skill I learned before joining the force. Tends to save a lot of door frames. Between calls from concerned neighbors and odd noises coming from abandoned properties, I've had to open my share of doors over the years." He slipped both picks into the lock and began moving them around. Several seconds later, he twisted his grip, and the lock disengaged. Rising back to his feet, he returned the picks to the case, dropped it back in his pocket, and stepped back to the side of the door, giving Cole a slight nod. One hand still on the butt of his gun, Cole reached for the knob, gave it a twist, and pushed the door in on the apartment. "NYPD, we're coming in." Judging by the dust on the hardwood floor, nobody had lived here for quite some time. But somebody had been inside. There were several tracks, leading from the door down the hallway which appeared to cover the length of the apartment. Framed pictures lined the wall on the right, with several rooms on the left. Cole took out his gun and stepped inside, carefully eyeing the floor for tripwires or anything else Bernie might have rigged. He paused at the first of many photographs. The picture depicted a man and woman on their wedding day. Him in a tuxedo and her in a flowing white dress, both standing on the steps of the courthouse, their hands entwined. Someone had taken the time to cut out both faces some time ago. Like the floors, a thick layer of dust covered the glass. Other photographs were similar, a man and woman hiking, the two standing before a large waterfall. Another of them at a fireplace in a cozy cabin. As Cole worked his way down the hallway, the images told a story. Several years together, laid out in chronological order. Across from the first bedroom, the images shifted, became focused only on her and her growing belly. Obviously pregnant, swelling slightly from one photograph to the next, her jeans and tank tops making way for stretch pants and roomy tunics, her face gone from each picture. The first bedroom contained a double bed, nightstand and dresser. The sheets were in a rumpled heap at the foot, and the furniture was covered in various items you'd expect to find. A hairbrush, more framed photos, some folded laundry. All of it layered in dust. In the bathroom, they found 2 toothbrushes in a glass stained yellow with age and half buried under a thick spider web. There were old shampoo bottles on the shower floor and rotting towels draped over the curtain rod. The water in the toilet bowl had a thick layer of mold along the outer edge. It hadn't been flushed in years. "It's like someone just up and left. Closets are still filled with clothes." Cole nodded and made his way back out into the hallway. The second bedroom had faded pink paint on the walls and a white crib in the corner filled with stuffed animals, and just looking at it caused Cole's heart to pang. He knew that crib had never been used, and never would be. The end of the hallway opened on a living room with a small kitchen tucked into the corner. Couch, television, everything set up as it probably had been when Bernard and Courtney Bretz lived there. There was an empty beer bottle sitting on the coffee table. All of the furniture was old and in various states of disrepair. Nothing really matched. Cole got the impression it had been secondhand even when they did live here, pieced together over time, a young couple just starting out without much means. What wasn't there stuck out, not only because of the empty space just off the kitchen, but because of the square of displaced dust. To Cole, it was obvious the rusty dining table found at the Bonfiglio murder scene had come from here. The chairs found at both houses, too. Most likely the children's toys came from that bedroom. "Why do I feel like we're being watched by ghosts?" Wimbley said softly. That was when the phone rang. The clatter of bells on an old landline, loud enough to make both of them jump. Chapter 42. Cole. Cole found the old phone hanging on the kitchen wall with a cord long enough to walk half the apartment while on a call. It was letting out the third shrill ring when he carefully removed it from the cradle. Bernie didn't wait for him to speak. "Do you have a family, Detective?"